The scene opened with a breathtaking vision of a traditional East Asian temple complex, tucked among lush green mountains beneath a brilliant blue sky. Inside the temple, Master Mu-san, a bald and serene monk known throughout the land as the Living Buddha, sat cross-legged in the lotus position upon a padded platform. His calm eyes studied the person before him, as he asked whether they wished to know about Wei Yonho. The individual seated across from him, a historian with an eager look, confirmed that it was indeed the reason for their visit. They explained that they were compiling materials to document Wei Yonho's history. Master Mu-san chuckled softly, swinging his fan against his face with measured ease. He then spoke with reverence, saying that Wei Yonho, the radiant martial sovereign, had been a benevolent and upright man, as if the Buddha himself had sent him down to the world. The historian's eyes widened with excitement at such words. They leaned forward quickly, scribbling into their journal, and pressed further by asking what Wei Yonho had been like in his daily life. At this question, Master Mu-san faltered. His hand trembled slightly as he hesitated, repeating the words his daily behavior and his usual appearance without continuing. His expression shifted, and suddenly, with his composure shattered, he snapped. His calm features twisted into anger as he shouted that he could not do this. The historian was left stunned, unable to understand the monk's outburst. They asked what he meant, but the monk said nothing more. A few days later, the historian traveled to the Hubei Piang clan, still determined to gather information about Wei Yonho. Yet the moment the clan members heard the name, their reception turned hostile. The historian was dragged outside and thrown to the ground. The supreme leader of the Piang clan bellowed furiously, demanding to know why a worthless, trashy human like the historian dared to come that spouting Wei Yonho's name. He ordered his men to bring a bag of salt and scatter it around, as though to purify the place from an unclean presence. The historian, humiliated, felt grains of salt rain down on their body as they struggled to their feet. Later, as they hurried toward their next destination, the historian's thoughts raced. To the world, Wei Yonho was a legendary figure, the radiant martial sovereign who had ended the era of chaos, a true gentleman, and a renowned chivalrous warrior whose name had spread far and wide. Some called him the greatest of all time, others the greatest chivalrous hero. Yet strangely, whenever his name was spoken, people reacted with disdain, fear, or silence. The historian wondered why everyone avoided talking about him. They reminded themselves of their duty to record history fully, even the hidden sides of it. Perhaps, they thought, today they might finally uncover the truth. The historian eventually arrived at a shabby house, where they encountered the divine mad dog of the beggar sect. The eccentric man burst out laughing when he heard that the historian had been chased away from both Shaolin and the Piang clan. His laughter filled the air as he mocked the situation. The historian admitted that everywhere they went, the responses had been the same. Each time they mentioned Wei Yonho's name, people recoiled. The divine mad dog smirked knowingly and interrupted. Say, of course people would react that way. When the historian asked why, the beggar sect master leaned in and declared that Wei Yonho had been the absolute worst kind of person. Without pause, he began recounting the tale. 100 years earlier, in Guangdong's Wei clan, a boy lay sprawled face down on his bed. This boy sighed heavily and muttered that he wanted to become the strongest. It was Wei Yonho at the age of 12. Inwardly, young Yonho reflected on his dream. He longed to become the greatest under the heavens. As a boy born into a martial clan, he had been raised with the principles of chivalry and martial duty. He understood that the quickest path to the top was through relentless effort. Still lying down, he reassured himself aloud that no matter how gifted a person was, nothing could be achieved without effort. Effort, he said, was the only true way forward. But even with such resolve, he faced a small obstacle. He thought to himself that it was already too late to begin today. Turning his gaze toward the window, he saw the sun descending toward the horizon and watched the birds flying across the glowing sky. He sat up briefly, stared into the distance, and then rolled back into his bed with a smirk. He muttered that it was a shame, for today was supposed to be the day he laid the foundation to become the best. Still, he reassured himself that he would sleep soundly tonight and begin training tomorrow. At that moment, a loud thud echoed nearby. An old man stepped into the room and approached the boy, ordering him to get up. Yonho remained motionless, drool at the corner of his lips, pretending to sleep. The old man's voice grew sharp as he shouted again for the boy to rise. Yeonho flinched, then reluctantly sat up, greeting him half-heartedly with a lazy, "You're here?" The old man, Wee Jong-han, patriarch of the Guangdong Wee clan and famed as the righteous chivalrous swordsman, glared down with irritation. He asked if Yeonho knew what time it was. The boy responded nonchalantly that he had seen the sun. Jong-han snapped back, asking how Yeonho could still be lying on his bed after seeing daylight. The boy replied simply that the sun was still setting. Jong-han's expression hardened as he demanded to know how long the boy had been holed up in the room. Yeonho scratched his head and answered playfully that it might have been 2 days, or maybe 3, though he settled on 2. At this, Jong-han erupted in anger, screaming that it had been 4 whole days. He berated his son, calling him a useless brat, pointing out that he had been wrapped in a blanket for 4 days straight. He scolded him, saying even a bear would turn over from sweat after 3 days. Yeonho chuckled nervously, scratching the back of his head. He explained that he got up occasionally, so there was no need to worry. Jong-han's face darkened further, and Yeonho, sensing danger, quickly claimed that he had tried to train. When pressed, he said that every time he opened his eyes, the sun was already setting. Jong-han asked what that had to do with anything. With a grin spreading across his face, Yeonho declared that when the sun sets, one has to sleep, so they can rise early to train the next day. That excuse shattered what little patience Jong-han had left. With a roar, he flipped Yeonho's bed entirely, throwing the boy onto the floor. He shouted furiously that he was finally going to fix that rotten attitude once and for all. Later that day, in the clan office, Jong-han clutched his head in frustration. The administrator, Jo Bang, asked if his worries were about the second young master again. Jong-han confirmed angrily, asking who else could cause him such grief. Jo Bang reassured him, saying Yeonho would mature in time. Jong-han sighed deeply, blaming himself. He recalled the past, when he had left for a martial dual pilgrimage the same year Yeonho turned 2. His family at that time included his wife Han Sang-ah, their first child Wee San-ho, their second child Yeon-ho, and an unborn daughter Wee Suryeon. He had expected his journey to last only 2 years, but unforeseen incidents kept him away for 8 long years. Though he returned as an honored, righteous, chivalrous swordsman, he had lost more than he gained. His wife, once gentle, had hardened into someone fiercer than a tiger, and his son, whom he believed would not cause trouble, had grown into an indolent sloth. Jong-han sighed again, sweat eating on his forehead as he thought of those lost years. Jo Bang smiled and reminded him that there was still a solution. Jong-han demanded to know what solution he meant. Jo Bang asked if he had forgotten that someone would soon be returning. Jong-han appeared confused until realization struck him, and his face brightened with relief. He exclaimed that it was true. Jo Bang nodded, confirming that after 3 years, Sanho would finally return from the academy. Jong-han's stern expression shifted into a grin. He declared with satisfaction that Wee Yeonho feared one person above all, his older brother, Sanho. Elsewhere, in Yeonho's room, the boy lay sprawled on his bed. A chill suddenly ran through his body, making him mutter nervously about the strange sensation. He turned his head and saw a figure standing silently, glaring at him with menace. It was his elder brother, Wee Sanho. Trembling, Yeonho muttered shakily, addressing him as brother. Sanho ignored the greeting and asked coldly how long Yeonho had been asleep. Yeonho, now kneeling, clasped his hands together and asked desperately when Sanho had returned. Sanho repeated his question, his tone leaving no room for evasion. Yeonho scratched the back of his head, unable to give a clear answer. Sanho's gaze sharpened, pressing him further. Panic surged through Yeonho, and he quickly blurted out that things were not what they seemed. He insisted that he had trained hard early that morning, but he had simply grown tired and taken a nap. Inwardly, he cursed his luck, wondering when his brother had returned. Sanho's cold voice asked again whether he had truly trained. Yeonho immediately affirmed it. Sanho pointed to a candle in the room and ordered him to demonstrate by cutting it in 2 with a technique. Yeonho hesitated, confused, asking what he meant. Sanho clarified that he wanted to see how much Yeonho had improved in the 3 years since he last watched him. Left with no choice, Yeonho grabbed a sword. He stood frozen for a long moment, while Sanho folded his arms and waited. Sanho demanded impatiently to know why he was stalling. Yeonho fumbled for an excuse, say they were indoors and it could be dangerous. Sanho's patience snapped, and he shouted that he would take care of any damage, ordering him to proceed. Yeonho stuttered nervously but complied. He turned to the candle, muttering under his breath that he had no choice. He spun the sword awkwardly in circles as he stepped forward, then lunged with his soaring dragon technique. Sanho narrowed his eyes, watching carefully. When Yonho looked back, the candle remained untouched. Inwardly, Yonho screamed that he had failed. Sanho's cold voice cut into the silence. He told his younger brother that 3 years was enough fight to master a sword technique and move beyond it. Yet Yonho had become even worse than before. Without another word, Sanho turned and left the room. That night, during dinner, Yonho sat stiffly, certain that indigestion awaited his. His father, Jianghan, turned his attention to Sanho, asking about life at the martial academy. Sanho answered that it was fine. Jianghan asked whether he had faced difficulties. Sanho replied that training without hardships would be meaningless, as difficulties were necessary to overcome one's limits. Jianghan acknowledged his suffering, saying he had endured much during his absence. Sanho humbly countered that it was his father who had faced the greater hardship by being away so long. Jianghan nodded but pressed further, asking whether there were other concerns. Sanho lowered his chopsticks onto the table and answered solemnly that there was indeed one. Their mother, Sang-ah, interjected curiously, asking what it was. Sanho's voice turned cold as he said it was about Yonho. Sang-ah's eyes narrowed as she repeated her younger son's name. Yonho froze on the side, his thoughts panicking as he wondered what was about to be said. Sanho declared firmly that Yonho needed to be brought to his martial academy. At those words, Yonho's jaw dropped in shock. Back in the shabby house, the divine mad dog leaned back and explained to the historian that even Master Mu San and Pang Dogyuk ground their teeth at the mere mention of Wei Yonho. It was then, he said, that the great history began. No one at that time could have imagined that the lazy boy would one day shake the entire world. The divine mad dog continued his story, explaining that Wei Yonho had been half forced to go to the martial academy. His family had been upset by his departure, but none of them had truly tried to stop him. Outside the Wei clan's estate, his younger sister Wei Suryan had cried loudly, begging him not to leave. Behind her, their father Wei Jianghan had shouted with joy, urging his son to return as a man. On his side, their mother Sang-ah had watched with a worried face, asking her son to take care of himself. As Wei Yonho and his older brother Wei Sanho finally departed on horseback, Wei Yonho had turned back to wave at Suryan, telling her not to cry and promising that he would return. Suryan had waved back through her tears, shouting a long farewell. Their father had laughed loudly at the scene, until his wife told him to stop. The divine mad dog explained that the journey had been smooth, at least for Wei Sanho. For Wei Yonho, however, it had been the opposite. As the two brothers traveled, Wei Yonho had slouched down on his horse and groaned, asking if they were almost there. Sanho had calmly replied that there were still 10 more days left in the journey. Hearing this, Wei Yonho had straightened up in shock, shouting in disbelief. Sanho had then remarked that if Yonho knew how to ride a horse, the trip would have taken only 5 days. At the back, Yonho had begun to cry, yelling that he had never ridden a horse before. Sanho, cold as ever, had insisted that he was not blaming him, merely answering his question. Yunho had argued back that he was in fact being blamed. Soon after, Yunho had tilted his head and complained that they should rest. He had pointed at the steep hill and said that his back and butt felt as if they would burst. Spotting a withered tree in the plains with people resting beneath it, he had suggested they stop there. Sanho's eyes had sharpened at the sight. Without a word, he had gotten down from his horse and approached the tree. Yunho, confused, had asked where his brother was going. Sanho had crouched near the people beneath the tree, and when Yunho arrived and asked what he was doing, Sanho had responded coldly. He explained that they were too late, for all the people under the tree were already dead. Yunho had screamed in shock. Sanho had then revealed the marks on the bodies, explaining that it was the work of a technique called the flower-indulging palm. Curious, Yunho had repeated the strange name, and Sanho clarified that the technique had once been called crimson flower palm. However, it had become known as the flower-indulging palm after a rapist named Seo Juak had used it to commit evil acts. Horrified, Yunho had asked if the man was nearby. Sanho had explained that Seo Juak targeted women climbing mountains, and that the dead bodies meant there was still a woman in danger nearby. Without warning, Sanho had leapt into the air, declaring that he would return and ordering Yanho to stay behind. Shocked, Yanho had screamed, asking if he was supposed to remain alone with the corpses. Sanho did not respond and disappeared into the distance. Left behind, Yeonho had shouted in protest, but soon silence had surrounded him. Looking nervously between the horses and the corpses, he muttered that he was doomed. As the clouds darkened and the sky rumbled, Yeonho had begun to panic. He screamed at the sky, cursing his brother for leaving him behind. His thoughts turned to worry, realizing that Sanho was never late without a reason. Then the howls of wolves and the roar of tigers echoed in the distance, making him sweat in fear. Grabbing the horse's reins, he muttered that he had to do something or risk becoming a tiger's meal. Lightning suddenly struck nearby, followed by a deafening boom. Flinching, Yeonho cried out in shock. Heavy rain poured down on him, and staring up at the storm he groaned that he was truly screwed. Later, while pushing the horses up a steep mountain path, with the corpses strapped to their backs, he gritted his teeth, complaining about his situation. He cursed that he could not simply abandon the bodies to become food for beasts, and burying them was impossible in the downpour. Gasping for breath, he shouted that he needed to find shelter. Forcing the horses forward, he yelled at them in frustration when they resisted. In retaliation, one of the horses kicked him, sending him flying. He tumbled down the mountainside and landed safely on a pile of leaves, groaning in pain and clutching his back. Furious, he cursed the horse. When he stood up, he noticed something unusual. Observing his surroundings, he spotted a cave and his expression instantly turned from despair to joy. He shouted in delight, realizing he had found shelter from the rain. The horses followed him into the cave and he tied them to a rock, muttering that he could not even bring himself to hit them. Looking at his dirty and messy clothes, he complained that this was why he preferred staying home. After marking the entrance of the cave in hopes that Sanho would find him, he sighed and decided to lie down, declaring that he would simply sleep. Quietly, he admitted that he hoped nothing had happened to his brother, before reassuring himself that Sanho was strong enough to handle anything. Exhausted, he fell asleep. As time passed, the horses untied themselves and escaped the cave. Days went by, and Yeonho continued to sleep. One night, a mysterious blue aura slowly enveloped him. His body rose into the air, carried deeper into the cave by the strange energy. Eventually, he was drawn through a solid wall into a hidden chamber. When he finally awoke, Yeonho sat up and immediately noticed that something was different. He observed the ceiling above and realized it did not look like the cave he had entered. Standing, he wondered aloud if he had somehow rolled deeper inside while sleeping. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden voice that echoed through the chamber, calling him a fated human. Startled, Yeonho flinched and fell to the ground. Looking up, he saw a glowing blue orb floating above him. The orb addressed him directly, welcoming him to the fated place as the successor of its radiant sword. Pointing at the orb, Yeonho asked in confusion if that sparkling thing was speaking. The orb confirmed it, explaining that it had transcended the physical world and now spoke from beyond time and space. It commanded him to accept its will and rule over the world. Terrified, Yeonho screamed that it was a ghost. The orb calmly told him not to fear, insisting that it was already dead, and that only its will remained. It explained that everything had been prepared for the one destined to arrive. Yeonho froze, his thoughts racing. He considered the possibility that this was a fateful encounter, a blessing from the heavens for his supposed kindness. He thought to himself that he might not even need martial training if he gained strength here. The orb spoke again, urging him to inherit the sword and restore morals to the world. Overjoyed, Yeonho eagerly agreed. The orb continued, promising to teach him the radiant sword and instructing him to train endlessly. Yeonho accepted without hesitation, until the orb added that if he trained hard for 30 years, he might be able to replicate its techniques. At once, Yeonho's expression changed. With disbelief, he repeated the number, asking if it really meant 30 years. The orb confirmed that it was just 30 years. Yeonho stopped it immediately, smiling brightly as he declared that this fate was not meant for him. He told the orb to look for the next person. The orb fell silent before shouting in shock, demanding to know what he meant. Laughing, Yeonho explained that he would rather pass on such an opportunity than stay in a cave for 30 years. The divine mad dog concluded that this very meeting was how the lazy loser Wee Yeonho eventually became so strong. Wee Yeonho shook his head firmly and added that he did not believe this was fate. He told the mysterious blue orb to find someone else. After bowing once in front of it, he declared his farewell and ran off as fast as his legs could carry him. The blue orb panicked and shouted for him to wait. Yeonho stopped in his tracks and slowly turned his head back. In that instant, the blue orb transformed into the form of an old man who shouted again, demanding a moment of his time. This old man was Baek Muhan. Yeonho stared at him in silence for a long moment, then his eyes widened as realization struck him. He exclaimed that he had been right all along, that Baek Muhan was a scammer. Offended, Baek Muhan swung his arms sideways and bellowed furiously, asking how Yeonho dared to call him such a thing. Yeonho pointed directly at him and shouted back, accusing him of pretending to be one thing and then revealing another identity once his trick did not work. Baek Muhan's tone then shifted into one of calm reassurance. He explained that he had not been pretending at all, that he truly was a spirit who had separated from his body. Crossing his arms with a doubtful expression, Yeonho repeated the words slowly as if to test them. He asked incredulously whether Baek Muhan really expected him to believe he was a spirit who had left his body. Without warning, Yeonho suddenly lunged forward and punched him in the face. His fist passed cleanly through the old man's head, and his body slipped through as well, only to land awkwardly behind him. Baek Muhan turned his head with an annoyed look and asked what he was doing. Yeonho froze, his entire body trembling, and screamed in horror. He stammered out that this meant Baek Muhan was a real ghost. Baek Muhan spun around and roared angrily at the accusation. He declared that what Yeonho saw was not a ghost but the spirit transmission arts, a legendary ability that only the highest level of martial artists could achieve. Yeonho responded instantly and remarked that where he came from, people simply called that sort of thing a ghost. Baek Muhan's composure broke, and he screamed back in frustration, insisting once again that he was not a ghost. Far away, as the historian sat with the divine mad dog, the eccentric master explained that this was how Yeonho first met his teacher. The historian repeated the words in disbelief, asking aloud if spirit transmission arts truly existed. The divine mad dog nodded and confirmed that it was a technique attainable only by the greatest martial artists. The historian then asked who among the living could possibly wield such an ability. With a serious expression, the divine mad dog asked whether the historian had heard of the Sword Emperor. The historian scoffed at the question, answering that of course he knew him. The Sword Emperor was the strongest person in history, the most famous member of the Thousand Swords Baek clan, and a man who would be remembered forever in the history of martial arts. The divine mad dog smirked and revealed the truth. Yeonho's master was Baek Muhan, the Radiant Sword, who would later be remembered by the world as the Sword Emperor himself. The historian recoiled in shock and shouted that it could not be true. He insisted that Baek Muhan had lived 300 years earlier. The divine mad dog confirmed it with a calm tone, saying that Baek Muhan came from a forgotten generation. Still, it was true that he was the one who had shaped Yeonho. The historian sat back in awe, whispering that it was incredible. He then asked if Yeonho had begged the Sword Emperor to become his disciple. The divine mad dog's eyes narrowed and he corrected him. He said it was actually the opposite. The Sword Emperor, abandoned by his descendants for 3 centuries, had been desperate for a disciple. The story returned to Baek Muhan, who shouted desperately, begging Yeonho to become his student. Yeonho walked nonchalantly and looked back over his shoulder, asking why the old man was throwing such a tantrum. He insisted that he was not even from the Baek clan, and therefore could not possibly learn from him. Declaring that he was leaving, Yeonho tried to walk away. Baek Muhan refused to allow it. He raised his hand and summoned a massive stone that slammed into the ground, blocking Yeonho's path. The boy froze and stared speechlessly at the enormous stone gate that now loomed before him. With a nervous mutter, he asked what it was. Behind him, Baek Muhan threw his head back and laughed loudly. He told Yeonho that it was a super thick stone gate, impossible for someone of his current strength to break or lift. He then leaned in close behind him and whispered that if Yeonho agreed to learn his martial arts, he could slice through it like paper and leave. Yeonho kept his gaze fixed on the massive stone. With a sigh, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his sword. He muttered that there was no helping it. As he walked toward the gate, Baek Muhan yelled after him that he would never cut it with his pitiful abilities. To the old man's shock, Yeonho ignored him, sat down cross-legged in front of the stone, and began chipping away at it slowly with his sword. Baek Muhan's eyes widened and he asked in disbelief what he was doing. Yeonho, still chipping the stone with irritation, and answered bluntly. He told the old man that he was digging a hole. He explained that no matter how strong the stone was, it would eventually weaken under metal. If he kept grinding away, he could break through in a year or two. Baek Muhan repeated the words with disbelief, asking if Yuan Ho was really planning to do it for 2 whole years. Yuan Ho smirked, still grinding away, and mocked him, saying it was funny to hear that from someone who had trained him for 30 years. Baek Muhan's body trembled as he cursed silently to himself. He thought that Yuan Ho was a madman and despaired that he could not even beat him to death. Instead, he circled around him desperately and pleaded that he should just try learning, promising that he would not disappoint him. Yuan Ho answered coldly, saying he simply didn't like him. In a frenzy, Baek Muhan offered to let him leave after 20 years. Yuan Ho laid down on the ground and muttered lazily that 20 years was too long. He said he might consider it if it were 3 years. Rage boiled within Baek Muhan as he thought to himself that Yuan Ho was insane. Still, he shouted that no one, not even the legendary Zhang Sanfeng, could master his martial arts in only 3 years. Yuan Ho stood up, brushed off the dirt, and replied without hesitation that in that case they were not meant to be. He returned to digging at the stone. Baek Muhan's face contorted with frustration, but after a long silence, he suddenly shouted a new offer. He said he would make Yuan Ho the strongest martial artist in the world in 5 years. He promised to do whatever it took, no matter the cost. Yuan Ho wiped the sweat from his chin and thought quietly to himself. The words, "the strongest martial artist in the world," repeated in his mind. He considered that he had never heard of a spirit so vivid, and thought it was possible that Baek Muhan was telling the truth. If so, this might be the opportunity of a lifetime. 5 years, he decided, was cheap. With a grin, he stabbed his sword into the ground, pointed at Baek Muhan, and shouted his agreement. He said he would try it. Back at the historian and the divine mad dog, the eccentric master explained that of course Yuan Ho had not known who Baek Muhan truly was at the time. The Sword Emperor had been just as unfortunate. After 300 years of waiting, the only disciple he had found at the end of his life turned out to be a lazy brat. Yuan Ho slept all day, practiced once during training, and argued at every opportunity. If the Sword Emperor had still possessed a physical body, he would have collapsed from chi deviation and rage. Back at the cave, days later, Baek Muhan was screaming at Yuan Ho again, demanding that he wake up. Yuan Ho sat up groggily, wiped the drool from his mouth, and asked what was going on. He pouted, muttering that he was tired and questioning whether Baek Muhan ever slept. With a pointed remark, he reminded him that he was dead, while he himself was human and required rest. Baek Muhan cursed the heavens, fighting to keep his fury in check, before apologizing with a strained tone. He insisted it was time to train. Yuan Ho yawned and asked in disbelief if training had to start immediately after waking. Baek Muhan screamed that at this rate it would take 50 years instead of 5. Reluctantly, Yuan Ho picked up his sword and asked if there was an easier way to learn. Baek Muhan yelled that this was already easy enough. Yuan Ho sighed, rested his sword on his shoulder, and sneered that this was exactly why he needed a talented master. The words struck Baek Muhan like a knife. His fists trembled, and he nearly exploded in fury, but he forced himself to maintain composure. In a hesitant tone, he muttered an apology. He thought bitterly to himself that his obsession with worldly success and his desperate wish to pass down his martial arts had left him enduring this terrible state. If only he had a body, he would beat Yuan Ho bloody before teaching him. Instead, he sighed and looked down at the boy who rolled around on the ground laughing. Yuan Ho suddenly stopped, turned to his master, and asked with genuine curiosity how he had managed to drop the stone gate earlier. Baek Muhan answered calmly that he had simply pulled a string on a device he had prepared beforehand. Yuan Ho tilted his head and asked how he could possibly do that without a body. Baek Muhan explained that it was unrelated to having a body. He had used psychic levitation with his chi to pull the string. He paused suddenly, his eyes widening in realization. A grin spread across his face as he began laughing maniacally. Yuan Ho stared nervously and asked what was wrong with him. Baek Muhan declared that he had been too fixated on the limitations of not having a body. Thanks to Yuan Ho's questions, he had realized something important. He raised his hand and demonstrated by lifting a stone into the air with his chi before hurling it against the massive stone gate with a thunderous bang. Yuan Ho's jaw dropped as he watched. His eyes darted between the shattered stone and Baek Muhan, who stood grinning with a rock floating above his palm. With growing dread, he muttered that the old man had lost his mind. Baek Muhan ignored him and continued with a dangerous grin. He said that if he could move stones, then he could do much more than that. All around him, dozens of rocks lifted into the air. Yeonho broke into a sweat, panicking as he shouted for him to wait. His voice cracked as he begged, calling him master, insisting they should talk. Baek Muhan gave no reply. With a flick of his hand, the rocks shot forward like a storm. Yeonho screamed at the top of his lungs as he covered himself, his voice echoing through the cave. After that day, the training between them intensified. Yeonho learned swordsmanship without rest during the day, while nights were spent in heated debates. Even in sleep, Baek Muhan pushed him through the unparalleled dream mythic arts. His entire life became the sword. There was no room for laziness. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye, and when the training was done, Yeonho emerged from the cave. He inhaled the fresh air deeply, exhaled with relief, and said with a grin that he was finally free. One day earlier, Wee Yeonho had been sleeping when Baek Muhan called out his name. Yeonho groaned in his sleep and muttered that he wanted to sleep a little longer. Muhan called again, his tone unusually calm. This time Yeonho finally sat up, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and complained that he had already said he would only sleep a bit longer, asking whether Muhan did not believe him. The mood felt strange. Unlike his usual fiery temper, Baek Muhan sat across from him with a soft smile. He told Yeonho to come closer. Suspicious and nervous, Yeonho asked what was going on. Muhan spoke gently, explaining that he had devoted his entire life to martial arts. His only hope had been to see the end of it, and because of that obsession, he had ignored everything else. He admitted that by chasing nothing but martial arts, he had turned into a crabby old man, one whom his clan had grown distant from. Yeonho stared at him with unease and thought to himself that something was different today. This behavior was unlike his master. Yet Muhan continued speaking with a calm, almost tender expression. He confessed that when he thought about it, it was obvious why his clan never came to find him. He had abandoned his children and family for the sake of martial arts. He had believed that seeing the end of martial arts would give him everything, but he now realized he had been wrong. Martial arts, he said, were something humans practiced. Walking the path alone, without people beside him, had made it meaningless. He told Yeonho that it was through him that he realized this truth. For the first time in his life, he had taught someone. Through Yeonho, he had felt anger and annoyance, but he had also discovered happiness, joy, and fondness in seeing another person grow. Yeonho interrupted sharply, asking why he was talking like that, as if they would never see each other again. Baek Muhan closed his eyes and answered softly that the time had come. Yeonho screamed in denial, asking what he was talking about. He shouted that Muhan could not possibly be serious. He reminded him of his promise, that they would train for 30 years, and yet it had only been 5. He insisted that his master had to remain for another 25 years. Muhan admitted calmly that he had indeed said that. Yeonho shouted again, demanding to know what he meant by this. Muhan then explained that the internal chi he had given Yeonho in the form of an elixir had allowed him to survive in the cave without food, but maintaining that was not easy, and his power was now completely gone. He told Yeonho that it was time to say goodbye. Yeonho's chest began to tighten, his body trembling as he asked why Muhan had not told him earlier. He cried out that if he had known, he could have left to find food and returned to continue training. In Muhan's mind, he thought quietly to himself that had Yeonho left, he was certain the boy would never have returned. Aloud, he admitted that he understood how Yeonho felt. He smiled warmly and told him that he had enjoyed the time they shared. He confessed that he had wanted to watch Yeonho travel and see the world, but that this was fine too. In his thoughts, Muhan added that in his own eyes, he could already clearly see Yeonho crossing through the world. Speaking aloud once more, he told him to go see the world and keep it within himself. If he did that, other things would follow naturally. He advised Yeonho to see people before seeing the world, warning him not to repeat his own mistakes of only looking upward and never noticing what was at his feet. He promised that even if they never saw each other again, and even if no one else remembered his existence, his movements and his swordsmanship would carry his presence. He reassured him that even if he was not great or outstanding, that was perfectly fine. Yeonho reached out desperately and screamed that Muhan could not leave already. He shouted that there was still so much he had not learned, but then he broke down, begging that it was fine even if he did not learn, so long as his master stayed just a little longer. Even one more day. Baek Muhan's last words were simple. He told Yeonho just to be happy. Then his form faded slowly into nothingness. Yeonho stood frozen, staring down in silence. With a broken voice, he whispered the word, "Master." His body then shook as tears streamed down his face. With a trembling voice, he cried out that Muhan should have told him earlier. Back in the present, Yeonho looked down at his clothes with anger. He shouted that this must have been why Muhan had left without warning. He wondered when the old man had managed to prepare all of it. He cursed him, saying he should have departed quietly, before screaming in rage and confusion. Before disappearing, Baek Muhan had written a message on Yeonho's clothes. The message explained that the martial arts Yeonho had learned in 5 years were still incomplete. Since Muhan knew Yeonho would not train diligently after his departure, he had placed a feature within his body. The elixir Yeonho had consumed contained his master's inner chi, and while it would help his martial arts improve, it came with a price. If Yeonho's training and experiences failed to keep up with the speed of the elixir, the inner energy would be consumed instead, and Yeonho would die. In short, if he was lazy in training, death would follow. Reading this, Yeonho clenched his teeth and shouted angrily that the damned old man had been scheming until the end. He continued to read the rest of the message, which instructed him to travel the world and witness its vastness. It told him to feel things and learn from them, warning him not to stay confined in one small place. Instead, he should see greater things and become a greater person. Yeonho clicked his tongue and cursed under his breath, muttering about his master. The instructions continued, telling him that the first place he must go was Rulin. There, he had to find the world's greatest scholar and stay with him, because he would definitely gain something from the experience. Yeonho's jaw dropped in shock as he read further. He exclaimed in frustration, shouting at his late master for demanding so many destinations. He stretched his tired body and muttered to himself that he had planned to go home. He reassured himself that his brother was probably fine, and he promised his parents silently that he would return after completing everything his master had commanded. He then turned back toward the cave, bowed deeply until his forehead touched the ground, and paid his respects to his master. As he stood and walked away, he muttered aloud that he would not be returning, cursing that his master had bothered him even in death, and asked irritably where Rulin even was. At the exit of the cave, the lingering spirit of Baek Muhan appeared once more. He laughed loudly as he watched Yeonho leaving in the distance. His booming laughter filled the air as he shouted mockingly that if Yeonho did not learn about the world, he would wither like a mummy and die. He laughed harder, declaring that there was no martial art in existence like that, and that he could not allow Yeonho to waste his life hidden in some random place. The world was too vast to let that happen. Then his laughter softened into a warm smile. He said quietly that it would be a waste of Yeonho's talent to remain small. He admitted that he had been happy thanks to Yeonho and wished him happiness in return. His spirit finally vanished completely as a gust of wind swept past Yeonho, who stood at the cave's exit. Taking in the fresh scent, Yeonho whispered that it smelled like grass. Time passed, and Yeonho arrived at Kaifeng. His appearance was pitiful, his clothes shabby, his legs thin, and his bones sticking out from hunger. He approached a man sitting on a wooden log and asked weakly if this was Kaifeng. The man was Jong-il, the branch leader of the beggar sect. Seeing Yeonho's skeletal figure, Jong-il thought to himself that the stranger resembled a mummy. Still, he nodded and replied uncertainly that yes, this was Kaifeng. Yeonho, his voice frail, explained that he had come to ask something. Jong-il interrupted him immediately, asking if it was about money. Confused, Yeonho repeated the word money. Jong-il explained without hesitation that of course it would cost money, because nothing in the world was free. As he studied Yeonho more closely, he thought that although the boy's voice suggested he was barely 20, his face looked like a man of 50. He admitted inwardly that he had never seen a beggar like him, one who resembled a ghost more than a human. Out loud, he waved a hand and said he would have done it for free since they were in the same field, but rules were rules. Yeonho tilted his head and asked what he meant by the same field. Jong-il explained bluntly that they were both beggars. Yeonho protested loudly, smacking his chest with a weak voice and demanding to know how he looked like a beggar. Jong-il shouted back that it was obvious. He explained that if Yeonho had no money, he could not give him any information. He ordered him to leave and come back after earning something through begging. Yeonho shouted in frustration, asking why he would beg when he was not a beggar. Jang-il pointed at him and retorted that it was not that beggars begged, but that once a man begged, he became a beggar. He insisted Yeonho looked like he could easily earn money just by sitting with a basket, so he was wasting his talents by refusing. Suddenly, Jang Il paused as an idea struck him. He grabbed Yeonho's hands and asked eagerly if he wanted to work with him. Yeonho blinked in confusion and asked what he meant. Later that night, inside Jang Il's shabby branch house, Yeonho sat staring at a massive pile of money. His entire body trembled in disbelief. Across from him, Jang Il laughed loudly, swirling coins in his hands with excitement. He shouted with glee that they had earned half a year's operating costs in just half a day. He declared that the god of wealth had come to them. Outside, other beggars overheard his ecstatic shouts and wondered what was happening. They whispered that apparently a truly pathetic beggar had joined them. Inside, as they ate, Jang Il finally asked Yeonho what he wanted to know. Yeonho responded between bites that he wanted a list of the locations, hobbies, and specialties of famous scholars. Jang Il waved it off confidently, saying that would be easy. Yeonho then added that he also wanted the same kind of list for famous blacksmiths. Jang Il hesitated but admitted it was possible. When Yeonho kept adding to his requests, Jang Il finally shouted in exasperation, asking if he wanted all of that information. Still, he promised he would deliver and told Yeonho to return in 7 days. Yeonho, lying flat on the floor, replied that he had nowhere to go and nothing to do, so he would simply stay there. Jang Il grumbled but agreed reluctantly. A few days later, Jang Il deeply regretted allowing it. One of his beggars rushed in frantically, shouting that there was trouble. Annoyed, Jang Il demanded to know what kind of trouble beggars could possibly have. The man stammered that the beggar sect was in danger of starving to death. Jang Il blinked in confusion and asked what he meant. The beggar led him outside in a hurry. At the center of the town, townsfolk were shouting angrily at the sect's beggars, demanding that they leave. They accused them of being fake beggars and insisted they should get lost. As Jang Il arrived at the commotion, one of the commoners pointed and yelled that if they wanted to see a real beggar, they should look over there. Jang Il's eyes followed and widened in disbelief. Nearby, Yeonho sat pitifully in the street. Coins rained down around him as townsfolk muttered about how poor he looked. They exclaimed that they had never seen someone so pitiful, and one man tossed him food, shouting at him to eat. Jang Il's jaw dropped as he realized what had happened. In his mind, he thought with horror that Yeonho had completely taken over the beggar world. Yeonho smirked faintly to himself as he muttered under his breath that making money was easy. The next day, Yeonho was slouching lazily inside the beggar sect's house. He complained out loud that he was thirsty. Hearing this, Jang Il shouted from outside the door at the other beggars, ordering them to bring water immediately. When a bowl of water was finally brought, Yeonho frowned as he stared at it. He pointed out that the bowl was dirty. Furious, Jang Il smacked the beggar who had carried it in and yelled at him to bring fresh water in a clean bowl. Another beggar rushed in with a replacement, but as Yeonho took a sip, he complained again, this time saying that the water was lukewarm. Jang Il lost his temper, cursing at the beggars and ordering them to fetch cold water from the mountain. He shouted in frustration, demanding to know how many times he had to repeat himself. Later, Yeonho lay face down on a new rattan mat and muttered to himself with satisfaction that it felt nice. From a distance, Jang Il clenched his fists as he watched him. Inwardly, he cursed, thinking that he was the branch leader of the beggar sect yet had been reduced to acting like a servant for this wretched man. Still, he reminded himself that if he drove Yeonho away, his men would starve. He wondered when the information Yeonho had requested would finally arrive. When Yeonho groaned again and complained that his back hurt, Jang Il rushed over, forced a smile, and began to massage his back. He told him cheerfully that such pain was no good, but inside he was in despair. He thought bitterly that at this rate, they were all going to end up dead. Just then a voice rang out from outside, announcing that the information had arrived. The beggars around the house began to cheer with excitement. Inside, Jang Il's expression darkened, though he forced himself to announce that it had finally come. A few moments later, Yeonho lay sprawled out, reading through the information. After going through it, he frowned and asked whether this was all. He questioned how they could dare to sell something so lacking for money. Jang Il, confused by his reaction, demanded to see the documents himself. When he skimmed through them, his eyes widened in alarm. Inwardly he cursed, wondering if their sources were deliberately trying to kill them all. What Yeonho had received was barely half of what he had asked for, and the situation was bad. He realized he needed to act quickly. Yeonho sat up and asked if it was because he had not paid enough. Before he could say more, Jong-il extended his hand, thinking that he had to act before Yeonho made the first move. He hurriedly forced Yeonho outside, shoving him along the middle of the street and insisting that they could not have him begging in public. He told him to follow. Soon, they arrived at a massive and grandiose hall. Inside, the two men stood before a woman. From across the chamber, the woman declared that she would provide information. She grinned as she addressed Jong-il mockingly, calling him Foxdog. Jong-il immediately bowed and greeted her respectfully, addressing her as branch leader Gui. She was Gui Nangnang, the Kaifeng branch leader of the Hao sect. Meanwhile, Yeonho repeated the words Foxdog under his breath with amusement. He leaned in close to Jong-il's ear and mocked him with a smirk. Say that if his title was Dog, that meant he was a little bitch. He burst into laughter at his own words. Jong-il ground his teeth in fury but said nothing, though inwardly he cursed Yeonho. Out loud, Jong-il turned to Gui Nangnang and requested the information they needed. Yeonho, still by his side, continued baiting him by pointing and calling him bitch over and over. Gui Nangnang looked at Jong-il with narrowed eyes. She remarked that it was surprising to see the branch leader of the beggar sect's Kaifeng branch seeking information from the Hao sect. She reminded him that their two groups were rivals and demanded to know why he had come. Jong-il quickly explained that he was not asking on behalf of the beggar sect. He gestured toward Yeonho and clarified that he had brought a customer. At his side, Yeonho was still teasing him with the same word, but Gui Nangnang turned her attention toward Yeonho. Looking at him with clear disgust, she scoffed and asked if Jong-il was joking. She asked whether this was an insult or provocation, since the client he had brought looked no better than a beggar himself. Suddenly, Yeonho stopped teasing Jong-il. He turned his head and said flatly that he was not from the beggar sect. Gui Nangnang turned away, her tone sharp. She warned that if they kept insulting the Hao sect in this way, she would have no choice but to take action. She reminded them that her organization had pride. Yeonho turned fully to her, scratching his ear casually as he asked whether the Hao sect was not supposed to be an intelligence organization. He smirked as he continued, questioning how they could fail to know something as basic as whether or not he was truly from the beggar sect. He mocked them further, pointing out that they made their living by selling information yet did not even have the basics down. Grinding her teeth, Gui Nangnang forced a grin. She called out a name, summoning someone from the shadows. A voice answered addressing her as ma'am. She asked the voice to confirm Yeonho's identity. The unseen man, Gongmu, replied that they did not know who Yeonho was, but he was not from the beggar sect. Gui Nangnang scoffed again, furious. Yeonho shrugged and told her that now she could sell him the information. Still smiling but clenching her teeth, Gui Nangnang glared down at him and said firmly that she had no desire to sell him anything. She told him to get out. Yeonho scoffed back, accusing her of lacking a business mindset. He reminded her that he was offering to pay, yet she still refused. Gui Nangnang turned away, but Yeonho pressed further, mocking that the Hao sect would not last long with such an attitude. That insult finally snapped to composure. She screamed at him to watch his mouth unless he wanted to see his limbs cut off. Yeonho only added fuel to her rage, calling her old lady. Her face twisted with fury as she demanded to know if he had just insulted her. She shouted for Gongmu to teach him a lesson. Gongmu responded instantly, leaping out of the shadows. His body bounced from wall to wall and floor to ceiling as he closed in on Yeonho at great speed. Jong-il, panicking, tried to step forward to block the strike, shouting in alarm. Yeonho calmly grabbed Jong-il's face and shoved him aside, telling him to move. As Gongmu closed in, Yeonho struck with instinctive precision. His counterattack smashed Gongmu's head into the ground with such force that the floor cracked beneath them. From across the hall, Gui Nangnang gasped in shock. Even Jong-il stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Yeonho sighed and explained apologetically that his body reacted on instinct whenever someone tried to attack him. He claimed he would have gone easier had he known the attack was coming. Jong-il, still stunned, thought in disbelief that although he had suspected Yeonho knew martial arts, he never expected him to be this strong. In his eyes, Yeonho was practically a monster. Yeonho stepped forward, muttering bitterly that this was all the old man's fault. Gui Nangnang, her attitude shifting after witnessing his strength, immediately bowed and apologized. She told him she had not realized he was such a prestigious customer. Yeonho replied with confusion, asking what she meant since she had been talking to him the entire time. Gui Nongnong turned her gaze toward Jang Il, accusing him of bringing someone with ill intent. Jang Il flinched at his suspicion and hurriedly explained that he was not there to fight. He insisted he had only come because there was information the beggar sect had been unable to obtain, so he had asked for her help. Gui Nongnong pressed further, asking if that was why he had brought Yeonho. Jang Il admitted. Meanwhile, Yeonho casually dragged Gongmu's unconscious body out of the way. Gui Nangnang told Jang Il that what he had done was like bringing a tiger into a rabbit's den, just to ask for some fur. Jang Il bowed his head and admitted that he understood how it looked, but he swore he was serious. Finally, Gui Nangnang said she would believe him. Jang Il bowed gratefully, thanking him, but she quickly added that providing the information was another matter. She reminded him that his client had injured one of her people and that they would require compensation. Yeonho tilted his head and asked what she meant by compensation. Gui Nangnang smirked slightly and explained that there was a simple rule in the unorthodox world: blood for blood, a life for a life. She then called out for the 4 shadows. In an instant, 4 armed men appeared at her side. Yeonho remarked sarcastically that everyone in this place seemed to have some elaborate way of making an entrance. Gui Nangnang, confident once more, told him that no matter his reasons for being there, he had injured one of their own and would not be allowed to leave unharmed. Yeonho, now visibly irritated, asked if it was really that difficult to understand. Jang Il tried to stop him, but Yeonho pressed on. He reminded them that he had already said it was a mistake. He explained that he had only struck Gongmu lightly because the man had tried to hit him first. Gui Nangnang's eyes narrowed with rage as she glared at him. Inwardly, she cursed him as a skeleton-looking bastard. Out loud, she shouted that in the unorthodox world the rules were simple: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Yeonho scoffed, saying it sounded like something a loan shark would say. Jang Il shouted at him to stop provoking them, but Yeonho ignored him. Gui Nangnang declared that they would just take a bit of flesh from his face and be done with it. Yeonho raised a hand and apologized mockingly. He pointed at his own face and explained with a grin that he did not really have any fat left on it, since he had not eaten properly for some time. Gui Nangnang finally lost all patience. She screamed at her men to kill him. The 4 shadows leapt forward together, weapons drawn. Yeonho, still calm, remarked that a moment ago they only wanted to carve a little flesh from his face, and now they were suddenly trying to kill him. He observed aloud that it sounded like a lot of interest added to the debt, and called it scary. Then, in an instant, Yeonho moved. He struck all 4 shadows simultaneously with effortless precision, overwhelming them without breaking a sweat. Gui Nangnang's mouth fell open in disbelief. Her eyes widened as she watched the display. Yeonho stood tall, his voice commanding as he ordered everyone in the hall not to move. He stated firmly that he had no real desire to kill anyone, least, not yet. Both Jang Il and Gui Nangnang fell into silence. Fear crept across their faces as the weight of the moment pressed down on them. Gui Nangnang's eyes trembled as she thought to herself in alarm. She could feel the man's aura. It was overwhelming. Yeonho broke the silence, his tone steady and unyielding. He said that his master once told him that if someone was willing to attack once, they would be willing to attack 3 or even 4 times, which was why he should never allow such a situation to repeat itself. He admitted that he did not like the old man, but in truth, his master had never spoken wrongly. Hearing this, Gui Nangnang grew even more tense. Her mind raced as she realized she had provoked the wrong person. This was not someone she could handle. If she made even the slightest mistake, she feared the entire Kaifeng branch of the Hao sect could collapse. Forcing herself to stay composed, she sharpened her gaze, and though her voice trembled with nervousness, she asked what he wanted. Yeonho responded immediately. He wanted information. Gui Nangnang pressed further, asking what kind of information he sought. At that moment, Jang Il stepped forward, holding out a piece of paper. He explained that he had brought the document and hoped she could fill in the missing details. Gui Nangnang snatched the paper and read it carefully. After a moment, she thought to herself in disbelief that this was all. She could not believe they had dragged a monster like Yeonho to the Hao sect simply because they could not resolve such a trivial matter. Out loud, however, she said it was not difficult. She only needed some time and asked if he could wait. Yeonho agreed. She told him to give her about 15 minutes. As she turned around, her menacing gaze fell upon Zhang Il. She ordered him, as the beggar sect's branch leader, to come see her. Later, inside one of the house sect's rooms, Yanho laughed so hard that tears nearly came to his eyes. He pointed at Zhang Il's swollen face and mocked him, saying that it looked like a dumpling. He asked if Gui Nongnong had beaten him up and burst into even louder laughter. Zhang Il, humiliated and fuming, told him to shut up. Yanho only added more insult, claiming the beggar sect was nothing if its branch leader could be beaten so easily by the Hao sect. Zhang Il snapped, shouting in frustration. He demanded if Yanho truly thought Gui Nongnong was just an ordinary member of the Hao sect. He explained that she was the daughter of the Hao sect's leader and the future head of the organization. He added that she had consumed miracle medicines as though they were meals and had always been given the finest resources. He exclaimed that there was no way he could be a match for her. A sudden silence filled the room as Gi Nang Nang appeared behind him. When she spoke, Zhang Il flinched and stammered in fright. Gi Nang Nang announced that she had brought the information. Yanho quickly bowed and thanked her. The three of them sat at a nearby table. Gi Nang Nang told them that although she had brought the information, the Hao sect had its own rules. Yanho, puzzled, muttered in confusion. Zhang Il leaned toward him and whispered that it meant they had to pay information fees. Yanho asked how much. Gi Nang Nang answered that it would cost 5 niang. Yanho casually pulled out 5 coins and handed them over, saying the price was cheap. Zhang Il, exasperated, corrected him. It was 5 silver niang, not 5 coins. Yunho froze, stunned at the difference, and demanded to know why it was so expensive. Qiannan explained that the information he wanted was considered highly classified, and that was why the cost was so high. Disappointed but resigned, Yunho muttered that he understood. He stood up and began walking away. Zhang Il asked where he was going. Yunho responded casually that he had to go earn 5 silver niang. Zhang Il panicked and dove toward him, grabbing at his feet. He shouted desperately that Yunho could not leave, reminding him that he had brought him here for a reason. Yunho looked back at him with mild surprise and asked what he was supposed to do. Then, tears welled up in Zhang Il's eyes as he shouted for Yunho to wait. In the end, Zhang Il was forced to spend every bit of Yunho's earnings along with his own hidden savings to scrape together the 5 silver niang. For the remainder, he borrowed money and handed over an IOU. As he pulled out the coins, Zhang Il thought bitterly to himself that his heart ached. Yunho tilted his head and teased him, asking if he was crying. After the payment was made and the information handed over, Yunho read through it intently. Zhang Il shouted angrily at him, calling him evil for draining all of his hidden savings. Yunho ignored him. He remarked that the report was thorough and far superior to the information the beggar sect produced. He admitted that the Hao sect truly operated on a different level. Lifting up another paper, Yunho said he wanted to send a letter to Guangdong and asked if it would be expensive. Gi Nangnang replied that it would cost more than hiring an escort agency, but she would handle it in exchange for him answering a few of her questions. She began by asking his name. He told her it was Wei Yunho. She then asked his age. Yunho said he was 17. Zhang Il's jaw dropped in shock. He shouted aloud in disbelief, exclaiming that Yunho was younger than him. As Gi Nangnang wrote down the information, her eyes widened in disbelief. She thought to herself that his martial prowess was nowhere near that of a typical 17-year-old. A smile spread across her lips as she muttered his name over and over, lost in thought. Suddenly, realization struck her, and she shot to her feet in alarm. She screamed, asking if he was Guangdong's Wei Yunho, the second son of the Wei clan. Yunho responded casually, asking if she knew him. Gi Nangnang told him of course she did. The Wei clan of Guangdong had requested the Hao sect to search for him. Zhang Il's eyes widened as he turned to Yunho and asked if it was true. He asked if he was Sanho's younger brother. Yunho blinked in surprise and asked if Zhang Il knew his older brother. Zhang Il exclaimed proudly that he did. He said he was Sanho's friend. Gi Nangnang then asked if Yunho's letter was being sent to the Wei clan of Guangdong. She explained that it would take at least 10 days to arrive. At her side, Zhang Il muttered angrily, realizing that he had been lowering himself before a boy younger than him. Yunho responded calmly that it was fine. His family had waited 5 years. 10 more days would not hurt them. Gi Nangnang then handed him a strip of red fabric. She explained that it marked him as a special guest of the Hao sect. If he tied it somewhere visible, an informant of the sect would come to him. She thought to herself that someone capable of defeating the four shadows at 17 was extraordinary. Creating a connection with him could only benefit the Hao sect. Yanho asked if the service was free. Gui Nongnong instantly told him no. Yanho scoffed and said that made it useless. Gui Nongnong smiled faintly and told him that in that case, she would provide him information for free the next time. Surprised, Yanho asked if she was serious. Gui Nongnong looked at him intently and said it was a special exception just for him. She explained that after what had happened earlier, they didn't want to lose him as a customer. Yanho scoffed again, claiming nothing significant had happened. Zhang Il groaned, reminding everyone that his face was swollen like a dumpling and that he had been left completely broke. Yonho chuckled at his misfortune and told him it happened often because he was a loser. Zhang Il shouted back loudly that he was not. After some time, Yonho and Zhang Il left the Hao sect and walked along the streets. Zhang Il muttered miserably about his lost money. Yonho sighed and told him that money came and went. He reminded him that a beggar should not be greedy and that he should return to his roots. Behind him, Zhang Il clenched his teeth and fists. He thought angrily to himself that he could not even beat Yonho up. He turned his back and declared that since Yonho had gotten the information he wanted, they would no longer have to see each other. But before he could leave, Yonho grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. He told him there was still a problem. Zhang Il turned and screamed furiously, demanding to know what it was now. Yonho smiled proudly and admitted that he did not have any money. Zhang Il's rage boiled over, and he screamed in frustration. Meanwhile, back at the Hao sect, Gui Nongnong stood on the balcony of the upper floor, gazing down at the city. She called for Gong Mu. He responded immediately, addressing her respectfully. She ordered him to send a letter to the sect headquarters. The message was to inform them that the second son of Guangdong's Wei clan, who had gone missing, had returned as a martial master. A few days later, Yan Ho arrived at the Great Hanlim Institute. He stood still outside its grand gates, staring up at the imposing structure. Inside the Songlin Great Hanlim Institute, a man sat peacefully while holding a cup of tea. He inhaled its fragrance deeply and muttered how pleasant it was. This man was the third grand scholar, Mun Yu Huan. From behind him a young girl approached. It was his daughter, Mun Yunji. She told her father that a guest had arrived for him. Yu Huan frowned slightly and replied that he had no scheduled visitors that day. His daughter explained that the guest wished to play a game of Go with him. Hearing this, Yu Huan's expression brightened. He muttered in pleasure at the mention of the game. Not long after, Yunji escorted Yan Ho into the room and announced the guest's arrival. Yan Ho greeted politely, saying he hoped he was not intruding. Yu Huan welcomed him warmly and gestured for him to sit. He remarked that it was a pleasure to host guests and that he had heard Yan Ho wanted to play Go. As Yan Ho sat down, he admitted that it was the only game he knew how to play. Yu Huan agreed to the match. He said he would play white and invited Yan Ho to go first. Yan Ho licked his lips as he reached into the bowl, plucking out a stone. With calm confidence, he declared that he would begin. Yu Huan studied him closely and thought to himself that he should not expect much. To him, Yan Ho looked like someone who had only come for a free meal, so he decided he would help him afterward out of pity. But as soon as Yan Ho placed his first stone with careful poise, Yu Huan blinked in surprise. He realized this was not the move of a beginner. He thought to himself that it was better than expected. As the match continued and Yan Ho moved quickly, Yu Huan's expression shifted again. He admitted to himself that Yan Ho was fast, and that it was rare to see someone so young play with such experience. Move after move, the board began to shift under Yan Ho's control. Yu Huan's thoughts grew heavier. He realized with shock that Yan Ho was not simply fast. His playstyle was overwhelming, filled with unrelenting aggression. The scholar's face darkened further as the truth struck him. In his mind, he muttered in disbelief. Yan Ho was not just a clever player. He was a war demon. Mun Yu Huan sat across from Wei Yan Ho, watching each move unfold on the board. His mind raced as he studied the young man's playstyle. He thought it was amazing, like angry ocean waves crashing violently without rest. In his mind, he compared Yan Ho to a man crazed for battles, someone who attacked boldly even when there was no need to fight. Whenever the smallest opening appeared, Yan Ho would charge like a starving demon and bite down without hesitation. To Yu Huan, there was only one way to describe him. He was a war demon. When the game ended, Mun Yu Huan leaned forward, showing respect. He told Yan Ho it had been a good game and that his playstyle was truly unique. Yan-ho bowed slightly in return and said thank you. He explained that it was because of the constant bullying he had endured from his master. Yu Huan tilted his head curiously and asked if he had a master. Yan-ho nodded and admitted that he did. He said it had been a very strict old man. Then he hesitated before asking if it would be too much trouble for him to stay for a while. His master had instructed him to remain in Rulin, and he wished to follow that order. Yu Huan smiled at him warmly. He told him that he understood and that following his master's teachings was admirable. He assured him that he would help and promised to prepare a room. He told Yan-ho to stay as long as he wished. After this, Yu Huan rose from his seat and turned to his daughter Mun Yunji. He instructed her to prepare a room and clothes for Yan-ho and to guide him to the bath as well. Yunji answered respectfully that she understood. Before anyone could move, Yan-ho suddenly spoke up, almost nervously. He explained that there was one problem. He did not have any money. Mun Yuhuan burst into laughter, waving off the concern. He said he would never expect payment from a guest like Yan-ho. In fact, he had been planning to invite him to stay even if Yan-ho had not asked. The only thing he requested in return was that Yan-ho occasionally play Go with him or one of his guests. Yan-ho relaxed and answered that he could do that. He bowed again politely and added that he would see them around. Yunji glanced at him with a distant look, then motioned with her hand, pointing down the hall. She told him to come with her. A short while later, Yan-ho sank into the warm waters of the bathhouse. He let out a long sigh, his body loosening. He whispered aloud that it felt so nice. He recalled how much he had hated baths when he was younger, but this what felt different. The water was soothing, and he felt as though his skin was becoming clearer. He muttered that it was so nice he could almost cry. Then his expression shifted, and he cursed under his breath, blaming the old man for everything. Outside, Mun Yunji stood with a towel in her arms. She waited stiffly for Yan-ho to finish. Her mind was restless as she thought to herself that she did not understand it at all. She wondered why her father had accepted someone like him as a guest. The bathhouse door slid open, and Yan-ho stepped out, completely naked. Yunji turned her head and caught sight of him. Her eyes went wide, and she instantly screamed in shock. Yan-ho blinked at her reaction and muttered a single confused word, asking what. Yunji quickly dropped her gaze to the ground, thrusting the towel forward while yelling at him. She stammered that she thought he had been a ghost, and begged him to cover himself. Yan-ho casually took the towel and began wrapping it around himself. As he did, Yunji's cheeks flushed red, and despite herself, she sneaked a quick peek at him. Yan-ho glanced back at her with a calm smile and asked softly if that was good enough. Yunji's knees weakened. She stumbled backward and dropped all the towels he had been carrying. Her voice cracked as she demanded to know who he really was. Several days later, Yunji stormed into the study where her father was practicing moves on the Go board. She shouted loudly at his back, calling for him to say something to Yan-ho. Still focused on the board, Yu Huan asked casually who she was talking about. Yunji raised her voice again, saying she meant the new guy. She complained that he never left his room. If he was not eating, he was sleeping, and that was all he had been doing for an entire week. Yu Huan tilted his head back, casting her a gentle look and a small smile. He admitted with a chuckle that he had forgotten to ask the young man's name. Yunji grew more frustrated. She screamed that her father had always said sloth was a sin and that must keep busy. She demanded to know why he was saying nothing about Yan-ho's laziness. She insisted that even if he was a guest, he was ruining the atmosphere of their home. Yu Huan calmly returned his attention to the Go board. He spoke in a steady tone, telling her that Go was a game that revealed much about a person. While Wet could hide facial expressions and guard words, a person could not hide themselves during a game. He explained that someone impatient could not play with patience, while someone patient could not force themselves to love battle. He said that through Go one could see how another had lived their life and understand their personality. He continued, recalling Yan-ho's playstyle. It had been rushed and rough, unlike anything he had seen before. He said confidently that Yan-ho was not a lazy person. From what he could tell, the boy had lived a very rough life. He explained with a metaphor, say that when the sun shone brightly, the shadows it cast were just as dark. If Yan-ho appeared lazy now, it only meant that his life until then had been unbearably difficult. He added that should not chase away a bird that sought shelter under the roof to escape the rain, nor should What question why it was not flying in the storm. He told her to simply let him rest. Yunji sighed deeply, muttering in defeat that she understood. But as time passed and her eyes fell again on Yan-ho lounging idly, her expression hardened into anger. She thought bitterly that her father had been deceived. There was no way someone like that could be the person her father described. She vowed to get him kicked out. Later, she approached him directly. Crossing her arms, she looked down at him with a commanding tone and ordered him to get up. Yeonho cracked one eye open lazily. He grabbed a nearby blanket, rolled to his side, and pulled it over himself. He groaned a single word, asking why. Frustrated, Yoonji yanked the blanket off him and yelled at him again to get up, insisting the sun was already up. Yeonho sat up slowly, running his hand through his messy hair. He asked dully if it was really daytime, and told her to let him know when the sun set. Yoonji exploded in anger. She shouted at him, demanding to know what was wrong with him. She told him that everyone else was studying diligently while he had done nothing but sleep for an entire week. Yeonho shrugged and responded casually that the others studied because they wanted to, while he slept because he wanted to. He asked her what the problem was. Her face burned with frustration. She yelled at him to shut up. She demanded to know if he understood who was washing his bedsheets. She reminded him that they were not wealthy. Feeding people who studied was one thing, but they could not afford to feed someone who only lazed around. Yeonho opened his mouth, saying that her father had said something, but before he could finish, Yoonji cut him off sharply. She leaned closer, her eyes flashing as she declared that she was the one in charge of the money. For a moment, the two of them stared at each other in silence. Finally, Yeonho asked simply what he should do. Not long after, Yoonji marched him outside to the laundry area. She pointed at the piles of dirty clothes and yelled at him to do the laundry. Yeonho looked around at the mountain of clothes and asked if she meant all of it. Yoonji smirked and said it was not much. Yeonho asked if doing all of that would cover his food. She nodded and told him yes. He muttered that it was as if she thought they were sprinkling gold flakes into his rice. Turning away, Yoonji chuckled. She told him good luck and warned him to make sure everything was clean. She said that if it was not, she would make him re-wash it. With a sly grin, she thought to herself that he deserved it. She was certain he would not be able to finish everything in a single day. 2 hours later, her mouth fell open in disbelief. Her eyes widened as she stared at the laundry lines. Every piece of clothing was already washed and hung neatly to dry. She gasped in shock and stammered aloud, wondering how he had managed it. Examining the garments closely, she whispered in awe, asking herself if they had always been that white. Then she looked up toward the roof, where Yeonho was already sleeping again. Her hands balled into fists. Her teeth gritted, and she promised herself she would not let him go back to lazing around. She swore she would find another way to get him. The next day, she dragged him to the log yard where a massive pile of tree trunks lay waiting. She pointed at them and ordered him to chop the wood. Yeonho looked at the towering pile and asked slowly if she meant all of it. She grinned and told him he had a week. She asked if he could manage it. Inwardly, she smirked, thinking confidently that he would run away after just one day. But later that same day, she returned to check on him. Her jaw dropped in shock at the sight. Every piece of wood had already been chopped cleanly into stacks. Her thoughts screamed in disbelief. She told herself it should have taken 10 people 10 days to do that. Over the next few days, she assigned him more tasks. She ordered him to wash the dishes and tend the gardens, but each time, to her astonishment, he completed everything quickly and perfectly. Yoonji's frustration reached a boiling point. She clenched her fists and ground her teeth as her thoughts raged. She demanded to know how he could be so capable. Far in the future, the divine mad dog spoke in a grim tone as he recalled these days. He said that thus began Wee Yeonho's life in Rulin, but he added that it had been a mistake to take him in. He said he never should have allowed that man into his home. The historian, listening intently, asked why. The divine mad dog explained. He said it was because Yeonho brought disaster wherever he went. It might not have been intentional, but trouble followed him no matter what. He said the same thing happened with Rulin. The once peaceful scholar hall became filled with chaos as soon as Yeonho arrived. The historian pressed further, asking what had happened. The divine mad dog's voice lowered as he said it had all begun with a single event. The story shifted back in time. One day, Yeonho sat once again inside the institute, playing Go with random people. He let out a heavy sigh and thought to himself in frustration, asking how it had come to this. He remembered how he had believed it would only be an occasional game. Meanwhile, outside the great Hanlim Institute, lines of people stretched down the street. At the back of the crowd, several men whispered among themselves. They said that everyone must have received a letter. One man remarked that if the third grand scholar himself had sent out letters, then Yeonho must really be good. Another wondered how unique his playstyle was. A third admitted that he had rushed over simply out of curiosity. Inside, Yan Ho sat bitterly at the board. His inner thoughts cursed the situation. He accused Yu Huan of cheating by bringing more and more people to him. The letter Yu Huan had sent out was read aloud in the crowd. It said, "A stone that stays stagnant rots. A laid table waits for its owner. If the time is right, please visit for a game of Go." The words spread quickly, carried by whispers and eager voices. The final declaration echoed across the courtyard. A master of Go had appeared in the great Hanlim Institute. Inside the institute, Wei Yan Ho continued playing Go against different challengers. One of his opponents furrowed his brows, staring intently at the board while his thoughts ran wild. The man questioned what kind of move Yan Ho had just played. To him, it looked like outright suicide. At first, he wondered if it might be a mistake, but he dismissed the thought almost immediately. There was no way someone like Wei Yan Ho, known as the undefeated genius of Han Lim, would make such a careless error. If it had been a regular civilian, perhaps it could be excused as a slip, but against him, every stone placed had to mean something. He convinced himself that it must be part of a trap, a ploy designed to lure him in. He decided he had to avoid it at all costs. He reassured himself that Yan Ho was surely plotting something. Then he noticed a tremble in Yan Ho's hand and smirked inwardly. He believed his suspicions were confirmed. The shaking meant the trap had been set. He congratulated himself for avoiding the bait. Meanwhile, Wei Yan Ho's hand trembled over the board, his sharp gaze fixed on his opponent. Inside, his thoughts were spiraling in frustration. He cursed silently, demanding to know why his opponent had backed away. He told himself over and over that he had made that move specifically to lose. If he could not lose, he would be trapped playing Go forever. He begged his opponent in his mind to take the bait, promising that he would have lost within 10 moves if only the man had fallen for it. After a grueling match, the opponent finally bowed his head and admitted defeat. He muttered bitterly that he had lost. Yan Ho returned the bow, but inside, his chest felt hollow. He screamed silently to himself, his heart sinking, muttering in frustration, "For fuck's sake." Later, Yan Ho wandered through the hallway, his steps heavy and his expression drained. His voice echoed faintly in the corridor as he muttered that he had kept making suicidal moves to throw matches, but instead of losing, he had only scared off his opponents further. He realized with dread that this pattern would bring even more challengers to play against him. The thought left him exhausted, and he even confessed to himself that he would rather do laundry than endure another endless match. His back ached as he dragged his feet. Just then, his ears caught the sound of a familiar voice raised in protest. From the other end of the hall, someone shouted that they did not want to. Yan Ho leaned slightly forward and peered around the corner. His eyes narrowed when he saw Mun Yunji facing a towering, heavy-set man. The man's deep voice rumbled as he looked down at Yunji. He asked if she truly did not want to marry him. The man was Nok Mokpung. Yunji stood her ground, her eyes steady as she firmly rejected him. She said no without hesitation and repeated that it was absolutely not going to happen. Mokpung's expression darkened. He told her coldly that she was going to regret her decision. But Yunji did not waver. She met his gaze head-on and declared that she would not regret it. He leaned forward slightly, his voice thick with arrogance, and warned her again. He told her to think carefully because he always got what he wanted. He declared that he never let go of something he desired and insisted that what he was offering was still an act of generosity. But if she continued to refuse, he promised it would no longer be an offer the next time. Then his voice turned threatening as he asked if she was prepared for the great Hanlim Institute to fall because of her decision. Yunji raised her voice in defiance. She stretched her arm forward, her hand trembling with determination, and shouted that he could do as he wished. She declared that the great Hanlim Institute would not fall so easily. Mokpung's tone grew colder as he responded. He admitted that while the institute might not collapse immediately, he himself could make it happen. He said that she must be aware of that fact as well. Yunji's glare burned with fury. She shouted at him that she hated that about him, that arrogance of believing everything would always bend to his favor. Mokpung replied calmly that it was not impossible. Her anger surged as she screamed back at him. She declared that marrying him was impossible. She promised that she would never agree to it. Then she turned sharply, announcing that this was goodbye. But before she could step away, Mokpung's large hand shot out and seized her wrist in a painful grip. Yunji let out a sharp cry, screaming for him to let go. Mokpung leaned closer, his shadow falling over her, and warned her that it was in her best interest not to anger him. His lips curled into a twisted grin as he licked them, staring hungrily at her face. He whispered with menace, asking if she believed she could still act so boldly even if he tried to take her right there and then. Yunji froze where she stood, fear locking her body as his words filled the air. At that moment, Wee Yonho's voice cut through the hallway. He told Mokpung that such words were not something which should be said inside another man's home. The sudden interruption gave Yunji the opening she needed. She wrenched her arm free from Mokpung's grasp and stumbled quickly toward Yonho. Breathless, she blurted out at him in frustration, asking if he had already finished the laundry and firewood. Yonho glanced at her, confused, and replied that he had been playing Go all this time. He asked what she was talking about, but then his eyes shifted and he caught sight of the bruise forming on her wrist. His expression darkened. Without another word, he reached out and pulled the ribbon from her hair. He told her to let him borrow it. Tying his hair back with her ribbon, he stepped forward. His gaze sharpened into a glare as he fixed his eyes on Mokpung. Mokpung looked down at him, his lips curling into disdain. He demanded to know if Yonho thought it was polite to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Yonho replied casually that he did not know much about manners. Then he looked Mokpung in the eye and told him bluntly that if anyone had no right to talk about manners, it was him. He asked if people who cared about manners usually acted the way Mokpung did. Mokpung's eyes narrowed as recognition dawned on him. He asked if Yonho was the so-called genius of Hanlim. Yonho's tone was icy when he responded. He thanked him for recognizing him, admitted he had no idea who Mokpung was. Mokpung raised his hand as if preparing to introduce himself. But before he could begin, Yonho interrupted with playful disregard, telling him it was unnecessary because he really did not care. The insult made Mokpung's face twist with rage. His teeth ground together as he seethed. He told Yonho that he should have just kept to his games of Go instead of interfering. Yonho smirked and pointed at himself. He told Mokpung that it was a shame, because he was very good at getting in other people's way, just like he was doing right now. That was the final straw. Mokpung snapped, his voice breaking into a furious shout. He called Yonho a fucker. Before the tension could explode further, loud footsteps echoed through the hall. A crowd of people rushed toward the commotion. They looked at Yonho and began speaking excitedly. Some asked who he was, others guessed that he was there to play Go as well. Several asked eagerly if he would play with them the next day too. Yonho answered casually, agreeing without hesitation. Mokpung's jaw tightened. He clicked his tongue in frustration and turned his back to leave. Before walking away, he warned them coldly. He told Yonho and Yunji that if she did not come running into his arms within 3 days, he would do things his way. His words lingered as his heavy steps carried him out of the hall. Yonho stared at Mokpung's retreating figure, then turned to Yunji. He asked her directly who the man was. Yunji let out a deep sigh of relief before answering. She told him that the man was Nok Mokpung, the adopted son of Nok Gi, the imperial palace attendant who wielded considerable power. Yonho tilted his head slightly and asked what Mokpung had been saying to her. Yunji's voice wavered before she admitted that he had been pressuring her to marry him. She confessed that she had refused him every single time, but his persistence was becoming unbearable. Yonho pointed toward the direction Mokpung had gone and asked if Mokpung was not suitable. After all, he was from a powerful family and appeared determined. Yunji snapped at him, shouting furiously if he wanted to die. She yelled that Mokpung's proposal had nothing to do with love, he only wanted to use her. She explained that her father had built a strong network in Rulin, and many even believed he would make a perfect politician. The only reason he did not pursue civil service was not a lack of ability, but something deeper. Yonho cut her off playfully, smirking as he suggested that it must be because of Go. Yunji immediately screamed at him in denial and continued with a sharp glare. She explained that the eunuchs of the imperial palace were wary of her father. Curious, Yonho asked why they would be wary if her father were only the owner of the institute. Yunji snapped, yelling that the Great Hanlim Institute was not any school. It was unique because it was unaffiliated with any organization. Building it to this point had been extremely difficult, but that independence had allowed them to form deep connections with many different groups. She explained further that the eunuchs remained in power despite their corruption and incompetence, only because the forces of Rulin had not yet united to oppose them. If her father were able to unify those forces, the eunuchs' rule would be in jeopardy. Yonho finished her sentence for her, saying that would mean the eunuchs would be in danger. Yunji confirmed it with a sharp nod. She said that this was precisely why Nok Mokpung's father was desperate to prevent her father from taking civil service. Recently, she added, he had found a new way to do so. That way was the marriage between her and Mokpung, a political move that would secure power for the eunuchs while keeping her father in check. Elsewhere, Nok Mokpung knelt on the floor in front of his father. His head was bowed low as he apologized, explaining that the situation had become complicated. He reported that an individual known as the genius of Han Lim had appeared, and because of him, it would be difficult to continue with their plan. His father's voice rumbled with disdain as he asked if this so-called genius was nothing more than a useless fool who played Go all day. Half naked and facing away from his son, the man finished adjusting his garments. He was none other than Nok Gi, the head of the eunuchs. Mokpung clarified nervously that Yan Ho himself was not the issue. The true problem was that his presence had drawn people from all over the nation. Too many eyes were on the institute now, which meant Mokpung's actions were limited. He admitted that it might end badly if he were to try something rash in the middle of all that attention. Nok Gi slid his arms into his robes and nodded with understanding. He admitted that he saw why his son was hesitant. Mokpung immediately lowered his head further and apologized again. But Nok Gi's voice sharpened as he turned his head slightly, his chilling tone cutting into the air. He asked if Mokpung believed this mission was only for his sake. The words froze Mokpung where he knelt. Nok Gi continued, reminding him that taking over the imperial palace was not the ambition, but a mission entrusted by the Theman only. He declared that failure was not an option for either of them. He admitted openly that he feared disappointing their benefactor more than he feared death itself. He asked his son if he understood. Mokpung stiffened, his entire body trembling as he answered quickly and fearfully that he understood well. Nok Gi calmly adjusted his hair, his voice quieter but firm as he told his son that sometimes violence was necessary. Mokpung lifted his head slightly, his voice trembling as he asked if his father truly meant what he thought. Nok Gi turned fully, a menacing grin spreading across his face. He told his son to use the crowd to his advantage. His words struck the air like a death sentence. He commanded Mokpung to kill them all, including the genius of Han Lim. The following day, inside the Great Han Lim Institute, Inspector Li Wangya, the royal head and the emperor's brother, visited Mun Yu Huan. They sat facing each other across a Go board. Li Wangya studied him intently and asked if he was still not interested in taking a government position. Mun Yu Huan gave a calm reply, apologizing and refusing. Li Wangya pressed further, his voice carrying weight. He asked why Yu Huan could not see the necessity of standing at the center to maintain balance and to stop Nok Gi. Yu Huan stayed silent, unwilling to give an answer. With a long sigh, Li Wangya explained that the movements of Nok Gi had grown increasingly suspicious. Instability was spreading through both the military and the scholar officials. He said Nok Gi was getting into their heads. Yu Huan hesitated, about to ask a question, but before he could speak, Li Wangya answered the thought that was forming. He said he assumed Yu Huan wanted to know why a man who could not even have children would desire a revolution. Yu Huan gave a slight nod. Li Wangya leaned forward and told him that there was another master behind Nok Gi, someone he was serving. He explained that the terror of political fights between the eunuchs was beyond imagination, and yet Nok Gi had managed to surpass them all despite having no foundation. That, Wangya said, was strange. Those who crossed Nok Gi ended up dying in accidents, while others fell suddenly to diseases. It was as if an unseen hand was clearing the path for him. Yu Huan lowered his head and murmured that perhaps it was all a coincidence. Li Wangya disagreed. He said that after observing closely, he was convinced someone was aiding Nok Gi from behind the scenes. That was why he needed Yu Huan. They had to unite as son against the growing threat. Yu Huan replied with hesitation, said he would think about it a little more. Li Wangya cleared his throat, brushed aside the tension, and stroked his beard as he changed the subject. He asked about the new genius Yu Huan had taken in. His tone carried curiosity. Yu Huan's mood brightened instantly. He spoke proudly, saying the boy was amazing, and that he felt as if he was still hiding his true potential. Li Wangya raised an eyebrow and asked when he could meet this youth who supposedly concealed his strength. Yu Huan explained that his daughter Yunji had gone to fetch him. Coincidentally, Yunji's voice came from nearby, calling for her father. Yu Huan turned his head with a smile, calling for them to come in. Wei Yunho entered, drenched in water, and casually asked if he had been summoned. Li Wangya studied him closely with a curious stare. As the young man approached, Yu Huan apologized for calling him too early, and asked if he had slept well. Wei Yan-ho replied that he had indeed slept very well, if not for the cold water someone had poured on his face while he was resting. Yu Huan chuckled, glad he had still managed to rest. Yu Huan pointed toward Li Wangya, explaining that he wished to introduce him. Li Wangya, with a reserved tone, said that he was merely an old passerby. Wei Yan-ho bowed politely and remarked that someone like him surely had a greater purpose for visiting, then asked directly what it was. Li Wangya replied bluntly, saying his only business was to play Go. Wei Yan-ho immediately exclaimed that he could not. The inspector, surprised, asked what he meant. Wei Yan-ho shook his arms to fling away the water clinging to him and repeated his refusal. Li Wangya reminded him that he had been playing Go with countless visitors already. Wei Yan-ho clarified that he was not refusing the game itself but was pointing out that there was an order to things. He explained that others had arrived before Wangya and were waiting for their turn, so the inspector needed to wait as well. Li Wangya burst into loud laughter, saying he could resolve that matter easily and would simply ask the others to be understand. Yan-ho gave him a sharp look and told him that such an act was not truly resolving the situation. It was coercion. His words left both Li Wangya and Mun Yu Huan stunned. Yan-ho continued, stating that the inspector's high status meant people would be forced into compliance, rather than acting out of understand. His eyes sharpened and his tone hardened as he said that he valued promises and rules. Li Wangya fell into silence, privately admitting that the young man was firmer in his beliefs than expected, making him difficult to deal with. He asked again if Yan-ho could not make an exception. Yan-ho remained firm, telling him to wait his turn. The inspector groaned at the stubbornness of his answer. At that moment, Yunji stepped in from the back, saying she could resolve the matter. Her father turned his gaze to her with surprise, asking if she truly could. She nodded confidently and walked forward, her thoughts mocking Yan-ho's words about rules and promises. She told herself he surely did not value such things. Approaching him, she placed her hand on his shoulder and made an offer. If he agreed to play this game, she would cancel all the other games of Go scheduled for him that day. Yan-ho's expression twisted in shock, and he shouted in disbelief. After a moment he calmed down, tempted by the offer. He asked if she could also cancel the games planned for tomorrow. Before he could finish, Yunji cut him off firmly, warning him not to try bargaining further. She told him there would be no negotiation, and he had to make a choice now. Without hesitation, Yan-ho sat down instantly, placed his hand on the Go board, and agreed to begin. Li Wangya sat across from him and glanced at Yu Huan, who wore a nervous smile. The inspector sighed inwardly, thinking to himself that this was the worst. Yan-ho was not a man of his word. Part of him wanted to leave, but he decided it was better to see the game through and learn what he could about him. The game began with Li Wangya placing the first stone in the center. Hours passed, and by nighttime, he was still seated at the board, quietly observing the patterns of stones. Behind him, Yu Huan leaned closer and asked if he had not enjoyed the game. Li Wangya stroked his beard silently, lost in thought. He reflected that Yan-ho's style was violent and quick, unlike anything seen in peaceful matches of Go. It resembled the chaos of a battlefield. He wondered what kind of life the youth had lived to play like that. Yet despite his skill, Li Wangya decided he was not the one he sought. The laziness and violence were not the qualities he desired. Finally, he declared aloud that it had been a waste of time, and admitted he did not understand why Yu Huan valued him so highly. Yu Huan, smiling faintly, replied that it was because he had seen something. When asked what he meant, Yu Huan explained that during one of their matches, he had made a strong prophylactic move. Thinking the game was over, he had looked away from the board. What he saw was Yan-ho's face, immersed in a rare trance, a state deeper than most ever reached. As they walked outside together, Wangya asked if he was certain of what he had seen. Yu Huan replied firmly that he was sure. Wangya scoffed, saying he had no intention of taking Yan-ho in regardless. Yu Huan responded lightly, asking if that was so. Wangya dismissed it all as a waste of time but admitted at least he had gotten to see Yu Huan again, so it was not entirely wasted. He added that he needed to leave early the next morning. When Yu Huan asked if he was that busy, Wangya reminded him that the political atmosphere had grown tense. Yu Huan nodded, saying he understood. The inspector raised his head toward the moon and whispered that it was a shame. Elsewhere, outside the Great Hanlim Institute, a man stepped forward into the night air and remarked how perfect the night was. Behind him, a masked man leaned in and told him that the preparations were complete. The man nodded and agreed. It was Nok Mokpung, surrounded by warriors hidden in the shadows. He smirked and gave the order to move. The masked men rushed forward, leaping over the high walls of the institute. Inside, a man holding a broom yawned, turning his head when he noticed the intruders. Before he could react, he was killed instantly. The masked men opened the gates, allowing Nok Mokpung and the rest to flood inside. Chaos followed immediately. Dead bodies littered the grounds while others dropped to their knees in surrender. Nok Mokpung walked slowly forward, his grin wide as he muttered that this was why they should have listened to him when he was still being nice. He raised his left arm, giving a loud order for all of them to be taken. With a voice that echoed with cruel delight, he proclaimed that tonight, the great Henlim Institute would become a prison from which not even a rat could escape. Nok Mokpung stood among the carnage he had created and thought to himself with a wicked grin that today he would finally teach that woman a lesson. Not long after, Mun Yu Huan, his daughter Yunji, and the other scholars of the great Hanlim Institute were bound tightly with ropes. They were forced to kneel while countless swords hovered menacingly in front of their throats. Mun Yu Huan shouted furiously, demanding to know the meaning of this outrage. Mokpung stepped forward, his voice loud and commanding, declaring that he had received information of suspicious activity within the institute. He explained that people of high authority had been gathering there in recent days. Yu Huan yelled back, asking how such a thing could possibly be suspicious. Mokpung's grin widened as he answered, asking what other reason there could be for people of both political and martial power to gather together. He said there was only one possibility: a revolution. Yu Huan's eyes widened in disbelief. His voice broke into a stammer as he screamed that they were not planning any such thing, that they were only gathered to play Go. Mokpung approached him with slow, deliberate steps until he stood directly in front of him. Spreading his arms wide, his grin never leaving his face, he asked mockingly if Yu Huan expected him to believe that so many people had gathered merely to play a board game. Yu Huan shouted desperately that he was telling the truth and insisted that Mokpung must have heard the rumors about the genius player who had drawn them all there. Mokpung admitted that he had indeed heard the rumors, but dismissed them coldly, saying rumors were easily fabricated. He then glanced back at one of his masked men and demanded to know where the so-called genius was. The masked man replied with confusion, asking who he was referring to. Mokpung clarified that he was looking for the genius Yu Huan had mentioned. The man answered firmly that there were no more people inside the building. Mokpung narrowed his eyes and looked around, muttering that the genius must have fled earlier, because escaping once they had arrived would have been impossible. With a disdainful chuckle, he called him a lucky bastard. Then he announced that everyone would be freed if they were found innocent, promising that they would release them and even apologize if no wrongdoing was discovered. At that moment, another masked man leapt down from the roof, landing beside Mokpung. He knelt and presented a journal in his hands, declaring triumphantly that he had found proof, an agreement signed by those who were planning the revolution. The bound scholars erupted into panicked cries. Yu Huan's voice rose above the others, shouting that they had never done such a thing. Mokpung shoved the journal before their eyes, declaring that proof was right in front of them. Yu Huan clenched his teeth, glaring at him, and thought bitterly that this had been the plan all along. Mokpung had come only to frame them. They had been trapped from the start. The rest of the prisoners broke down into shouts of denial, insisting that they were innocent, that they knew nothing, that they had not come there to join in treachery. Then from among the captives, Li Wangya, also tied down, pushed himself upright. His voice rang out firm and unshaken as he called the incident interesting. Mokpung froze at the sight of him, recognition flashing in his eyes. With a sudden start, he exclaimed the name of the man before him, Li Wangya. Li Wangya roared back with fury, ordering that he called by his proper title, the Royal Head Inspector. The prisoners gasped in disbelief, whispering excitedly among themselves. They recognized him as the Emperor's brother, the Royal Head Inspector himself. They believed they were saved now. If he had witnessed everything, surely he would clear them of guilt. Mokpung bent at the waist in a mock bow, say that he would never have done this had he known Wangya was present. The inspector answered with authority, telling him that he was not a man who held grudges, and that he should release them at once. Instead, Mokpung stepped closer, rubbing his chin with a calculating look. He told Wangya he had a question first. When the inspector demanded to know what it was, Mokpung asked why he had planned the revolution. His grin grew wider as he looked down upon him, revealing that he had been fully aware of Wangya's presence all along. The inspector shouted angrily, demanding to know what nonsense he was speaking. At that moment, one of the masked men forced him down, pinning him on his knees before Mokpung. Mokpung leaned over him and explained with confidence that there was always a central figure to a revolution. It could not have been the mere scholars, he claimed. The one who made the most sense as the leader was Wangya himself, a member of the imperial family. Wangya's face turned red with rage as he roared that Mokpung's arrogance knew no bounds. He demanded to know how he dared frame him, warning him that he would never escape the consequences of such actions. Mokpung smirked and replied coldly that Wangya misunderstood. There would be no reporting to the emperor because he would never see him again. Raising his voice so all could hear, he declared that the punishment for revolution was immediate execution, and that every one of them would die there. He waved the journal in his hand, mocking that with the signatures they had gathered, the emperor would believe it without question. Wangya spat venom in his voice, calling him a bastard, and vowing that the heavens would not forgive him for his crimes. Mokpung only smirked further, telling him to keep begging. Then his eyes shifted and locked on Yunji. He said that there was one person who would have to die first. His steps echoed as he walked toward her. He crouched and knelt before her, bringing his face close. With a grin, he reminded her of how she had rejected him. He told her that because of her defiance, everyone present would now die. He raised one finger and tilted her chin up to face him. His voice dropped to a low murmur as he asked if she was willing to change her mind now. Her answer came in the form of a sharp spit landing squarely on his face. She screamed at him that she would rather die than marry someone like him. Mokpung licked the spit from his face with his tongue, his grin unfaltering. He caressed her cheek and told her not to worry, that he would not kill her. Instead, he promised to make her wish for death, swearing that he would subject her to torments 100 times worse than she could ever imagine. Yunji's eyes filled with defiance. She opened her mouth, ready to bite down on her tongue, and shouted that she would rather die than be humiliated by him. Mokpung chuckled, asking if that was really her choice. He warned her that if she killed herself, her father would be the one to endure torment in her place. At his signal, a masked man stepped behind Yu Huan and pressed a sword against his neck. Mokpung's grin widened as he declared that if her father also killed himself, then the rest of the captives would suffer instead. He reminded her that the families of those accused of revolution would also be executed. He laughed cruelly, telling her that if she wished to kill herself, she could, but others would pay the price. Yunji clenched her teeth, glaring at him with disgust. Mokpung seized her by the hair and yanked it to her feet. Shouting with twisted glee, he commanded her to kill herself, saying he would enjoy the spectacle regardless. Yu Huan's anguished scream tore through the night as he called out his daughter's name. Mokpung ignored him. His voice dropped again, dark and menacing, as he asked Yunji if they should begin. His hands roamed across her face, then slid down her body. Yunji's heart raced as terror filled her, and she cried out inwardly for someone to help. Then her eyes opened wider, and her expression shifted from fear to shock. In the corner of her vision, she saw Wei Yan-ho creeping silently along the shadows. He tiptoed toward the wall, then leapt, perching himself on the roof. His posture made it clear that he intended to escape. Her voice burst out in a desperate scream as she shouted his name. Wei Yan-ho flinched, turning his head slowly back toward them. His lips curved into an awkward smile as he forced out a nervous laugh. Yunji shouted at him in fury, demanding to know what he was doing. He yelled back that it was obvious, he was make a run for it. Her voice shook with disbelief as she asked if he was serious. He shouted in return, arguing that there was nothing wrong with saying he was booking it when he was. He even offered sarcastically to rephrase it, asking if she would prefer he said he was excusing himself. She screamed at him that he should be helping them. He yelled back, questioning why he should risk his life when it was already hard enough keeping himself alive. Yunji reminded him angrily that he had learned martial arts and could help. He waved her off dismissively, telling her she was overestimating his abilities. He said the smartest choice in a situation like this was to act as if he had not seen anything at all. Then, raising his arm high, he looked directly at Mokpung and declared loudly that he had seen nothing, and that they should continue what they were doing without minding him. Yu Huan, Yunji, and Li Wangyo all stared at him in stunned disbelief, muttering in unison that he was truly a piece of shit. Mokpung's face twisted with anger as he shouted for him to stop. He raised his arm and told him that he was already involved in the revolution, whether he wanted it or not. He warned that the entire world would now be after him, and he would find no safe place. Yan-ho scratched the back of his head casually, muttering that they could not be so sure. Mokpung snarled back that the world was vast, but there were eyes everywhere, and it would not be difficult to track him down. Yan-ho turned away and said flippantly that they could look for him later. Grinding his teeth, Mokpung gave the order to capture him. One of the masked men instantly obeyed, leaping toward Yan-ho. From below, Yunji screamed with all her strength, telling him to run. Yan-ho heard her voice and smiled faintly. As the masked man closed in, Yan-ho muttered that she had just told him to help, and now she wanted him to run. He asked aloud what exactly she expected him to do. The masked man struck, but Yan-ho vanished from his sight, leaving only an afterimage. In an instant, Yan-ho reappeared behind him, slamming an elbow into the back of his head. The man crashed violently to the ground, unconscious. Yan-ho looked down at him and sighed, muttering, "Goodness." Yunji, bound on the ground, stared at him in awe. Yan-ho glanced away and remarked softly that she truly was a strange woman. Everyone below was stunned by what they had just witnessed. Their eyes widened in disbelief, and silence swept through the crowd. Mokpung began to sweat heavily, his face tight with frustration. He muttered under his breath, asking what he had just seen, before reluctantly admitting that Wee-on-ho was not bad. Wee-on-ho let out an awkward laugh and thanked him for the compliment. Mokpung quickly clarified that his words had not been meant as a compliment. Wee-on-ho shrugged off the correction, saying that he had only been saying it lightly as well. Mokpung's expression hardened, and he suddenly called out for someone. His voice rang with authority as he summoned First Darkness. Immediately, a masked man appeared behind him and answered respectfully. Mokpung shifted his gaze slightly toward the man and asked coldly how long he was expected to stand there being humiliating. First Darkness bowed his head, apologized firmly, and declared that he would eliminate Wee-on-ho right away. Mokpung stopped him, however, and commanded that Wee-on-ho not be killed. First Darkness, confused, asked for clarification. Mokpung declared with determination that he would kill Wee-on-ho himself. First Darkness quickly obeyed, promising to follow his order. Wee-on-ho then jumped off the roof and began walking forward slowly. At the same time, First Darkness advanced toward him. Wee-on-ho raised his arm and asked him to wait. The masked man stopped and asked what he wanted. Wee-on-ho explained that he had to use a sword and asked if the man could wait while he retrieved it from his room. First Darkness replied in an annoyed tone, calling him insane. Wee-on-ho protested loudly, asking why someone so much older could not even allow a younger opponent the chance to fetch his weapon. First Darkness snapped back at him, yelling for him to shut up. Wee-on-ho went on, muttering that the world had not been such a cruel place 5 years ago. His eyes then fell on a broom lying nearby. He paused, hummed to himself, and bent down to pick it up. Seeing this sudden movement, First Darkness flinched and quickly raised his guard, shouting and demanding to know what Wee-on-ho was doing. Wee-on-ho, holding the broom in his hands, replied with feigned innocence, asking what the problem was. He swung the broom experimentally, then said that since he was not being allowed to fetch his sword, he would have to make do with this instead. First Darkness clenched his teeth in anger and demanded to know if Wee-on-ho was insulting him. Wee-on-ho narrowed his eyes and pointed out that if his opponent was angry about this too, then perhaps he should simply be allowed to retrieve his sword. First Darkness swung his sword threateningly and declared that while he would not kill Wee-on-ho, he would make him suffer so severely that he would wish for death. He began to say that even if Wee-on-ho begged for mercy later, he would not stop, but Wee-on-ho cut him off mid-sentence. Raising both arms and yawning, Wee-on-ho told him he understood and asked him to just get started already, adding that he was tired enough as it was. Hearing those words, First Darkness was consumed by rage. He leapt forward, screaming furiously that Wee-on-ho was a bastard. He swung his sword with full force, aiming directly at him. But just before the blade could land, Wee-on-ho's eyes sharpened. In a split second, he swung his broom and struck First Darkness across the face. The impact shattered the mask into pieces. Staggering back in shock, First Darkness muttered in disbelief. His legs gave out, and he fell to the ground. Everyone watching from behind gasped in horror. Their jaws dropped, unable to believe what had just happened. Wee-on-ho lifted his broom high and announced loudly that nothing was better than a broom. He then swung it toward First Darkness and added with confidence that a broom was the best tool for cleaning up garbage. First Darkness had briefly lost consciousness but soon woke up again. Gasping for breath, he scrambled to his knees, his body trembling. Wee Yonho looked down on him and said coldly that he should be grateful that this was all he was going to do. If First Darkness had faced his master instead, he would already be dead. He demanded to know why anyone would recklessly run straight at an enemy like that. First Darkness tried to respond, but his words stumbled out as broken stammers. Wee Yonho interrupted by repeatedly smacking him with the broom, saying that he was explaining it right then. Each strike landed faster than the eye could follow. First Darkness thought to himself that Wee Yonho was far too fast. He desperately leapt backward to gain some distance, and admitted to himself that, though he did not want to believe it, Wee Yonho truly had the skill to back up his arrogant words. Still, he told himself that strength alone did not decide every battle. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a weapon coated in lethal poison. It was the 7-step soul-chasing serpent, a deadly blade. He told himself that he would teach Wee Yonho a harsh lesson with it. Wee Yonho noticed immediately and asked aloud if he was really planning to use poison, criticizing him for playing dirty. First Darkness brushed it off, telling him that he could blame him all he wanted. Wee Yonho, unimpressed, declared that it would not work on him anyway. First Darkness demanded to know if he was immune to poisons. Wee Yonho admitted that of course he was not. He had not boiled and eaten an entire ginseng root, and he was not naturally immune. But then he paused with a sly smirk. In the next instant he leapt forward so quickly that he appeared right in front of First Darkness before the man could even react. With a swift motion, Wee Yonho swung the broom and struck his opponent's hand, knocking the poisoned dagger out of his grip. The weapon flew into the air and clattered onto the ground. Wee Yonho prepared for another attack, his movements calm yet threatening. First Darkness, now terrified, thought frantically that he needed to stop him. But before he could finish the thought, Wee Yonho grinned and taunted him, asking if he had just been thinking something like needing to stop him. Without giving him time to respond, Wee Yonho unleashed a barrage of broom strikes, each one faster and heavier than the last. The blows rained down until First Darkness finally collapsed to the ground, defeated. The tied-up captives who were watching were left speechless at the sight, their eyes wide in shock. Silence filled the air. Wee Yonho stood over First Darkness's fallen body and began stretching his shoulder casually. He remarked that this was exactly why his master had taught him never to wait when an opponent was preparing something big, but to beat them down immediately. Off to the side, Mukpung was frozen in disbelief. Sweat poured from his forehead as he thought to himself that he could not believe what he had just seen. The First Darkness, someone his father had spent decades perfecting to lead the Black Void, had been defeated so easily. Wee Yonho then turned to Mukpung and declared firmly that it would be convenient for them to both back off now. Mukpung slowly began clapping his hands. His wide grin spread across his face as he praised Wee Yonho, calling it amazing that someone so young could possess such martial prowess. Wee Yonho blushed faintly, chuckled, and admitted that he was right. On the side, Yunji, still bound, shouted angrily at him, asked why he was happy. Wee Yonho answered instantly, saying it was because he was being praised. Yunji screamed back, calling his response bullshit. Meanwhile, Mukpung continued grinning as he studied Wee Yonho carefully. He thought to himself with excitement at the talent before him. Spreading his arms wide, he shouted that it was a shame First Darkness had failed to defeat him, but from another perspective, it was worth it since it allowed him to meet such a remarkable martial artist. He then asked Wee Yonho directly if he wanted to work for him. Wee Yonho remained silent, staring intently at Mukpung. Yunji shouted again, demanding to know what Mukpung was trying to do. With fiery determination, Mukpung declared that if Wee Yonho came to his side, he would grant him thing he could never even imagine. He promised him the power to rule the world and immense wealth. After a long pause, Wee Yonho finally spoke. He said that anyone with even the smallest shred of morals and ethics would never fall for such sweet words. Yunji was taken aback by his firm stance, her cheeks reddening slightly in admiration. But then Wee Yonho narrowed his eyes, smirked, and made a money gesture with his hand. With playful arrogance, he added that he would fall for it, and told Mukpung to give him more details. Yunji's admiration instantly turned into fury. Her face twisted, and she screamed at the top of her lungs for Wee Yonho to die. Li Wangya suddenly shouted in frustration, demanding to know what Wei Yanho was doing. His voice cracked as he screamed if power and wealth were truly that important. Yanho responded without hesitation, saying they were. Mokpung agreed with a firm tone, saying the same. Yunji chimed in with equal conviction, declaring that power and wealth definitely were important. Li Wangya's face twisted in shock at the answers. He coughed awkwardly, fumbling over his words, and admitted in a stammering voice that it was true, of course. Desperate to sway Yanho, he looked him directly in the eye and made an offer. He asked how much Mokpung could possibly give him anyway, then declared that he would give Yanho everything himself. He boasted that he had the palace supporting him. Mokpung scoffed loudly and interrupted. He asked what Yanho really thought Wangya could do for him. He sneered that although Wangya was the emperor's brother, he had already abandoned both wealth and power. At best, Wangya could secure him a position as an official. In contrast, Mokpung declared that his father could give Yanho all the power and wealth he could ever want. Yanho turned to Wangya and said that he was definitely losing right now. On the side, Mon Yu Huan could no longer hold back. He yelled with conviction that helping an evil man with his schemes was completely different from helping to expose a conspiracy. He demanded to know if Yanho's master had not taught him morals. Yanho tilted his head and repeated the word master, as if confused. Yu Huan pressed further, asking what his master had said, what advice he had given for situations like this. Yu Huan's own thoughts raced, convinced that since Yanho always mentioned his master, he must value his master's teachings above all. He was certain no true master would instill bad morals, and he pinned his hopes on Yanho's answer. Yanho tilted his head again, and finally said that his master had told him to stick to the side that would pay him more. The moment those words left his lips, both Li Wangya and Mon Yu Huan collapsed to the ground in despair. Yunhe added more without missing a beat, explaining that his master had taught him morals and acknowledgement had no value because they did not feed anyone. His master had told him the right thing to do was to take money when offered rather than waste time trying to be kind. Mon Yu Huan's eyes dulled with disappointment. His expression was completely defeated as he thought to himself, wondering what the hell this was. Mokpung seized the chance to support Yanho's outlook. He praised the teaching and said his father understood how to value those who were useful to him. He asked again if Yanho would work for his father. At the sound of the word work, Yanho's face twisted. He gritted his teeth and asked sharply if working was required. Yunji yelled out quickly to save the situation, promising that they would not make him work. She said he would have the best food and endless rest every day. Hearing that, Yanho turned his head toward her immediately and repeated her words softly. All day, every day. Mokpung quickly corrected himself, saying that of course Yanho would not have to work if he did not want to. He assured him that he would still receive the promised rewards. Yanho's eyes lit up and he asked if that was true. When Mokpung confirmed, Yanho stepped forward, bumped elbows with him and laughed as he called him generous and a real man. Mokpung chuckled back, declaring that his generosity was nothing compared to Yanho. On the side, Li Wangya, Mon Yu Huan and Yunji stared at them with shocked and defeated expressions. They muttered to themselves in disbelief, questioning what the hell was happening. Yanho then asked Mokpung directly what he had to do. Mokpung's grin widened as he told him to kill everyone present. Yanho froze, staring at him, and asked what he meant. Mokpung explained that it was only natural for traitors to be executed. Yanho turned toward the tied captives and pointed at Mokpung, repeating aloud that this was what Mokpung had said. He asked them why they had committed treason. Yunji screamed back at him, insisting there was no treason, accusing Mokpung of making it up, and asking if he really believed him. Yanho hesitated and said that the situation was suspicious since even the Book of Signatures had been found. Yunji's rage boiled over as she cursed him furiously. Yanho turned back to Mokpung and admitted that killing them all seemed a bit much, confessing that he had never killed anyone before. Mokpung gazed at him for a moment, then replied coldly that if Yanho would not do it, then he would. He ordered one of his masked subordinates to bring him a sword. When the weapon was placed in his hand, Mokpung raised it and explained that although he disliked dirtying his hands, there could be no hesitation in carrying out a sentence. Mon Yu Huan shouted at him in desperation, begging him to stop. He asked how a man of learning could commit such disloyalty to the nation. Mokpung stood before him with the blade raised, grinning widely. He declared that what he was doing now was out of loyalty to the country. Yunji cried out for her father in despair. Yu Huan closed his eyes and thought to himself that he was sorry to her. Just as Mokpung swung his sword down, Yan Ho suddenly appeared at his side, grasping the tip of the blade with his bare hand. He held it firmly, preventing Mokpung from completing the strike. His voice was calm but firm as he said that it was enough. Mokpung turned toward him in disbelief. His thoughts reeled as he wondered how Yan Ho possessed such strength. He demanded to know if Yan Ho had forgotten what they had just agreed upon. Yan Ho flicked the tip of the sword away and told him he had not forgotten. But he explained that he had grown tired of playing along. He said that in order to truly be lazy, one had to avoid trouble. He shared a story about breaking an ink slab his father had cherished. Though his father had been away for 3 days, Yan Ho had lived in dread the entire time. When his father returned, he had beaten him nearly to death, but Yan Ho admitted he had felt relieved afterward. Li Wanya listened and muttered bitterly that his father should have killed him back then. Yunji nodded beside him with a firm expression. Mokpung snapped at Yan Ho, demanding to know what he was rambling about. Yan Ho continued, saying his master had taught him never to forget hatred but also never to forget favors. He explained that a person who failed to repay what they had received would pay far more in the end. He said one had to repay debts before interest compounded and that it was about time he paid his own. Hearing this, the expressions of Wanya, Yu Huan, and Yunji softened. Mokpung lowered his head for a moment, then looked up and asked if all those words were simply to tell him he would be stopped. Suddenly, Mokpung burst into laughter. His laughter ended abruptly as his eyes fixed on Yan Ho with deadly seriousness. He asked if Yan Ho truly thought he had tried to recruit him out of fear. Yan Ho responded calmly, saying it had not seemed that way. Mokpung raised his hand high and declared boldly that if he wished, he could kill Yan Ho as though he were nothing. A burst of chi erupted around him, forming multiple spectral arms that merged into a single massive arm stretching out from his body. Mokpung grinned and declared that Yan Ho should consider it an honor to die at his hands. Wanya was stunned and thought in disbelief that Mokpung also knew martial arts. The massive chi arm lunged toward Yan Ho. He dropped his broom to the side as Mokpung screamed loudly, grinning with pride, and mocked him by shouting advice to stop being lazy in his next life. The prisoners gasped, some turning their heads away in fear of witnessing the inevitable. But Yan Ho's voice cut through the chaos, calm and steady. He said it was strange because he had seen this somewhere before. Mokpung smirked inwardly, believing his ultimate technique would land, since Yan Ho could not even react in time. But his thoughts stopped cold when Yan Ho suddenly moved. His body swayed and twisted, dodging left and right, up and down. His movements were fluid and graceful, almost like he was dancing. Mokpung's grin shattered as disbelief filled his eyes. He muttered in shock, asking how this was possible. In the blink of an eye, Yan Ho appeared behind him. His voice was sharp and casual as he asked if Mokpung was finished. Mokpung turned in surprise, stammering in disbelief, asking how Yan Ho had done it. Yan Ho replied coolly that Mokpung had seen the entire process anyway. Without further warning, he lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick. Mokpung's body was launched into the air and smashed against a nearby wall. Yan Ho smiled and said simply, "Just one kick." The entire courtyard fell silent. Everyone's jaws dropped at the sight. Yan Ho walked calmly to release the captives, untying Wangya's ropes first. Wangya stammered in shock, asking if Mokpung was dead. Yan Ho responded casually that he had not kicked that hard and pointed out that Mokpung was fat, so he was surely fine. Yan Ho stretched his arm and turned back to the fallen Mokpung, asking if they should keep going. Mokpung, sitting on the ground in pain, cried out for him to wait. His voice turned nervous as he begged to pretend that none of this had ever happened. Everyone stared at him with cold disgust. Wangya pointed at him and shouted that it was impossible, ordering his arrest. Mokpung scrambled to his feet and begged for mercy. Wangya retorted by asking if he had ever seen a royal inspector release a criminal like him. Mokpung explained desperately that if he did not return, his father would assume the worst and launch a final gamble. He warned that no matter the outcome, the royal palace would suffer irreversible damage. Wangya glared and called him an evil bastard. His thoughts churned as he considered whether he had to send Mokpung back alive to prevent bloodshed at the palace. He admitted to himself that even if he refused, it would be difficult to prevent disaster considering Mokpung's household, and that his father Nok-gi would only use even more cunning and vicious means. Wanya shouted aloud that he would not stand by and let villains destroy the palace. Mokpung responded coldly, saying that was what politics was, nothing more than temporary peace through blackmail. Wangya narrowed his eyes and mocked him, comparing him to rats that dug escape tunnels. He turned around and dismissed him, telling him to screw off. Mokpung bowed deeply before retreating with his men. As they approached the exit, Yanho spoke up and offered advice. He said the martial arts Mokpung had used were powerful, but the force decreased when disguising his physique. He warned him that if he ever wanted to fight properly, he would have to abandon his disguise. Mokpung froze in place, turning his head slightly to say that he would remember it for the next time they met. Yanho responded bluntly that he had no desire to see him again. Mokpung replied that he would not, at least not in that appearance. Yanho watched them leave and muttered that it was finally over. He smiled as the sun rose and looked at the people gathered around him. Playfully he announced that he was going to sleep, and told them to handle the rest. Yunji exploded in anger, screaming that he was going to sleep again. Yanho pointed at her and reminded her that he had his rights, asking if she remembered. She clicked her tongue furiously, unable to argue. Yanho ran off, raising his hand and shouting not to wake him. He declared loudly that he had warned them, and that he would sleep until tomorrow. Yunji watched him in disbelief, muttering, "What the hell?" Behind it, Wangya and Yuhuan spoke at the same time, agreeing with her. Yanho's life became comfortable after that day. While Wangya and Yuhuan struggled with the fallout, Yanho enjoyed paradise. He was served 3 delicious meals every day in his room. No one scolded him for sleeping in late, and he lived without a care. One day, Yunji entered his room. She stood by his bed with her hands on her waist and told him to get up. Yanho lay still, pretending to sleep, until she called him out and ordered him again. He sat up with a groan and asked what she wanted. She leaned closer and said that her father wanted to see him. Yanho complained, asking what happened to his guaranteed rest. Yunji snapped back that it was not her idea, and asked if he was really going to refuse after lying around for 7 days straight. He asked if he could not see him another day. Yunji lost her temper, yanked away his blanket, and screamed furiously for him to get up. Later they arrived at Yuan's room. Yunji announced his arrival. From inside, Yuan's voice told them to let him in. Inside, both Yuan and Wangya sat at a small round table. Yuan thanked Yunji and dismissed it. Both she and Yanho bowed, but Wangya immediately shouted that he did not mean Yanho. Yanho pointed at Yunji and teased her, asking if she was supposed to stay behind. She screamed back furiously that Wangya had meant him. Yanho blinked in surprise, asking if it was really him. Wangya held back his anger, muttering in frustration as his head throbbed. Yanho laughed as he sat down. Yuan leaned in and spoke to Wangya, addressing him as Sir. Wangya sighed, then pulled something from his pocket. Yuan called to him again, but Wangya held the item tightly and responded that he knew. After a pause, Wangya placed the item in front of Yanho. Without hesitation, Yanho grabbed it and pocketed it. Wangya asked if he even knew what it was. Yanho admitted he did not. Wangya demanded to know why he had taken it so casually. Yanho replied with elegance that it looked expensive, and his master had taught him to always take something valuable. Wangya placed his palm on his face and began to explain. But Yanho interrupted, declaring there would be no takebacks and not to be petty. Wangya tried again, but Yanho cut him off once more, accusing him of acting childish. Finally, Wangya slammed the table in fury and screamed that the sword was the royal inspector's divine relic. He explained it would grant Yanho the status of a royal inspector anywhere he went. Yanho pulled the sword out and examined it closely. Wangya asked if there was a problem. Yanho replied coldly that it felt lacking, asking for something practical, something he could buy food or a house with. Wangya asked what he meant. Yanho pressed him, accusing him of acting dumb, and gestured a money sign. He said that the world worked on give and take, and he deserved more for what he had done. He admitted it was difficult to say outright, but he wanted something more realistic and modern. Wangya clenched his fist in rage and asked if Yanho really just wanted money. Yanho admitted that he did, but claimed he could not be that direct since he had manners. Wangya hurled something at him. Yanho caught it and asked if this was his as well. Say it looked expensive. Yu Huan muttered quietly that it was his favorite ink block. Wang Ye sighed and explained that it was the royal inspector's gift. With it, Yan Ho would be treated as an official. Yan Ho frowned and asked if that meant more work. Wang Ye explained that it meant an official position. Yan Ho shrugged and said that was the same thing. Wang Ye tried to argue otherwise, but Yan Ho brushed him off, saying he would take it at face value since Wang Ye was older. Yu Huan interjected, explaining that royal inspectors had been sending secret agents to Zhongyuan. He said the position had been vacant and suggested Yan Ho take it. Yan Ho raised the sword and asked if it came with just this. Wang Ye shouted angrily that he would give more, even selling his house if necessary. Yan Ho crossed his arms and said that was good since it would have been annoying otherwise. Wang Ye's eyes widened as realization hit him. He thought to himself that Yan Ho had been planning to take it. He demanded to know what household Yan Ho was from and who his master was. Yan Ho responded bluntly that he could not say. Yu Huan quietly snatched back his ink block and hid it in his pocket. Wang Ye asked if it was because Yan Ho did not trust him. Yan Ho nodded. Wang Ye screamed furiously, demanding to know how Yan Ho could hide his identity when he clearly knew who Wang Ye was. Yan Ho's expression turned serious. He said it was not about identity but trust. He explained that he could not trust someone who hid their martial arts and acted so obviously. He asked Wang Ye how many seconds it would take him to defeat Mokpung, 3 or 5. He finished by saying he hated being played in someone else's game. Li Wanye went silent for a moment when he realized that he had been caught. He finally spoke and asked if Wei Yun-ho had known all along that he was capable of martial arts. Wei Yun-ho admitted that he had found it strange. He explained that while he knew some people were obsessively devoted to the game of Go, the idea of traveling 400 kilometers just to play was absurd. Yet far too many people had come to that place with the excuse of play Go. That led him to assume that there was some kind of hidden plot behind it, and it just so happened that he appeared at the same time. When Mokpung revealed himself, the entire incident escalated. That was the moment Wei Yun-ho realized he had to make a decision about which side he would take. Li Wanye asked if siding with them had not been the obvious choice. Wei Yun-ho replied seriously that it had actually been more likely that Mokpung was telling the truth. He reasoned that while the book of signatures might have been fake, the royal head inspector had indeed been secretly gathering people to join his forces. It was hard to believe that such a move was just a casual, friendly activity. The most likely explanation was treason. Li Wanye then asked why, if that were the case, Wei Yun-ho had helped them. Wei Yun-ho admitted that it was because the girl had called for him. He confessed that his original plan had been to run away if he did not get caught. But since the girl had genuinely seemed ignorant of what was going on, he could not just abandon her. He added that his master always told him that meaning and worldly matters were important, but that it was all for nothing if one could not see the person in front of them. Li Wangya said that was why Wei Yun-ho had acted the way he did, trying to observe his reaction throughout the incident. Wei Yun-ho agreed, but he added bluntly that it had felt awful. Then he got to the point and asked directly whether Li Wangya was planning treason. Li Wangya challenged him by asking what he would do if he admitted that he was. Wei Yun-ho answered that in that case, he would simply go to sleep comfortably. Li Wangya pressed further, asking if that would still be the case even if he truly intended to commit treason. Wei Yun-ho shot back sarcastically, asking if Li Wangya wanted him to pray for his success. Li Wangya then asked if Wei Yun-ho had no loyalty to the emperor. Wei Yun-ho answered honestly that he had never received anything from the emperor, so why should he feel any loyalty toward him? He admitted that he would rather cheer for Li Wangya, especially since Li Wangya had at least given him gold. The two men locked eyes in silence for a long moment. Then Li Wangya suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter filled the room as he admitted that while he had expected Wei Yun-ho to be clever, he turned out to be far better than anticipated. After laughing, Li Wangya grew serious again and swore on his own head. He declared that they were not planning treason. Instead, they had been gathering forces in preparation against Nok Gi. Wei Yun-ho acknowledged his words with a quiet response. Li Wangya continued by explaining the real problem. Nok Ji had already caught on to their movements. He revealed that the reason Nok Ji had sent Mokpung was not to target him directly, but to force him into a position where he would have to kill Mokpung. If that had happened, Nakji would have been able to expose the fact that he had been hiding his martial arts skills and gathering allies. He admitted that it had been Wei Yunho's unexpected intervention that disrupted Nakji's scheme. After confessing this, Li Wanya bowed deeply toward Wei Yunho. He apologized if his actions had seemed displeasing and explained that he had never intended to manipulate him like a piece on a Go board. He explained that he and Yu Huan had simply been desperate at that moment. Wei Yunho responded with a short reply, telling him it was fine. Li Wanya insisted again, asking him to believe his words. Wei Yunho repeated that it was fine. Then Li Wanya shifted the topic and asked whether Wei Yunho would be willing to take on the role of secret royal inspector. Wei Yunho made himself clear immediately, saying that he would never actively seek out work. Li Wanya told him it did not matter, because the world would not leave him alone even if he tried to avoid it. Wei Yunho pouted and asked if that was meant to be an insult. Li Wanya smirked and said that it was not an insult but rather the path of a hero. Wei Yunho rejected the notion outright, saying no thanks. Li Wanya warned him that he could not deny fate. At that, Wei Yunho stood up and declared that he was leaving. Before he could exit, Li Wanya also stood and said that he too would be leaving that day. Wei Yunho added with a final remark that, truthfully, he hoped they would never see each other again. Li Wanya smiled and answered that he had a feeling they would. Once Wei Yunho was gone, Mun Yu Huan appeared at Li Wanya's side. He asked for Li Wanya's thoughts. Li Wanya admitted with a grin that Wei Yunho had surpassed his expectations. He had known Wei Yunho's martial arts were impressive, but he had not expected him to be sharp enough to notice that he himself knew martial arts. He confessed that he had thought he had picked up a dragon, but in reality, Wei Yunho was more like a monster. If they were not careful, there was a chance he might end up devouring them instead. Yu Huan countered by saying that the risk was worth it. Li Wanya continued, pointing out that martial prowess was not the only factor. Wei Yunho was intelligent as well. He had understood everything that was happening but chose not to move until the very end. That combination of strength and patience made him even more dangerous. Li Wanya admitted that he was curious to know who had trained such a monster. He then gave an order to Yu Huan, instructing him to investigate everything about Wei Yunho. Even if he could not find information about his deceased master, he must at least uncover which family Wei Yunho came from. Yu Huan nodded and promised that he would. Later that night, Wei Yunho lay on the roof basking in the moonlight. A voice called out from below, asking if he was planning to leave. Wei Yunho sat up, looked down and saw Yuan. He told him that he would not leave without say a proper goodbye after being allowed to stay there and being fed. Yuan pointed out that Wei Yunho had been planning to leave soon. Wei Yunho admitted that was true, but he also said he had learned a lot while staying there. Yuan asked him what he had learned. Wei Yunho said that the two most important lessons were that even scholars who read extensively often failed to live according to the texts they studied, and that Rulin itself was a frightening place. Yuan asked what he meant by frightening. Wei Yunho explained that he had never expected the strongest person he had encountered in the Jianghu to be someone in Rulin. Yuan admitted that Li Wangya's martial prowess was indeed impressive. Wei Yunho smirked, looked at Yu Huan firmly, and asked why he did not drop the act. Yu Huan was visibly shocked and asked if Wei Yunho had known from the start. Wei Yunho replied that he had. Yu Huan sighed and said that was not good, then asked him for a favor. Wei Yunho reassured him, promising not to tell anyone. Yu Huan went further and pleaded with him, saying that he wished to continue living as a scholar. Wei Yunho agreed but demanded something in return. He told Yu Huan to answer one question. Yu Huan gave permission for him to ask. Wei Yunho explained that his master had told him to go see the world in Rulin, and he had expected to witness justice or something similar. Instead, what he saw was only the dirtiness of the world. Yu Huan lowered his head and responded seriously. He explained that everyone carried an ideal in their hearts, but each person's ideal differed. When those ideals clashed, people realized they had to surpass reality in order to bring their ideals to life. Everyone knew they should sever worldly ties, but undoing such a knot took too long, and often failed even after years of effort. Those without patience sought shortcuts, trying to cut the knot out completely. That path created arrogant people with dirty consciences, who either threw away their own lives, or sacrifice their adopted sons. Wei Yan-ho then asked if the entire world was like that. Ya Huan answered that the palace was even worse in some ways, though he did not think other places were much different. Wei Yan-ho lifted his head and admitted that he still did not understand what his master had wanted him to see. He confessed that the world moved too quickly for someone as lazy as him to grasp. Yu Huan reassured him by saying that was good enough. He explained that if the world moved fast, then he could simply chase it slowly. Those who were fast might see and learn much, but those who were slow might notice the details better. There was no point in knowing ahead of time what he was supposed to see or feel. He should walk at his own pace and see the world with his own eyes. In doing so, the world itself would reveal the path he should take. Wei Yan-ho's eyes widened at these words. He repeated them to himself, saying he should experience the world as it was and himself as he was. He closed his eyes, and in that moment, he felt enlightenment. A surge of qi engulfed his body as he meditated deeply. From below, Yu Huan looked up and smiled. In an instant he appeared beside Wei Yan-ho on the roof. After some time, Wei Yan-ho slowly opened his eyes. Yu Huan turned his head toward him and asked if he felt like he had learned something. Wei Yan-ho stood, scratched his head and admitted with embarrassment that he did not know. Yu Huan laughed heartily, saying it was fine as long as he understood in his own way. With that, Yu Huan disappeared from the roof in a flash and reappeared on the ground. Before walking away, he turned his head once more and said that he hoped Wei Yan-ho would one day find his answer. Wei Yan-ho watched him leave, then lay back down on the roof. He looked at his chest and thought to himself that he felt something, wondering whether the orb his master had given him had done something. He then looked up at the full moon and imagined his master's face looking down on him, asking if he understood now. Wei Yan-ho turned to his side and muttered softly to himself that he did not yet. A few weeks later, Moon Yu-wan entered Wei Yan-ho's room. He stood before the young man, who was once again lying lazily on his bed. Yu-wan asked if he had not said that he would be leaving soon. Wei Yan-ho immediately sat up and answered that since it was already late today, he would leave tomorrow. He assured him it would truly be tomorrow this ties. Moon Yu-wan replied that it had already been half a month since he had said the same thing. Wei Yan-ho simply pointed out that sometimes things became delayed. Yu-wan conceded that might be true but insisted that it was still an issue. At that moment a voice rang out from outside, announcing with formality, "Thank you for calling on the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau, a place of tradition and history." Mun Yu-hwan turned his head toward the sound with curiosity. The voice drew closer as it continued, asking what cargo they must transport. The door to the room opened, and Yoonji appeared. She stepped inside, pointed coldly toward Wei Yan-ho, and declared that he was the one. Wei Yan-ho blinked in confusion, pointed to himself, and asked if she truly meant him. A heavy silence filled the room until one of the escort warriors glanced at Yoonji and remarked that the one she had indicated looked like a person. Yoonji placed her hands firmly on her waist and stated that it only appeared that way. In her view, he was no different from baggage. Another escort warrior gestured toward Wei Yan-ho and explained that they did escort people, but in such cases, a carrier was sent separately. He emphasized that in an escort meant for transporting goods, it would be difficult to bring someone along. Yoonji turned away, crossed her arms, and spoke coldly. She told them there was no need to worry. After all, cattle and chickens were also loaded into the cargo wagon. Wei Yan-ho might look human, but to her he was no different. She instructed them to place him on top of the baggage, feed him 3 meals a day, and assured them he would not cause trouble. She then offered to pay the fare as if he were a passenger. No, she corrected herself, she would pay double. She demanded they take him with them. The escort warrior tried to insist that no matter how much she offered, there were still rules they had to follow. Before he could finish, Yoonji sharply cut him off, and shouted that she would pay triple. The warrior persisted, saying they still had rules, but Yoonji raised her voice even louder, and screamed that she would pay quadruple. Without hesitation, she and the warrior shook hands in agreement. Another escort warrior leaned toward Wei Yan-ho and told him that they would accept him, asking him to come along. Wei Yan-ho, still sitting on his bed, protested loudly. He shouted at Yoonji, demanding to know if she was seriously saying that they would load him like baggage and send him away. Yoonji pouted, looked aside, and remarked that at least he was quick-witted. Mun Yu-hwan, watching the exchange, asked his daughter what on earth was going on. Yoonji responded bluntly that it seemed best to get rid of this freeloader quickly. Wei Yan-ho shouted even louder, declaring that it was unbelievable. He said he had heard mortals had declined, but he never imagined it had come to this. He reminded them that he was the benefactor who had saved them, yet they would now sell him off like baggage. Mun Yu Huan turned to him and admitted that it was true. Still, he reasoned that since they had received grace from him, they should at least allow him to act freely for now as a gesture of gratitude. Wei Yunho turned away, lay back down on his bed and faced the opposite direction. Yunji added sharply that if things were left this way, he would probably remain there until the next year. In his eyes, what she was doing was helping him. Hearing this, Wei Yunho instantly sat back up and shouted at her, demanding how she could possibly call it helping. Yunji pointed directly at him and reminded him that he had once said he would go to the Hebrew Sacred Beast Pavilion. Wei Yunho froze in surprise and asked what she meant. She explained that since the route led to Hubei, he could simply travel with the escort bureau going there. She argued that walking all the way himself would be troublesome and exhausting. Wei Yunho admitted that her reasoning was true, though he hesitated. Yunji, wearing a faint grin, told him that he could ride in a wagon pulled by horses, the escort bureau would earn their pay, and she and her father would finally be rid of him. She concluded that this was a path where everyone benefited. Wei Yunho's expression grew serious, and he admitted that Yu's argument was very persuasive. After a short silence, he finally stood up. Yunji ordered him to stop talking and follow the escort warriors. As he followed them, he muttered that his mother had always told him never to follow strangers. Yunji reassured him that it was fine, insisting that the men were trustworthy, that their status was legitimate, and that there was nothing to worry about. Wei Yunho still looked reluctant but followed nonetheless. A short while later, he sat atop the wagon, resting on the goods. He admitted aloud that he had not expected to leave so suddenly, and said he would be going. Standing in front of him, Yunji and her father bid him farewell. Yu Huan told him to take care of himself. Wei Yunho looked at Yunji, who wore a wide grin, and remarked that she seemed very pleased. She answered with amusement, asking if it was that obvious. Wei Yunho turned to the escort warrior and instructed them to depart. As the wagon began moving, he lay down on the baggage but turned his body sideways, glancing one last time at Yunji and Yu Huan. Yunji waved and shouted for him to stay healthy. Annoyed, Wei Yunho yelled back, asking how she could drive him out and then tell him to stay well. Yunji retorted that he should also fix his laziness. Wei Yunho pouted, muttered his reluctant agreement, and waved back at them. Once he had left, Yu Huan turned to his daughter and told her to come inside. She agreed but glanced back one last time at Wei Yunho, who was already in the distance. A warm smile spread across her face as the gusting wind blew past her. After some time, the escort warriors made a stop. A stern-looking man approached, displeasure clear on his face, and introduced himself as Gok Bihyang, the head of the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau. He looked at Wei Yunho, who was still asleep on top of the wagon, and asked the others if this was truly the item. One of the warriors confirmed it. Gok Bihyang frowned and asked if they were play games with him, demanding if they knew how much more preparation was required when a person joined an escort. The warrior explained that they had wanted to refuse, but since the request came from the prestigious Hanlin Great Academy, they could not decline. Gok Bihyang asked since when Wei Yunho had been in such a state. The warrior answered that it had been ever since he left the academy. Gok Bihyang crossed his arms, studied Wei Yunho still sound asleep, and thought to himself that the young man never seemed to tire, which in its own way was impressive. Another warrior added that the academy had instructed them to simply feed him 3 meals a day, as if he were cattle or chickens, and he would behave until arrival without causing trouble. Gok Bihyang admitted that he could not understand it at all. He called out to Wei Yunho, but the young man did not stir. Irritated, Gok Bihyang knocked on the wooden crate below him and shouted again. At last, Wei Yunho opened his eyes, looked at him, and asked what he wanted. Clearing his throat, Gok Bihyang introduced himself as the head of the escort. Wei Yunho asked curtly, "And?" Gok Bihyang explained that the escort was not about serving people but transporting goods. If Wei Yunho insisted on coming along, it might be quite inconvenient. He asked if he was still willing. Wei Yunho replied that there was no need to worry, since he was registered not as a person, but as cargo. Gok Bihyang warned that it would be uncomfortable, but Wei Yunho assured him he could endure it. If all he needed to do was lie still until they arrived, then it was worth it. Amused, Gok Bihyang remarked that he was a remarkably positive fellow. He then turned away and ordered the group to depart. Wei Yunho waved lazily and told him he would be in their care. 5 days passed since leaving the Hanlin Great Academy. One morning, Wei Yunho awoke, stretched, and yawned. He muttered to himself that the situation was unbearable. If he stayed awake, he felt tortured, and if he slept, that fraudulent master of his appeared in his dreams to harass him. He cursed the dream lotus arts and wondered how long this torment would continue. What if it lasted his entire life? Frustrated, he dismissed the thought, muttered that he no longer cared, and lay back down. Up ahead, Gok Bihyang noticed movement in the bushes and ordered the group to stop. He called out firmly, introducing himself and requesting an audience. Wee Yonho sat up slightly, glanced forward, and muttered that it might be Bandit. Gok Bihyang remained tense. He thought to himself that if no one revealed themselves, this was not good. If they stalled for time like this, it meant they were either ignorant beginner bandit or a truly dangerous figure was targeting the wagon. If it was the former, they were fortunate. He placed his hand on his sword and drew it halfway, his thoughts sharpening. He could not sense any presence within the thicket, which meant these were no clueless novices. He raised his voice again, warning that if the figure did not step forward, he would regard it as an attack against the escort bureau. Everyone went silent, their attention fixed on the bush. After a tense moment, the leaves rustled, and a broad man emerged. The escort warriors drew their swords, but the man calmly placed his weapon on the ground, bowed, and introduced himself as Paing Doguk of the Hubei Paing clan. Recognizing the name, Gok Bihang bowed in return and asked why a descendant of the Paing clan was traveling there. Paing Doguk grabbed his sword again, clutched his stomach, and explained that he was being pursued by enemies. He admitted that he could not shake them off alone and begged for their aid. He warned that this matter could grow into a crisis for the entire martial world. Wee Yon Ho, still lying down on the wagon, merely looked at Paing Doguk in silence. Much later, in the future, the divine mad dog recounted the memory to the historian. He said that this had been the encounter with Paing Doguk, the man who had once turned the historian away at the gates. At that time, even Paing Doguk himself had not realized that this single meeting would push him into the river of misfortune. Gok Biang observed Paing Doguk carefully, and thought to himself that the members of the Hubei Paing clan were people who relied more on their strength than their intellect. Yet their sense of chivalry was unmatched anywhere. If someone from such a clan had come to speak, then it must be for a serious reason. After that brief moment of reflection, he spoke aloud, asking what could possibly be done. Paing Doguk explained that he was being pursued and pleaded for a chance to leave the mountain. In return, he promised to repay Gok Biang properly once he was safe. Hearing this, Gok Biang agreed to help and pointed toward a large barrel on the wagon, instructing him to hide inside it quickly. Paing Doguk accepted without hesitation. As he climbed into the wagon, he exchanged glances with Wee Yan Ho, who was lying at the top, watching him silently. Gok Biang opened the lid of the barrel and told Paing Doguk to get inside. Paing Doguk expressed his gratitude before lowering himself into the container. Once he was inside, Gok Biang sternly reminded him not to make a sound, and Paing Doguk nodded in understanding. Wee Yan Ho, still resting on top of the wagon, turned his back and thought that Gok Biang was far too meddlesome, though he could not say he disliked that trait about him. As the wagon continued down the mountain path, Paing Doguk's muffled voice came from inside the barrel. He apologized if he had brought them any danger, and said that if the situation turned out well, he would make sure everyone would be properly repaid. Wee Yan Ho responded sharply, asking what good repayment would do if they were all dead. He accused Paing Doguk of having no conscience, saying he was putting everyone's life at risk. At the very least, he argued, someone with a shred of decency would have chosen to walk away rather than endanger others. After that, he said he was done talking and announced he would sleep. Paing Doguk said nothing more, his voice falling silent inside the barrel. As time passed and the wagon descended the slope, Gok Biang thought that they were almost at the bottom. It seemed fortunate that no one had yet noticed Paing Doguk's presence. He wondered if they had managed to slip by unnoticed. But just as that thought crossed his mind, a loud voice suddenly shouted for them to stop. In the blink of an eye, masked men surrounded them, their swords pointed threateningly at the group. Gok Biang examined the man leading them and recognized their attire. His heart sank as he realized who they were, the Green Forest Bandits. He quickly stepped down from the wagon and introduced himself, declaring that he was Gok Biang of the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau, and that it was an honor to meet the members of Green Forest. The leader of the group asked if they had seen a young man dressed in red. Gok Biang calmly replied that they had not encountered anyone fitting that description. The leader narrowed his eyes suspiciously and warned him that if he lied, misfortune would follow. Gok Byung answered that he did not understand what the man meant, but insisted that he had no reason to lie. The Swift Dragon Escort Bureau, he reminded him, had long maintained friendly relations with Green Forest. It made no sense that they would risk that relationship by hiding someone they did not even know. The leader's eyes shifted toward the top of the wagon, and he pointed at Wei Yan-ho, demanding to know who he was. Wei Yan-ho turned lazily to his side and replied that he was perhaps a precious charge. His vague answer caused silence to fall over the area. The leader asked what he meant by that, but before tensions could rise further, Gok Byung leaned closer and whispered that they were escorting someone whose body was frail and whose mind was unstable to the righteous hall. He assured the leader that it was nothing worth concerning himself with. The leader asked if Gok Byung was implying that there was no reason for Green Forest to treat them as enemies. Gok Byung confirmed that of course there was not. Why would they do something so reckless? The leader then smirked and admitted that while there might be no reason, the problem had already arisen, because of the person lying atop the wagon. He reminded Gok Byung that he had specifically asked if they had seen someone in red. Wei Yan-ho interjected and said bluntly that he had not seen anyone wearing red. Gok Byung looked up at him in disbelief and muttered, questioning whether the leader had truly specified someone in red clothing. The leader's face hardened. He drew his sword and pointed the blade directly at Gok Byung's throat, demanding to know if he was trying to mock him. Startled, Gok Byung froze, realizing that they might already know about Pine Doguk hiding in the barrel. But just as quickly, the leader lowered his sword and announced that they would settle this another way. He proposed killing one of the escorts first, and if that person truly knew nothing, they would continue killing the others one by one until someone confessed to having seen the man in red. He wagered that before the third man was dead, someone would break and tell the truth. Gok Byung shouted in protest, asking what the bandit meant by such madness. One of the Green Forest members ignored him and stepped forward toward a nearby escort warrior, leaning close as he selected his target. The man pointed his sword and said coldly that the warrior would go first. The terrified escort stammered in fear, barely able to respond. The bandit pressed him further, ordering him to answer whether he had seen the young man in red. The trembling warrior could hardly speak. His body shook uncontrollably as he tried to form words. The bandit leaned even closer, reminding him that his life depended on the answer. Finally, the escort managed to stutter that he had not seen anyone. The bandit sneered, pulling his sword back to strike, declaring that death would answer for him instead. But before the blade could fall, Gok Byung threw himself forward, shoving the attacker with his body and shouting in desperation. Before the situation could spiral any further, Wei Yan-ho suddenly called out loudly, saying that the man they were looking for was right there. Everyone turned toward him in shock. Wei Yan-ho, still seated casually on top of the wagon, looked down at them. The Green Forest leader demanded to know what he had just said. Wei Yan-ho stomped on the barrel beneath his feet and announced that Pine Doguk, the man they sought, was hiding inside it. He continued stomping, tauntingly telling Pine Doguk that he was caught and should come out now. Gok Byung shouted furiously, demanding to know what Wei Yan-ho was doing. But Wei Yan-ho ignored him and replied calmly that there was nothing more foolish than risking one's life for someone else. He spoke directly to Pine Doguk, asking if he intended to wait until everyone there was dead before stepping out. After a tense pause, the lid of the barrel began to move, and Pine Doguk emerged. When he fully stood up, the Green Forest leader looked at him and said that if he had continued to flee, he might have had a slim chance of survival, but by crawling out now, he had sealed his fate. Pine Doguk answered firmly that if he had kept running, everyone there would already be dead. The leader scoffed and asked if he was trying to act like a chivalrous hero. Raising his voice, Pine Doguk declared that while he might not be a hero, he was not a coward who would watch innocent people die without doing something. He turned to Gok Byung, bowed deeply, and thanked him for his help, saying that he would handle the matter from here. Since the Green Forest's target was him, he reasoned that the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau would be safe if he stepped aside. Gok Byung tried to object, but Pine Doguk insisted he would be fine. He then glanced back toward the Green Forest members, acknowledging that avoiding them would have been impossible anyway. After staring at Pine Doguk for a moment, Gok Byung returned to the front of the wagon and wished him luck. He then ordered the coachman to move the horses forward. But before they could leave, Wei Yan-ho, still lying atop the wagon, called out for them to wait. Gok Byung turned, confused, and asked what he meant. Wee Yan-ho replied that they could not go yet. When Gok Byung demanded an explanation, Wee Yan-ho said that heading in that direction would take them straight into Green Forest territory, and if they did that, they would all die. Gok Byung shouted back, asking why they would attack them now. Wee Yan-ho looked down at him with cold clarity and asked why he was so oblivious. Even the Green Forest, he explained, would not dare to mess with the Hubei Pawing clan recklessly. If word spread that a member of that clan had been killed by Green Forest hands, the entire Pawing clan would draw their swords and scour the mountains for vengeance. The bandits would rather kill everyone here than risk that. The leader of the Green Forest blinked, realizing the truth in his words. He admitted that he had not even considered that, but it made perfect sense. Wee Yan-ho smirked and asked mockingly if that thought had truly never occurred to him. Gok Byung shouted angrily from below, calling Wee Yan-ho insane. Pawing Doguk interrupted, shouting that he would fix what he had started. He admitted that it was his fault and promised to take responsibility, saying he would hold them off while the others escaped. Wee Yan-ho responded with sharp sarcasm, calling him ridiculous. He mocked Pawing Doguk for sneaking into their escort mission, causing trouble, and then pretending to act noble by cleaning up the mess. He compared it to throwing someone off a cliff only to toss them a rope later and take credit for saving them. He then asked how much time Pawing Doguk thought he could buy by running away, and called him a true drowning ghost, dragging others down with him. Then, with biting disdain, he remarked that even a drowning ghost would not take so many people with it, and wondered aloud what he should even call such a man. He then pointed out that running away was useless, because the bandits already knew they were part of the Swift Dragon Escort Bureau. The organization would be destroyed long before news reached the Hubei Pawing clan. Gok Byung asked what they should do now, to which Wee Yan-ho replied that they must fight. Gok Byung seemed uncertain, and asked if he really meant to fight them. Wee Yan-ho said that if they ran, the rest of the escort team would be left to die alone. But if they fought now, they at least had the so-called drowning ghost with them, and he could be of some help. Gok Byung nodded slowly, and agreed that Wee Yan-ho was right. He turned toward the leader of the Green Forest, and asked if they truly had no intention of letting them go. The leader answered coldly that there was no need to say it twice, and gave the order to attack. The Green Forest members leaped forward with their swords raised, shouting that their enemies should not blame them if they died. Pawing Doguk braced himself, and blocked their attacks, gritting his teeth as more assailants surrounded him. As he struggled to defend himself, he reflected bitterly that the martial world was said to be vast, but he had never imagined it would be so dangerous. He thought back to when he had once been praised as a promising rising star, unaware that carelessness had already begun to take root in his heart like a slow, creeping poison. He blamed himself entirely for the disaster that had befallen everyone. While the escort warriors joined the fray to assist him, Pawing Doguk continued to think that because of his actions, everyone here might die. One of the Green Forest men shouted as he thrust his sword toward Pawing Doguk, declaring that it was the end. Pawing Doguk closed his eyes, apologizing in silence to everyone. But before the strike could land, something slammed into the attacking bandit's side. The man screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground instantly. Pawing Doguk opened his eyes in shock and turned around, his jaw dropping when he saw Wee Yan-ho sitting at the top of the wagon. Wee Yan-ho was casually bouncing a bowl in his hand, a faint smirk forming on his lips as he looked down at the fallen man. With a low, mocking tone, he remarked that the entire situation was utterly ridiculous. Pawing Doguk looked around in confusion and asked what was happening. One of the Green Forest members also questioned the situation, clearly unsure of what was going on. As Pawing Doguk stared at the bowl lying on the ground, he thought to himself that it might be the reason the mysterious man had fallen earlier. Meanwhile, Wee Yan-ho watched the scene as another Green Forest member lunged toward Pawing Doguk. Noticing Doguk's distracted state, Wee Yan-ho mocked him, saying that he was spacing out again. Pawing Doguk barely managed to block the attack before countering, only for his opponent to parry it with ease. From atop the wagon, Wee Yan-ho watched the fight unfold and remarked with irritation that Doguk had dragged all the enemies there, only to zone out during the battle. He sneered and questioned whether Doguk planned to die without doing his part, calling him a drowning ghost. Wee Yan-ho's gaze then shifted toward Gok Byung, who was struggling against another Green Forest fighter. He warned the older man that he would die if he continued to fight like that, then hurled a bowl toward Byung's opponent to provide assistance. Watching the chaos unfold, Wee Yan-ho wondered aloud what Pawing Doguk was even doing at the moment. At the back, Pawing Doguk clenched his teeth as he faced 3 attackers simultaneously. He told himself to focus, reminding himself that it was not the time to let curiosity take over. He gathered his resolve, lifted his sword, and decided to take at least one more enemy down with him. Summoning all his strength, he shouted out the name of his technique, 5 tigers severing blade, and attacked. However, his eyes widened in disbelief when the Green Forest members easily dodged his technique. Realizing his mistake, he muttered that this was not a formal duel and that there was no reason for his opponents to take a heavy saber attack head-on. When the 3 enemies jumped at him simultaneously, panic struck him, and he thought to himself that he was about to die. Before the attacks could reach him, Wei Yanho threw several bowls with incredible precision, striking all 3 attackers at once and sending them flying to the ground. He then shouted at Do-guk to bite down on his sword and die like an idiot if that was all he could do. Nearby, Gok Biang was still struggling and yelled at Wei Yanho to stop shouting from above and come help. Wei Yanho lazily replied that he was just the cargo, reminding Biang of their arrangement. Pang Do-guk, still bewildered, muttered in disbelief at what Wei Yanho was talking about. Biang, desperate and exhausted, shouted again, saying that he knew but it wasn't the time to argue. Closing his eyes, Wei Yanho explained calmly that before they came there, the fiery girl from the Hanlim Academy had told him not to get off the cart no matter what, even if things got out of control. She had warned that if he caused trouble for the Hanlim Academy, she would chase him to the ends of hell and torture him. As Biang struggled to block another attack, he shouted that he would take responsibility and begged Wei Yanho to help them. Wei Yanho casually replied that it was difficult for him since he kept every promise he made. Biang then reasoned that if they died, it would make things harder for Wei Yanho too. Wei Yanho nonchalantly answered that helping wasn't comfortable either. In frustration, Biang tried to bargain. He shouted that sitting on the cart must be incredibly uncomfortable and promised that if they survived, they could take a few days off at the next inn. Wei Yanho curiously asked how many days, and Biang replied 2. When Wei Yanho asked if food was included, Biang shouted yes, begging him to help and calling him a lazy turtle. The fighting around them paused momentarily as even Pang Do-guk stared blankly at their ridiculous exchange, wondering what kind of conversation was taking place in the middle of a life-or-death battle. At last, Wei Yanho stood up and picked up a small chest, declaring that Biang had promised. Still pinned down, Biang shouted back that he did. Wei Yanho opened the chest, revealing that it was filled with bowls. Without hesitation, he grabbed several and began throwing them at a blinding speed toward the Green Forest members. One by one, they were struck down and collapsed to the ground. Pang Do-guk's jaw dropped as he watched the spectacle, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Even the leader of the Green Forest stared in horror, trembling as he thought to himself that the man before him was a true master. Wei Yanho then dropped from the wagon, landing behind Pang Do-guk. He walked up to him and addressed him directly, calling him out for bringing the enemies there. He scolded Do-guk, saying that if he had even a shred of conscience, he should at least try to be useful. Wei Yanho continued, reprimanding him for dragging the enemy there, failing to fight properly, and nearly getting killed while daydreaming. He pointed at Do-guk and lectured him on his fighting style, explaining that his weapon was a broadsword, strong and heavy, but slow. Wei Yanho asked why he would swing such a slow weapon first when fighting multiple opponents, sarcastically questioning whether Do-guk intended to kill 2 enemies and die with them. Standing straight, Do-guk shouted nervously that he understood. Wei Yanho continued his lecture, telling him to wait for an opening or go all in to ensure he took at least one opponent down. Do-guk quickly agreed, addressing him respectfully. Wei Yanho then scolded him again, asking why he had wasted his powerful technique by swinging it in the air. He suddenly snatched Do-guk's saber with a swift motion, stunning Do-guk, who couldn't even react. In awe, Do-guk realized that Wei Yanho had disarmed him before he could blink. Wei Yanho then began demonstrating the same technique, explaining that this was what Do-guk had attempted to do earlier. Do-guk froze in disbelief as he recognized the technique, the 5 tigers severing blade, and wondered how Wei Yanho could possibly know it. Wei Yanho pointed at him again and emphasized that against multiple enemies, he needed to swing faster, even if it meant his sword energy weakened. He shouted that if Do-guk was struck, he would die anyway, and Do-guk immediately agreed. Wei Yanho continued explaining that depending on the situation, sometimes one must go lighter and faster, while other times slower and stronger. At the front, the Green Forest leader trembled in terror as Wei Yanho demonstrated the attack before him. Wei Yanho turned again to Do-guk, demanding to know why he couldn't understand something so basic. Sweating nervously, Do-guk apologized, though he couldn't comprehend why he was apologizing to him. Wei Yanho handed the saber back and ordered Do-guk to do it properly this time. Trembling, The Green Forest leader watched from the front as Do-guk took his stance. Do-guk closed his eyes and focused, telling himself that he only needed to reduce the amount of energy he used to move quicker and cleaner. When he opened his eyes, he shouted that he was ready and told Wee Yeonho to watch him. Before he could execute his technique, the Green Forest leader screamed in fear and ran away toward the forest. From the top of the wagon, Wee Yeonho sighed in frustration, muttering that the whole situation was hopeless. After some time, they finally reached their destination. Wee Yeonho bowed toward Gok Byang and expressed his gratitude, saying that he had traveled comfortably thanks to him. Byang bowed in return, telling him there was no need to thank him since he had been paid for his services. Wee Yeonho jokingly asked if Byang intended to thank him only with words, causing an awkward silence. Realizing it, he quickly retracted his words, saying he was joking and that he would just get the rest of the payment from paying Do-guk later. Curious, Byang asked why Wee Yeonho had been so cold to Do-guk, saying that he had treated the man as if he were cursed. Wee Yeonho's tone hardened as he responded, calling Byang old man and saying that if he hadn't been there, they would all be dead because of Do-guk. Byang reasoned that the young man had something important to deal with and had acted out of chivalry. Wee Yeonho scoffed at the word chivalry, questioning whether it was acceptable for others to die for such ideals. He recalled his master's words, that there was nothing more foolish than risking one's life for something unrelated. His master had taught him that he had to survive first if he wanted to help others. He continued, saying that while some people valued righteousness and causes, if achieving those meant others had to be sacrificed, then the cause itself was meaningless. For him, he needed to be happy first before others could be happy. Helping someone at the cost of everyone else's lives was not worth it. He pointed out that helping Do-guk would have also caused huge losses for their escort group. Byang replied that they would be compensated for the lost goods, and that the escort bureau was sending reinforcements. He added that the matter with the Green Forest would soon be handled by the Murim Alliance. Hearing this, Wee Yeonho nodded, saying he was glad everything would be resolved, and politely bowed to Byang, wishing that they might meet again someday. Byang doubted it, saying he didn't think that would happen, but Wee Yeonho laughed it off, telling him not to say something so ominous before walking away and bidding farewell. As Byang watched him leave, he crossed his arms and sighed to himself, thinking that if Wee Yeonho were just a bit more diligent, he could accomplish great things. Sometime later, Wee Yeonho stood before a large building and murmured that he had finally arrived. The sign read, "Lustful Handgrounds." Elsewhere, at the Guangdong Wee clan estate, Wee Yeonho's mother, Sang-ah, looked troubled as she spoke to her husband, Wee Jong-han. She asked if he still hadn't found their son. Wee Jong-han reassured her that Yeonho must still be alive somewhere. Sang-ah whispered her son's name softly, wondering where he was. Just then, a servant named Jo Bang rushed into the room, calling out urgently to the patriarch. Wee Jong-han demanded to know what was happening. Jo Bang shouted in excitement that a letter had arrived from young master Wee Yeonho himself. Wee Jong-han's eyes widened at the news, and he uttered his son's name in disbelief, his voice filled with emotion. Elsewhere, under the quiet glow of moonlight, Nok-gi lay sideways in his chamber, his head resting against his hand as he gazed ahead in deep thought. The faint silver light spilling through the open window illuminated his expression, a mixture of irritation and cold contemplation. He clicked his tongue sharply and muttered that even such a simple plan had failed. With a tone edged in disdain, he asked whether his son had truly been so afraid to die. Before him, kneeling with his head bowed deeply, was his son, Nok Mokpung. His voice trembled with contained frustration as he replied that he had not been afraid of death. If he had died at Yi Huangya's hands, he said, then his death would have at least carried meaning. However, he had been forced to fight someone else, and perishing under that man's blade would have done nothing to harm Yi Huangya. He declared that he did not fear dying itself, only a meaningless death. He wished to offer his life only when it had value, when it could serve a true purpose, especially before his father. Nok-gi's cold gaze did not waver. His tone hardened as he reminded his son that he did not keep useless dogs by his side. If Mokpung wished to remain near him, he said, then he must at least be capable of fetching a bone. Mokpung's shoulders tensed as he lowered his head even further. His voice grew firm with determination as he shouted that he would remember his father's words. Nok-gi dismissed him with a wave of his hand, ordering him to leave. Mokpung stood, bowed once more, and respectfully answered before departing. As soon as the door closed behind him, Nok-gi's lips curved into a wide grin. A faint surge of chi radiated from his body as he murmured to himself that in the end, the man would have to enter the forest. His expression darkened into amusement as he muttered that Yi Huangya was nothing more than a useless, ambitious pig. Outside, in the dimly lit corridor, Nok Mokpung walked with measured steps. His sigh echoed faintly against the cold stone walls as he complained that the eunuch did not know his place. A soft rustle came from the back. A masked man appeared near the corner of the estate and reported that their superiors still found Nok Gi valuable. They had decided to keep him alive for now. Mokpung stepped into the open courtyard and acknowledged the man's presence, remarking that he had come as expected. The masked man bowed slightly before walking alongside him. He explained that their informant claimed Nok Gi's mere existence was enough to restrain the imperial family's actions. Hearing that, Mokpung scoffed bitterly. He questioned why he himself could not play that role, and asked how much longer he would have to flatter that castrated fool. The masked man calmly replied that His Highness had other duties in store for him. Mokpung stopped walking and turned his head slightly, waiting for him to continue. The masked man then revealed that a summons had arrived from the main estate. Mokpung was ordered to return immediately. A smirk spread across Mokpung's face. He lifted his chin toward the sky, spreading his arms as if welcoming freedom itself, and laughed. At last, he said, he could finally rid himself of this wretched disguise. His voice lowered into something almost gleeful as he declared that Nok Gi would be discarded once his usefulness ended. Until then, they would leave him be, but once it was over, everything Nok Gi possessed would belong to him. His tone turned reflective as he added that it seemed the imperial family was in no particular hurry. He then asked what his brothers were doing these days. The masked man responded that he was unsure, but he had heard they had recently shifted their attention from the Confucian faction to meddle with the medical clan. Mokpung muttered thoughtfully about the medical clan as he stared into the distance. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Wei Yonho sat inside a modest establishment known as the Lustful Handgrounds. Across the counter, a man looked up from a piece of paper and informed him that he had come to the wrong place. Confused, Wei Yonho asked what he meant. The man explained that the document he held was a letter of recommendation for the sacred handgrounds, not their establishment. Wei Yonho blinked in disbelief. In his mind, he recalled Mun Yuhuan's words, the man who had given him the letter. Yuhuan had told him that if he wanted to join the medical clan, he should go to the sacred handgrounds in Hobok, a place renowned throughout the land for its healing arts. Yuhuan had mentioned knowing the current hallmaster personally, and had assured him that showing the letter would guarantee a warm welcome. When Wei Yonho asked hesitantly if this wasn't the sacred handgrounds, the man nodded but clarified that while their place bore the same name, it was not the one he was looking for. He told Wei Yonho to cross the street, head down the alley, and he would find the other sacred handgrounds there. However, he added cynically that Yu Huanho probably wouldn't find anything worth his expectations. Later, Wei Yonho walked through the streets, glancing down at the recommendation letter in his hand. He sighed, realizing he had come to the wrong place. Just then, a desperate voice nearby caught his attention. A man was kneeling in front of a physician, begging him to save his wife. His voice cracked as he promised to repay the money, and pleaded that if they didn't help, his father would die. The physician simply waved him off coldly, saying that without money, there would be no treatment. Watching the scene from a short distance, Wei Yonho frowned. He thought bitterly that he had always believed the medical clan's duty was to save lives, yet even they had turned their backs when faced with poverty. In the end, he thought, everything came down to money. Turning away, he resumed walking and muttered that the directions said to cross the street and head down the alley. He stopped when he noticed a wooden sign on the ground reading Sacred Handgrounds. He nodded, concluding that this must be the place. Standing before the entrance, he hesitated and wondered aloud if this modest building could really belong to a 500-year-old medical clan. He pushed the door open without knocking and called out, asking if anyone was there. From behind a corner, a young boy appeared and asked what brought him there. Wei Yonho explained that he had business with the head of the household and asked if the head was present. The boy replied that he was. Relieved, Yu Huanho asked to meet him, but the boy simply said he could speak. Puzzled, Wei Yonho looked around and repeated that he wanted to meet the head, asking what the boy meant by speak. Was the head not around? The boy calmly replied that his father had passed away last year, and that he himself was now the head of the sacred handgrounds. Wei Yonho froze in shock. The boy, Jin Soa, looked far too young to hold such a title. Yu Huanho raised his voice in disbelief, shouting that the boy was the head. He groaned, clutching his head with both hands as he muttered miserably to himself that of course, nothing good ever happened to him. He was lucky, he thought, that lightning hadn't struck him yet. Cursing his master under his breath, he lamented being sent on this errand and wished he could go home. A gentle female voice echoed from deeper within the house, asking what was going on. Jin Soa turned toward the sound and called out that a guest had arrived, saying he wished to see their father. A woman soon stepped into view. Her movements were graceful, her tone calm as she repeated his words. To see father? She asked. Wei Yonho turned and was momentarily struck silent. The woman was beautiful, Jin Yiran, Soa's older sister. She looked at him steadily and asked what business he had with their late father. Flustered, Wei Yonho stammered awkwardly and handed her the recommendation letter. Yiran unfolded it and read silently for a moment before speaking. From the contents, she gathered that he had come to learn from the medical clan. Yohano admitted sheepishly that it was something like that. Yiran explained that their sacred hand grounds was no longer the great medical institution it once was. Even so, she said that turning away someone introduced by Uncle Mun would bring shame to their late father's name. Though the place might be lacking, she insisted that he stay. Wei Yonho waved his hands frantically and refused. He said it was fine, that there were other medical clans out there, and if it was too troublesome, he could simply leave. Yiran's expression remained firm as she stated that sending away a guest who had come seeking their father would bring disgrace upon them. Yohano forced an awkward laugh, trying to reason that given their situation, it should be understandable. But Yiran was resolute, declaring that it was absolutely unacceptable. Later, Yohano sat inside a small guest room, sighing deeply. He thought regretfully that he should have been more cautious the moment he heard that his recommender was close friends with that stone-faced scholar, Mun Yohuan. Still, he told himself it was a physician's household. Surely he could endure a short stay. He lay back with a resigned sigh, only to hear a gentle knock on the door. When he answered, the door opened to reveal Jin Yiran carrying a tray of steaming food. She smiled politely and said that she thought he might be hungry, so she had prepared his meal first. It was not much, she said, but he should eat plenty. Wei Yonho's eyes widened at the sight. The food looked rich and plentiful, enough to feed him for 3 days. He muttered in awe under his breath. As Yiran turned to leave, he called out quickly, asking her to join him. Yiran shook her head with a soft smile, saying she had already eaten and that he should enjoy the meal without worry. When she left, Yohanho's excitement faded. He looked at the food again and thought that perhaps they weren't as poor as he had assumed. Moments later, faint whispers reached his ears from just outside the door. Jin Soa was speaking to his sister, asking how she had managed to get all that food. Yiran hushed him, reminding him that their guest was eating. Soa insisted that he couldn't hear them from that distance and pressed further, asking where she had bought everything since they were out of rice. Yiran scolded him, saying that men should not meddle in household matters and should focus on their medical studies. Soa grumbled softly that it was hard not to worry. Then, his voice rose as he brought up her necklace. Yiran replied that she had put it away for now. Soa protested in disbelief, shouting that she had never once removed their mother's keepsake and asked if she had sold it. Wei Yonho froze, his eyes widening as he heard the word keepsake. Yiran whispered that she had merely pawned it at the Silver River Exchange and would retrieve it when times improved. Soa argued that pawning their mother's keepsake for a single meal was too much, even for a guest. Yiran's tone sharpened as she demanded to know what he was saying, asking if he expected them to treat someone who came seeking their father with disrespect. Inside the room, Wei Yonho sat stiffly with an awkward smile. Looking at the untouched food, he muttered that he couldn't bring himself to eat it now. Just then, the door opened again, and Yiran re-entered with concern on her face. She bowed slightly and asked if the food was not to his liking, offering to bring him something else. Yohanho panicked and shouted that it wasn't that. He loved the food. He immediately began eating, though his thoughts raced, wondering if there was some way to turn the meal back into money. The next day, he wandered through the street clutching his stomach, feeling overly full. He burped and grumbled that he had ended up eating everything after all. Despite that, he couldn't stop thinking about how that woman had gone so far just to treat him kindly. Stopping before a building, he looked up at the signboard reading Silver River Exchange and muttered that this must be the place. He entered, and a clerk bowed, politely asking what brought him there. Yohanho replied that he was there to retrieve an item. The clerk led him inside and inquired what sort of item it was. Yohanho said he was there to reclaim a jade necklace that had been pawned that day by someone from the sacred hand grounds. The man nodded and invited him to sit. After checking his records, he smiled apologetically and explained that the item had not been sold. It had been pawned, so he could not return it. The man was He Daebung, the branch manager of the Silver River Exchange. Wei Yonho leaned forward and identified himself as someone from the sacred hand grounds. Daebung studied him curiously and said that he didn't recall seeing him before. Yohanho answered that he had only arrived the previous day, then placed a small pouch of silver on the table and asked if it would be enough. Daebung opened the pouch, counting the coins and silver taels. He hummed thoughtfully before saying that it was not enough. Yohanho argued that there were more than 2 taels of silver inside. Daebung calmly explained that while the young lady had borrowed 1 tael of silver, their policy required 3 times that amount to reclaim a pawned item. If it wasn't retrieved within 3 months, the owed amount would triple again. Yohanho scowled, saying that it sounded like usury. Daebung smiled faintly and replied that it was merely the rule of the exchange. If he disliked it, he was free to sell the item instead. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Yohanho sighed, closing his eyes in frustration. He thought bitterly that the sacred hand grounds, already worried about running out of rice before pawning the necklace, would never be able to get it back. Yiran, he realized, must have known that when she handed it over. After a moment, Yohanho reached into his pocket and asked if the exchange accepted items as collateral. Daebong nodded, explaining that they could lend 3 times the borrowed amount and that the repayment period would be 3 months. Yohanho then placed a small item on the table, a short golden sword given to him by Li Huangya, and requested a loan based on its value. He said confidently that it was made of pure gold and should fetch a good amount. Daebong examined the sword carefully and agreed that it was indeed solid gold. He said that for something of that quality, he could offer 1 tael of gold, though repayment would require 3. As he looked closer, Daebong's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened in alarm as he noticed a seal engraved on the sword, the emblem of the office of the inspectorate. Wei Yunho's sharp gaze locked on him immediately. His voice turned calm and deliberate as he repeated Daebong's earlier words. 3 taels of gold, was it? Daebong's face went pale. He trembled visibly, realizing the danger of what he had just seen. In a low, fearful whisper, he muttered to himself that he was doomed. Elsewhere, a man bowed deeply before an old figure and reported that there was a problem. They had failed to take over the palace. The old man, who remained facing away, spoke in a calm voice and asked if Nakji had not followed instructions. The man behind him explained that the royal inspectors had stood so firmly in opposition that Nakji's influence had diminished considerably. Because of this, he suggested that they might have to abandon the entire plan. The old man gave a quiet response, simply saying that he understood. The man hesitated for a moment before adding that there was another smaller issue involving the Green Forest. During their attempt to seize it, the Hubi Peng clan had become involved. The old man turned his head slightly and asked if the Peng clan had realized their intentions. The subordinate bowed and answered respectfully that it did not seem so. According to him, it appeared to have been the Orthodox Murim alliance, not the Peng clan themselves, who interfered. He added that they seemed to have mistaken the situation for a mere bandit raid rather than a large-scale scheme. Turning fully now, the old man spoke with composure, stating that all kinds of problems were bound to occur during the execution of a grand plan, and that the true key lay in how one resolved them. The man acknowledged his words and reported that their dealings with the physicians were proceeding smoothly, as were their other arrangements. The old man then stated that it was almost time to tie the knot. They had endured countless hardships since his retirement, he continued, but now they possessed enough power that they no longer needed to worry about his absence. Soon, they would make their return to the world and show everyone how terrifying their sword could be. At the Silver River Exchange, He Daebong had been sitting comfortably when he saw Wei Yunho's sword. The moment his eyes recognized it, he shot up from his seat, dropped to his knees beside Wei Yunho, and bowed repeatedly to the floor. Trembling, he stammered an apology, saying that he had failed to recognize him. Wei Yunho looked at him silently, while He Daebong's thoughts ran wild with panic. He wondered what he should fix first. The fact that he had completely cheated that woman out of her necklace, or the fact that he had demanded an absurd interest rate. His body shook as he tried to explain himself, saying that the interest rate he charged might seem high, but many people pawned their items and never returned. He claimed that he had no choice and that, with compound interest, their profit was only 4.5%. Wei Yunho repeated the number slowly, 4.5%, and asked what the annual interest rate was. He Daebong stuttered and replied that it was not much, at most 60%. Wei Yunho leaned in slightly, pressing him with an expression of disbelief. He questioned how 60% could be called reasonable, repeating the number and stating that he had never heard such nonsense before. He Daebong's body trembled as sweat began to roll down his forehead. He tried to justify it, saying that white jade was worth at least 10 silver nyang, so the interest was fair. Wei Yunho interrupted him sharply, reminding him that he had earlier claimed the jade was worth only 1 silver nyang. Now suddenly it was 10. He Daebong flinched, his expression collapsing as he struggled to respond. Wei Yunho's patience broke. He shouted for the doors to be locked and declared that he would see this matter through to the end. He Daebong cried out in panic, calling him sir. Wei Yunho glared back and snapped that the title sir was meaningless. That night, at the Sacred Hand Manor, Jin Yaran was in her room writing in a small book when she heard a knock at her door. Curious and cautious, she rose and stepped outside, wondering who could be visiting at such a late hour. Her eyes caught sight of something on the ground. As she approached, she froze. It was the necklace she had pawned. She knelt, picked it up carefully, and held it tightly in her hand. Her voice trembled as she whispered, "Mother." Looking around, she wondered who could have returned it to her. High above on the roof, Wei Yunho lay silently with his eyes open, thinking to himself that he hoped it would be enough to pay for the food. Meanwhile, at the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Murim Alliance, inside the General Strategist's pavilion, Peng Dojiuk sat nervously in front of a table. His heart pounded as he thought to himself that he must have done something wrong. He recalled that he had indeed done many wrong things, and that realization did little to calm him. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. A man entered the room, and Pang Dojiuk immediately stood straight and bowed. The man gestured for him to sit and spoke simply, telling him to take a seat. Pang Dojiuk obeyed with a hurried yes. The man before him was Jo Hyun, the general strategist of the Orthodox Murim Alliance, known across the martial world as the Divine Strategist. As they both sat, Pang Dojiuk's mind spun. He wondered nervously why such a high figure would call for him. Jo Hyun spoke first. He said that he had heard all about what had happened in the Green Forest, and asked if Pang Dojiuk had encountered the 10 swords of the Green Forest. The moment he heard that title, Pang Dojiuk's body went stiff, and he stammered in disbelief. Jo Hyun nodded calmly, confirming that those had indeed been his pursuers. He remarked that Pang Dojiuk was fortunate to have survived. Pang Dojiuk thought privately that it all made sense now. Jo Hyun continued, stating that he would handle the situation with the Swift Dragon Escort Agency himself. He added that because of this incident, they might be able to uncover something far larger. The real problem, he said, was the young man who had helped Pang Dojiuk that day. Inwardly, Jo Hyun pondered what he had heard. The Swift Dragon Escort Agency was one of the Green Forest's elite forces. Even though Pang Dojiuk was skilled, it would have been difficult for him to defeat even one of their members. Yet, someone had single-handedly crushed 10 of them without struggle. Jo Hyun asked aloud if Pang Dojiuk had learned the man's name. Pang Dojiuk immediately replied that his name was Wee Yun-ho. Jo Hyun repeated the name under his breath and recalled having seen it mentioned in a message from the beggar sect. He wondered whether the second son of the Guangdong clan had truly returned. 5 years had passed, and such progress in martial power was astounding. The eldest son, Wee San-ho, had also been exceptionally skilled, and now the second son was making his mark. Jo Hyun considered the possibility that the Guangdong clan lay at the center of the chaos beginning to stir. He stood and asked where the young man was headed. Pang Dojiuk answered that he was going to the Sacred Hand Manor. Jo Hyun frowned slightly, thinking that someone who had returned after 5 years should be heading home, not toward Hubei. He placed a hand on Pang Dojiuk's shoulder and said that he needed more information about Wee Yun-ho. Since Pang Dojiuk was the only one who knew his appearance, he asked for his cooperation. Leaning forward, Jo Hyun asked if he could help. Pang Dojiuk immediately knelt, bowing deeply, and shouted that he would. In his thoughts, he promised himself that he would meet Wee Yun-ho again. The next day, at the Sacred Hand Manor, Wee Yun-ho slept quietly atop the roof. Below him, Jin Soa looked up and wondered aloud how someone could reach the roof without a ladder. He suspected that Wee Yun-ho must have some martial arts training, but, judging from his ragged appearance and lazy posture, he doubted that the man knew anything beyond the basics. His thoughts were interrupted by a loud pounding at the door and a frantic voice yelling if anyone was home. Jin Soa opened the door to find several people carrying severely injured workers. One man shouted that they were from the quarry and had been crushed by falling boulders. They had brought only those still alive and pleaded for help, explaining that they had no money. Jin Soa clenched his teeth at the sight and muttered under his breath. At that moment, Jin Yaran arrived, shouting at him to bring the patients inside. He called out to her in surprise, addressing her as his sister. She ignored his hesitation and issued quick orders, telling him to categorize the patients, send the non-urgent ones to rooms, and treat the urgent ones immediately. He responded at once, obeying her orders. Jin Yaran commanded that 2 be sent to the rooms and that hot water be prepared. Above, Wee Yun-ho stirred awake from the noise and looked down, wondering what was happening. Below, Jin Yaran rolled up her sleeves, pulled out a set of acupuncture needles, and ordered that the urgent patients be laid on the floor. Moving swiftly, she began treatment, puncturing critical points with practiced precision. One patient suddenly convulsed and vomited blood violently, splattering it across her face and clothes, but she continued without hesitation. She shouted at Jin Soa to move faster and asked if he planned to let the others die. Overwhelmed by the number of injured, Jin Soa gritted his teeth and thought desperately that he needed help. He turned to Wee Yun-ho on the roof and shouted for assistance, pointing at one of the patients. He urged him to help, reasoning that since Wee Yun-ho was from the Murim, he must know something about acupressure points. Without hesitation, Wee Yun-ho appeared beside the patient, kneeling down. He admitted that he had not learned it properly and asked what to do. Jin Soa, still treating another patient, shouted instructions for him to stimulate the Tiantu acupoint halfway and the Zhongfu acupoint fully. Following the directions, Wee Yun-ho undid part of the patient's robe and pressed his finger against the chest, muttering to himself as he did so. Foam began to form around the patient's mouth. He frowned and said that the man was reacting strangely. Jin Soa yelled, asking if he was sure he had pressed the correct points. Wee Yun-ho hesitated, pointed again, and asked if it was there. Jin Soa shouted in frustration, calling him worthless and saying that the Zhongfu point was lower. He ordered him to do it again. Wee Yun-ho sighed and said that he had warned him he was not good at this. Moments later, the patient began breathing heavily. Wee Yun-ho looked surprised and said that it seemed the man was breathing again. Jin Soa told him that the airways were only cleared, but the patient still needed to expel blood and mucus. He ordered Wee Yun-ho to inhale it with his mouth. Wee Yun-ho froze, staring at him in disbelief, and asked if he was serious, that he was supposed to kiss the old man, and demanded if there was no other way. Jin Soa yelled for him to do it or the man would die. Wee Yun-ho pouted slightly, and muttered that he only needed to clear what was stuck in the throat, and that Jin Soa could have just said that instead of humiliating him with acupoint talk. He then covered the patient's mouth and nose. Jin Soa turned and shouted in alarm, asking what he was doing. Wee Yun-ho suddenly struck the patient's chest. The man coughed violently, vomiting blood. Wee Yun-ho guided the blood with his palm, forming it into a floating orb beneath his hand. Jin Soa froze, his eyes and mouth wide in shock. Wee Yun-ho looked at him calmly and said, "Can't you tell? I'm saving a life." Elsewhere, a man was reading a letter under the moonlight in the middle of nowhere. He muttered, questioning if his mother did what the letter suggested. That man was Wee San-ho, the demon-slaying sword and Wee Yun-ho's older brother. He then began to read the letter, which stated, "My beloved son San-ho, I would love to ask about how you're doing and all, but the matter at hand is too pressing. Yun-ho is alive." As soon as he read the words, his eyes widened, and his hands trembled as he gripped his chest very tightly. He continued reading the letter. "There was a letter from Yun-ho, after 5 years. I'm sure that should lighten the burden on your chest a bit. However, he's saying that he's not allowed to come home, whatever that means. So your father and I have decided to go look for him right away. I'm sending you this letter before we leave." Yun-ho's letter came from the Kaifeng branch of the Hao sect, so we're headed to Kaifeng. After reading the letter, Wee San-ho's entire body began to tremble. He tilted his head up high, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself that his brother was alive. After a few moments, he turned around and thought to himself that now was not the time to get emotional. He noted that Kaifeng was where Jang Il was. Then, without hesitation, he leaped forward. Elsewhere, Jin Soa knocked on Wee Yun-ho's room and asked if he was sleeping. As Jin Soa entered the room, Wee Yun-ho, who was lying down on his side, responded that he was. Jin Soa remarked that it did not seem that way. Wee Yun-ho then asked how Jin Soa could be a physician when he did not even trust people. Jin Soa bowed at him and said he had done well that day and that it had been a little helpful. Still facing away from Jin Soa while lying down, Wee Yun-ho responded, questioning a little, when he had saved a whole patient. Jin Soa corrected himself, saying Wee Yun-ho had been greatly helpful. Wee Yun-ho then smiled and responded with a satisfied, all right. Jin Soa, still lowering his head, added that he wanted to know where Wee Yun-ho thought their problem lay. Wee Yun-ho asked about the problem, noting that there were so many, and asked why he wanted to know. Jin Soa explained that he wanted to restore the sacred hand manner to its former glory, which was why he wanted to hear the objective truth from an outsider like Wee Yun-ho. Wee Yun-ho then sat up, facing Jin Soa. Jin Soa sat down on a chair, and Wee Yun-ho responded, stating that while there were lots of problems, the biggest one would be money. Jin Soa questioned this, expressing surprise. Wee Yun-ho simply repeated, "Money." Jin Soa then exclaimed that medicine was the most important thing to a physician's household, and asked if money was not a secondary problem. Wee Yun-ho then told him to think about it from the beginning, asking what had brought on his household's downfall. He reminded Jin Soa that he had said the giant physician's place across the street used to be theirs. Jin Soa sighed deeply and began to speak about his father. He explained that their father was a very friendly man and did not have a single enemy. He treated patients for free, just as they were doing now, and did not take payment from the poor even if the treatment cost an arm and a leg. This was possible because they had wealth from previous generations, but the storage began running out of gold by the time Jin Soa was born. By the time he matured, it was empty. There were many physicians working at that time, so they spent a lot. However, that debt was not crushing since they brought in quite a bit of money thanks to their skill and fame. But Jin Soa thought that at some point, his father realized that his method was not sustainable, so he thought of a way to repay the debt. Wee Yun-ho then spoke, asking if his father was scammed or assassinated. Jin Soa responded, calling that kind of talk nonsense and suggesting that Wee Yun-ho had read too many novels. He then lowered his head and hesitantly spoke, saying that his father had found a way to gain a lot of money in a short time at a very high risk. Gambling. Wee Yun-ho then exclaimed, asking if Jin Soa was telling him that his father gambled to try and repay debts and brought his entire family to ruin, questioning if he was just trying to win big. Jin Soa responded embarrassingly, confirming that he tried and tried again. He never ate proper food and only drank during those days, so he passed away from nutrient deficiency and alcohol poisoning. After hearing the reasons for the sacred hand manner's downfall, Wee Yun-ho thought to himself, what the hell? He then tilted his head and spoke out loud, asking if Jin Soa wanted to know how he was supposed to revive the sacred hand manner and why he would ask him that. Though, Jin Soa explained that since Wee Yunho brought a recommendation letter from Mr. Mun Yoawan, the third grand scholar, he could not be any ordinary person. Wee Yunho then smirked and responded, stating that he was wrong and that he was an ordinary person. He insisted that this was something Jin Soa should ask a professional. The next day, they arrived at the Silver River Exchange. They sat down in front of Hei Daebung, and Wee Yunho began to speak, saying that Jin Soa would ask a physician about medical stuff and a pharmacist for medicine, and with money. Hei Daebung then nervously cut him off, saying, "So, Royal Inspector, you want me to invest in the Sacred Hand Manor?" Wee Yunho confirmed this, telling him to think about it and asking if the Sacred Hand Manor would be in its current state if Hei Daebung had been the one managing it. Hei Daebung replied, "Of course not." Wee Yunho stated that they had the medical skills but not the administrative skills. He then asked what would happen if Hei Daebung were to help with that. Hei Daebung finished the sentence by responding that that would definitely bring in money. Jin Soa then turned to Wee Yunho and said he did not want to work with Hei Daebung. Wee Yunho pointed out that Jin Soa had no choice right now, and that Hei Daebung was the one who had the power of choice. He stated that Jin Soa was not all that and could not be picky. Jin Soa then responded, asking what he had done that was so bad. Wee Yunho spoke flatly, saying, "Being broke." Jin Soa then added, as he looked at Hei Daebung, that their household was renowned for its medical skills, and he questioned working with a loan shark. Hearing the words loan shark, Hei Daebung snapped at the youth, shouting, "What? Loan shark?" He angrily pointed out that Jin Soa's family were the ones who blew away their money like nothing and that at least he knew how to popcorn his money. Wee Yunho then interjected, asking if Jin Soa thought he had dug up that fame from the ground and where he thought it came from. He asked if Jin Soa thought the Sacred Hand Manor would have lasted so long if they had given out treatments for free as he was doing now. He noted that Jin Soa's former pavilion was really fancy too, and that the ancestors Jin Soa was so proud of all received money from their patients, which was how they were able to build such a grand pavilion. Jin Soa then turned to Wee Yunho and asked if that was true. Wee Yunho emphatically replied, "Of course." He insisted that Jin Soa had pride in his family in the first place because they were a famous medicine household, so he needed to bring in money. He also needed to have a grand pavilion so that people would think, ah, they did really well in their career. He pointed out that all the really famous physician households were all rich. Hei Daebung agreed, pointing out that they were immensely wealthy and that patients were not sparing with their money when their lives depended on it. Wee Yunho then turned to Jin Soa and said, "See?" Jin Soa responded with an ah, then pouted and thought to himself that he had thought medicine was about the people. Later, back at the Sacred Hand Manor, Wee Yunho covered himself up with a blanket as he lay down. He began to recall Jin Soa's expression earlier and thought to himself that he had been too straightforward and that Jin Soa had been really down since then. He then dismissed the thought, deciding it was none of his business. Then suddenly, an ear-shattering voice echoed through the entire manor that jolted Wee Yunho up. The voice shouted, "I told you to come." He then sharpened his eyes and thought to himself, "What? What's going on now?" Outside, in the courtyard, a broad man lifted up a patient, holding him up with one hand. The broad man spoke loudly as he shouted, "Let me talk to the owner. Where's Jin Yaran? Where's that damned matriarch?" That man was Black Earth, Hua Jiol. After hearing the commotion, Jin Yaran hurriedly rushed outside and shouted at the man, asking what he was doing and why he was dragging a patient from their room. Hua Jiol turned toward her, grinned and said, "Huh, so you're Jin Yaran." Jin Yaran then rushed forward towards the patient and shouted at Hua Jiol, asking if he had any empathy. Hua Jiol shouted back, "Empathy? Are you borrowing money from us because you have empathy? Your father borrowed money in the name of the Sacred Hand Manor. You need to either shut down the business, or repay the debt." Jin Yaran then shouted back at him, saying that he should talk to them if he had a problem and asking what the patients had done. Then Hua Jiol let go and smacked the patient to the ground. He spoke, "Ooh, talk to you guys?" And without warning, Hua Jiol grabbed Jin Yaran's arm, pulled her towards him, and said he did not want to use this method either. He then leaned closer towards her face and, with a grin, added, "But since you want to take care of it yourself, seeing as you're pretty, selling you to the brothel should pay off the debt. With your looks, you should be able to pay off the debt in about 10 years. Isn't that a good solution?" Then suddenly, Jin Soa appeared right at the back of Hua Jiol. Jin Soa started pounding Hua Jiol's back with his littler arms as he shouted at him to let her go. Hua Jiol then easily shoved him away by kicking him. Jin Yaran shouted her little brother's name. Hua Jiol then spoke, still grinning, saying it would not even take her that long since even her shocked face was pretty. He suggested that her brother should worry about how to use her for money instead of her safety. Then suddenly, the patient started to jump on Hua Jiol to stop him. Hua Jiol shoved Jin Yaran to the ground. The patients and Jin Soa began shouting as they rushed at Hua Jiol, crying, "No, not the physician. Take me instead, you terrible bastard." Then one of the patients started biting Hua Jiol's arm and shouted that he was going to die anyway and would take Hua Jiol with him. Hua Jiol clenched his teeth as he shoved them off. Then Jin Yaran screamed out loud, telling them to stop, that it was not their problem to deal with. She then lowered her head and added, "Don't put your hands on the patients. I'll go. Hua Jiao then looked down at her as he grinned and said, all right. Jin Soa then shouted towards his sister, asking what she meant. Jin Yuran then turned to her little brother and, with a smile, said she would repay the debt somehow and told him not to worry about her but just to think about restoring their household. As Hua Jiao held Jin Yuran's arm, they walked away. The patients and her little brother started crying at the sight, shouting, physician, and sister. Then suddenly, a calm and firm tone echoed in the courtyard, saying, wait? Both Hua Jiao and Jin Yuran turned their heads at the sound. Wei Yunho started walking slowly towards them, still covered in a blanket. He added, you can't go. Hua Jiao looked at him and, with a smirk, responded, who the hell are you? Wei Yunho then responded, I'm Wei Yunho. After Yunho spoke, everyone fell silent. Zhuajiao then grabbed Jin Yuran and thought to himself, questioning whether this man was missing a few screws. He told Jin Yuran that they should leave, but before they could move, Yunho suddenly appeared right behind Zhuajiao, tilted his head, and declared that she could not be taken away. Zhuajiao glared at Yunho and wondered internally what the hell this bastard was yapping about now. Then Yunho spoke again, asking who would cook for him. Zhuajiao expressed shock. Yunho pointed at him and explained that if the young lady were gone, there would be no one to make him food. Zhuajiao pointed at Jin Yuran and asked incredulously if this woman had indeed cooked Yunho's meals. Yunho confirmed that she had. When Zhuajiao demanded to know why, Yunho responded that it was because he was a guest. He then leaned forward, pointed his finger at Zhuajiao and added, are you stupid or something? Zhuajiao gritted his teeth and began to retort, calling Yunho some kind of beggar, then raised his hand and shouted, fine, I'll make sure you never eat again, starting today. As Zhuajiao was about to attack Yunho, Jin Yuran shouted at them to stop, but Yunho easily smacked Zhuajiao's head, causing him to crash to the ground. Jin Yuran's eyes widened in shock, and even the patients and Jin Soa were surprised by Yunho's actions. After passing out for a moment, Zhuajiao immediately got back up upon regaining consciousness. Yunho then spoke to him apologetically, saying, are you okay? That wasn't my intention. It happened before I knew it. As Zhuajiao gasped for air, he thought to himself that this man was a master. After standing back up, Zhuajiao immediately backed off and gained distance. He asked Yunho where he was from, addressing him as martial master. Yunho responded that he was not a martial master. Zhuajiao warned him not to interfere in personal matters, stating that they had a clear contract regarding the debt and that even the authorities would side with them. Yunho acknowledged this. Zhuajiao then pleaded with him not to interfere any further. Yunho replied that this would be difficult, as he had already explained that if the young lady left, he would have no one to feed him. Zhuajiao paused for a moment and thought to himself that the food was just an excuse and that Yunho intended to help them after all. He then spoke aloud, asking if Yunho intended to interfere with the Dark Earth Branch sect until the very end. Yunho tilted his head and asked about the Dark Earth Branch sect. Zhuajiao explained that it was the faction he belonged to and the one the Sacred Hand Manor was indebted to, warning that their sect would not simply stand by and watch. Yunho responded that he had no intention of interfering, asking if the problem right now wasn't simply money. Zhuajiao asked if Yunho was saying he would pay the debt on Jin Yuran's behalf. Yunho explained that he did not have the money but would make it and give it to them, asking them to leave and promising to deliver it within 2 weeks. Zhuajiao fell silent and began thinking. After a few moments, he spoke aloud, declaring that he would trust Yunho to keep his promise. Later that day, somewhere else, a man was eating as he spoke, asking if a master had truly appeared at the Sacred Hand Manor. Zhuajiao stood before him, lowered his head, and confirmed that this was correct, adding that the man said he was a guest. The man responded with confusion about a guest, wondering aloud if this was an acquaintance of the former master of Sacred Hand Manor, which could complicate matters. He asked if Zhuajiao had run away as soon as he saw this master. Zhuajiao shouted that he was no coward and explained that the master had said he would pay the money within 2 weeks, so he thought it best to observe the situation first. The man, who was Guokdo-san, leader of the Dark Earth Branch sect, shouted at him, calling him an imbecile. He reminded Zhuajiao that he had not been told to collect money but to use the debt as an excuse to tear down the Sacred Hand Manor's business and crush them so they could never recover. He threw his food at Zhuajiao's face and shouted that Zhuajiao had backed off after hearing nonsense. Zhuajiao responded that he thought it was right to first figure out that man's identity. Guokdo-san grew more furious, slamming the table with his feet and shouting that he would cut out Zhuajiao's tongue if he kept dragging things on. He warned that if this went wrong, they would be furious and they would all be turned into a puddle of blood. Zhuajiao shuddered and asked if they should get rid of Yunho. Guokdo-san responded calmly that there was no need to provoke a martial master like that, and that they should simply watch and see for now. Elsewhere, at Yunho's quarters, Yunho was lying down on his bed while Jin Soa sat in front of him. Jin Soa asked what on earth Yunho was planning to do. Yunho asked what he meant. Jin Soa reminded him that he had said he would pay off the debt within a fortnight. Yunho replied, "Did I?" Jin Soa shouted that he must have had a plan, demanding to know what he meant by that. Yunho responded that of course he had a plan, adding that it was the best method, passed down since ancient times. Jin Soa asked seriously what it was. Yeonho explained that he was not sure if she had heard of it, but it was called running away in the night. Jin Soa's eyes widened and he began rushing toward Yeonho, smacking him repeatedly and shouting, "Are you kidding me? To think I actually trusted someone like you." Yeonho sat up and asked how much the debt was. After Jin Soa calmed down, he sat back in his chair and responded that he did not know the exact amount himself, but believed it was around 20 nyang of gold. Yeonho calculated that this meant 2,000 yang in silver, asking how a person could rack up that much debt. Jin Soa sighed deeply and explained that it had originally been over 100 yang of gold and that they had sold off their assets to get it down to that amount. Yeonho leaned forward, expressed disbelief, and then stood up and scoffed. He declared that it could not be helped and told Jin Soa to come with him. Jin Soa asked where they were going. Yeonho looked at him and said they were going to get money, explaining that it would be an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Jin Soa asked why he was bringing that up now. Yeonho grinned and explained that the method he was going to use to get money was how Jin Soa's father had ended up bringing the entire family to ruin, the gambling den. Hearing this, Jin Soa's eyes widened. Later, Yeonho and Jin Soa arrived at the secret gambling house, Golden Flower Manor. Inside, the Golden Flower Manor master, Kang Cheon-lip, spoke to himself lazily, lamenting another bust and wondering if everyone knew they ripped off newbies, perhaps because of ripping off the Sacred Hand Manor long ago. His solitude was suddenly interrupted as an attendant hurriedly appeared and shouted that they had found one. Kang Cheon-lip, startled, asked if the authorities had come to collect dues. The attendant clarified that a sucker had arrived. Meanwhile, in the gambling den, Yeonho began looking around and commented that this was the gambling den. Jin Soa, at his side, responded that it was and pleaded with him to stop looking around. He thought to himself, questioning if this was really going to be okay, trying to win back what was lost to gambling with more gambling. Suddenly, the attendant happily approached Yeonho and asked what brought him to this humble establishment. Yeonho asked if the attendant knew him. The attendant smiled widely and responded that of course he did, as Yeonho was a valued guest who had come to enjoy the night. Yeonho asked what one did for fun around there. The attendant told him to speak comfortably. Yeonho cleared his throat and asked again what he should do. The attendant happily responded that they had everything from pai gao to bone tiles, dice, dunggi, horyangpei, and more, that if it involved betting money to win money, they had it all. He guided them, saying they simply had to see this game for themselves, and showed them how to play. Yeonho observed and asked if it was dice. The attendant explained that this was a game called Yin and Yang, the most popular game in their establishment, with very simple rules. One put iron beads into containers and shook them, and as the beads were shaken inside the two containers, they would be divided between the two sides. Then, when one container was placed on the ground, one just had to guess whether the number of beads inside was odd or even. After this explanation, Yeonho responded that it was incredibly simple. The attendant, with a wide smile, agreed that people loved it because it was simple, and with a sly grin added that while gambling with complex rules had its own charm, this allowed one to bet fast and win fast, with odds exactly 50-50, perfectly suited to Yeonho's fiery temperament. Yeonho responded that he could not stand things that took too long. The attendant expressed agreement. Yeonho declared that he would give it a try. After some time, as Yeonho played, Kang Cheon-lip went to the main hall of the gambling den. As he walked around, he glanced at Yeonho and thought to himself that Yeonho was doing well, that hooking a sucker was the easy part. The strategy was to let him lose some, win some, then let him have a huge win and repeat the process, and before he knew it, he would be addicted. Kang Cheon-lip thought Yeonho seemed to be having real fun. Suddenly, another gambler nearby shouted, asking how much that was and declaring that Golden Flower Manor was getting cleaned out today. Kang Cheon-lip turned his head and saw a pile of silver ingots. He thought to himself in disbelief, then turned toward Yeonho and expressed even greater shock, wondering what was going on. Elsewhere, at the Kaifeng beggar sect branch, Jang Il was whistling as he slouched down and remarked to himself that he would finally get his money now that Yeonho was gone. He looked at the newly installed door in front of him and added that before winter came, he had found a sturdy pair of doors that someone had thrown out. Commenting on his own good fortune, suddenly someone barged in and broke down the door. A man entered and spoke commandingly, asking if it was true. It was the demon-slaying sword, Wee Son-ho. Jang Il was shocked at his sudden appearance and stammered in recognition. Without hesitation, Wee Son-ho grabbed Jang Il by his collar with both hands and shouted, "Jang Il! I asked you if it's true that Yeonho is alive?" Jang Il responded as he struggled from Son-ho's grasp that it was true, and begged him to calm down and let go. As Son-ho released Jang Il, he said that Yeonho really was alive and demanded to know where he was. As Jang Il coughed on the ground, he responded that this was the How Sect's information and that Son-ho should ask them instead. He coughed again and said he would pretend this incident hadn't happened since Son-ho had just learned about his brother being alive. Suddenly, Son-ho grabbed Jang Il on his back and declared they would go together. Jang Il, confused, asked where to. Son-ho responded that they were going to the How Sect and ordered Jang Il to lead the way. Jang Il's face twisted as he looked at Son-ho and thought to himself about these little shits. Later, Wei Sanho and Jiang Il arrived at the house sect Kai Feng branch. They were greeted by Gui Nang Nang, who then glared down at Jiang Il and accused him of bringing the demon-slaying sword, the orthodox Miriam's best young martial artist. Jiang Il shouted back that he hadn't wanted to. Gui Nang Nang shouted that they were both going to die today, while Jiang Il protested that he hadn't wanted to bring him and cried out in frustration. Elsewhere, at the Golden Flower Manor's gambling den, the fellow gamblers began to surround Yanho and chatter among themselves. They asked how much it would be if he won again, with one answering 1,000, which another clarified meant 10 gold yang. The observers commented that it was a lot and that it was the most money they had ever seen bet. In front of Yanho, as the dealer shook the cup, the dealer thought to himself, cursing and wondering what the hell was with this man. Yanho then started to bet uneven. The dealer continued his internal monologue, noting that Yanho had won 9 times in a row and questioning if he would win this time too. As he opened the cup, the observers began to yell out the result, confirming it was 4, an even number, and that Yanho had won 1,000. They exclaimed he was a gambling god and expressed amazement at witnessing such a thing. On Yanho's side, Jin Soa began massaging his shoulder and congratulated him on winning. Yanho chuckled and thought to himself that he used to dodge attacks just by listening for the sound of flying rocks while sleeping, so this was far too easy. He could tell whether it was odd or even just from the sound alone, making this the best method for earning money. He reflected that it was a shame, but he should stop now, though he noted that just one more win would reach his goal amount. Suddenly, Kang Qianlip approached Yanho's table and bowed, greeting him as an important guest. The dealer was surprised by his sudden appearance and said his name aloud. One of the nearby gamblers added that it was the Golden Flower Manor Master. Yanho responded that he was just a regular guy. Kang Qianlip chuckled and commented that putting on interesting games at the gambling house made one an important guest. Yanho turned his gaze away and responded that he hadn't found it interesting. Kang Qianlip responded with forced laughter, calling Yanho an extraordinary man. He thought to himself, cursing the little shit who had eaten up 1,000 yang and was saying he didn't find it fun. He then extended his arm sideways and spoke aloud, declaring there were better places for Yanho and suggesting he move to a bigger stage. Yanho asked what he meant by a bigger stage. Kang Qianlip explained it was a proper gambling stage where the real games had yet to begin and would be much more fun. Yanho expressed interest but then stood up and flatly declared, "I don't wanna!" He ordered Jin Soa to grab all the money on the table. Kang Qianlip was shocked by his response, clenched his teeth, and thought to himself that Yanho intended to win 10 gold yang worth and just leave. He approached Yanho, grabbed his shoulder, handed him a pouch, and with a wide smile said, "Goodness, you can't just leave like that! If you stay and play in the bigger games, I'll give you 5 gold yang." Yanho asked if this was just because. Kang Qianlip confirmed it was. Yanho countered, asking how about 10. Kang Qianlip paused and thought to himself, cursing. He then spoke aloud, agreeing to give 10 but stipulating that the game would continue until one side ran out of all their money. Hearing this, Yanho thought to himself that he was too lazy to come back tomorrow. He spoke aloud, agreeing to do it if Kang Qianlip would give him 10. Kang Qianlip responded that it was a good idea. He thought to himself that Yanho had fallen for it, calling him a stupid idiot. He called out to someone nearby and announced that the opponent had accepted. Then a man started approaching. The gamblers nearby immediately noticed him and identified him as Dokbi. That man was the gambling king, one-armed Dokbi. As Dokbi began playing with dice in his hand, he looked at Yanho and thought to himself that Yanho had won all that in just yin-yang, and that he didn't look like a gambler. He then sat down in the chair in front of Yanho and continued his internal reflection, concluding that if you win that much in gambling, that is what makes you a gambler, not your looks. Yanho asked if Dokbi was his opponent. Dokbi confirmed he was. Yanho asked what they were doing. Dokbi responded as he threw the dice on the table, recommending this game. The gamblers watching nearby began to chat among themselves, noting that dice seemed too normal but was definitely the most certain, that this kind of game really brought out a gambler's skills, and that there was no way that boy would win against Dokbi, as no one could. They observed that games involving dice were much more fair than complex games. Dokbi explained the rules simply. The one whose dice roll was higher wins. He asked if Yanho was against it. Yanho sharpened his eyes and responded no. Both Yanho and Dokbi stared at each other for a moment. On the side, Kang Qianlip began speaking, declaring that the game would continue until one side ran out of money, that stakes would double each game, and that while one could add more money if they lost all of it, in that case the winner would decide whether to continue or not. He asked if Yanho was alright with that. Yanho responded that it was alright. Kang Qianlip then roared in excitement, declaring they would begin. The gamblers watching nearby also roared in cheers. Jin Soa, from behind, grabbed both of Yanho's shoulders and asked if he could do well. Yanho responded confidently, asking if Jin Soa had ever seen him not do well. Time passed, and Yanho's pile of silver ingots diminished to only 4 pieces. Jin-soa spoke to him, stating that this was his 10th time losing. Yeonho agreed. Jin-soa exclaimed at him, shouting that Yeonho had told him to trust him. Yeonho responded weakly. Jin-soa declared they would go bankrupt at this rate and called Yeonho a bastard. In front, as Dokbi played with dice in his hand, he spoke, saying this would be the last game and that this round was for 2,000 yang. The gamblers watching nearby began laughing to themselves and chattering, saying he had lost all the money he gained and that he would be in debt at this rate, that this was why kids shouldn't gamble. Dokbi smirked as he stared at Yeonho, then threw the dice on the table and declared they should begin. As Yeonho calmly observed, the dice rolled the highest numbers. The crowd started cheering, exclaiming he got all sixes, calling it amazing, and praising Dokbi as expected. Dokbi extended his hand toward Yeonho and asked what he would do, suggesting the winner had already been decided. Yeonho simply responded, asking why not continue and stating that Dokbi didn't know that yet. On the side, Jin-soa exclaimed in concern. Yeonho, dripping sweat all over his face, asked if Jin-soa trusted him. Jin-soa bowed his head repeatedly and responded that of course he trusted him, asking who else he would trust. Yeonho patted Jin-soa's head and said no one had ever said that to him before. After a few moments, it was Yeonho's turn to throw the dice. He exhaled deeply, sharpened his eyes, and thought to himself that it was 40 golden yang if he won this one. He threw the dice on the table. Dokbi's eyes widened at the result. The gamblers were also shocked as they looked at the dice on the table, which showed the lowest score, all ones. Yeonho was shocked at the result. From behind, Jin-soa shouted at him in disbelief, "You son of a bitch!" Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room, a man sat down on a chair and asked who. In front of him, Gakdo-san was kneeling down and responded that he had yet to figure out their identity. The man responded that a mysterious young boy skilled in martial arts should be killed, declaring there was no need to leave doors like that open. Gakdo-san protested that they didn't know how skilled Yeonho was yet. The man grinned, calling Gakdo-san useless, and offered to give him more skilled martial artists, insisting there was no need to drag it out. He ordered Gakdo-san to go right now and kill him. Back at the gambling den, after Yeonho revealed the lowest score, Dokbi spoke with a grin on his face, telling him that he had simply been unlucky. Yeonho groaned and asked what would happen next. On the side, Kang Cheonlip responded that now that Yeonho had no money left, he needed to repay the 10 golden yang that had been lent to him. Yeonho clarified that this was not what he meant. He explained that he wanted to know how much money was required to continue playing. Kang Cheonlip nervously answered that the amount was 40 yang, and Yeonho confirmed that he could keep playing if he brought 40. Kang Cheonlip, flustered, said that they were the ones who decided whether the game continued or not, but he added that they would indeed continue if Yeonho brought the money. Inwardly, Kang Cheonlip thought that Yeonho had lost his mind and that they would rob him clean. Yeonho then asked him if he could promise that the game would continue, and Kang Cheonlip exclaimed that of course he could. He insisted that a gambling house could not run without trust and declared in front of everyone that all those present were witnesses. Yeonho smiled at his statement, then called out for someone to come in. As everyone turned their heads toward the entrance, Hae Daebung approached elegantly with two men carrying wooden crates. Laughing, he explained that he had been slightly late. Yeonho shouted at him, demanding to know why he took so long, saying he had almost become a slave from all the money he had lost. Hae Daebung tried to calm him by saying lightly, "Goodness, you would never let yourself become that." Kang Cheonlip groaned as he immediately recognized the man entering. He asked why someone like Hae Daebung of the Milky Way Manor was there. Hae Daebung politely greeted him and explained that he had brought the money requested by his guest, noting that the delay came from needing it delivered in gold. Yeonho then spoke directly to Kang Cheonlip, reminding him that he had promised to continue the game as long as Yeonho had the money and that the minimum bet had to be doubled from the previous round. He suggested raising the stakes further. Kang Cheonlip's expression became tense, and sweat dripped down his face as he muttered in disbelief. Yeonho then announced that the next amount should be 100 gold yang. Kang Cheonlip asked if he had truly said 100, and Yeonho smirked while asking if he was scared. Kang Cheonlip admitted to himself that of course he was terrified and leaned toward Dokbi to whisper, asking if Dokbi could handle the situation. Dokbi replied sharply, asking whether Kang Cheonlip was doubting the gambling king, prompting Kang Cheonlip to insist that he was not. He then declared that he would trust him. After a brief pause, Kang Cheonlip shouted that they would continue. Dokbi sharpened his gaze toward Yeonho and asked if the young man had intended such a large-scale match from the beginning. Yeonho questioned what he meant. Dokbi asked if Yeonho had lost the previous rounds on purpose, but Yeonho responded that nobody would do something so insane, especially when he was not rich. Dokbi then asked why he had called the Milky Way Manor ahead of time. Yeonho explained that his mother always taught him to have plenty of money on hand no matter what he was doing, which was why he had sent for it. Dokbi fell silent after hearing this. Yeonho rolled the dice in his hand and asked if he was the one starting. Dokbi simply nodded. After a moment, Yeonho threw the dice into the air. The gamblers watched closely as the dice crashed onto the table. 5 of the dice landed showing sixes, while the last continued spinning. The crowd muttered in awe about seeing 5 sixes and waited for the last die to settle. When the final die revealed a 5, everyone shouted in excitement. They lamented that it was not another 6, but praised the result as excellent. Some even noted that the game might be winnable for Yeonho, even against Dokbi. Dokbi grinned as he collected the dice, remarking that Yanho had fallen short by just one. Yanho replied that he did not know what he meant, but that 35 was already a very high number. Dokbi shouted that it did not matter because it did not change anything, adding that Yanho had underestimated him. He proclaimed loudly, "I'll show you why I am called the Gambling King." He moved his arms and threw the dice. As the dice scattered on the table, 5 of them landed showing 6s, while the last continued spinning. The crowd held its breath, shouting eagerly about the possibility of all 6s. They said that this was the largest game the house had ever seen and that such a result would be fitting for the Gambling King. Behind Yanho, Jinsoa began sweating heavily and asked what they should do. Yanho, confused, asked what he meant. Jinsoa shouted that he could not understand why Yanho was calm, insisting that they would be completely broke if they lost, and asking if Yanho was sure about this. Yanho stiffened and asked Jinsoa whether his sister was good at dancing, adding that if she were sold, it was likely she would end up in a brothel. Jinsoa shouted back in horror, asking what he was even saying. A few moments later, the room fell completely silent. A faint clicking sound was heard as the last die stopped spinning. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw the final result. The last die had landed on 4, bringing Dokbi's total to 34. The gamblers erupted in wild shouting, announcing that the kid had won by just 1 point. They praised the unbelievable victory and exclaimed repeatedly about the 100 gold nyang. They shouted that this moment would go down in history and that Yanho was the first to win such a massive amount from the Golden Flower Manor. Jinsoa lunged forward, hugging Yanho tightly in joy and shouting, "You won 100 nyang." Yanho told him to get off, pointing out that he had been insulting him just moments earlier. Jinsoa ignored him and continued yelling in excitement. On the side, Kang Qianlip was shocked beyond belief and shouted at Dokbi, asking how he had possibly lost when he had said he could win. Dokbi calmly responded that although he might be the Gambling King, it seemed the boy was a gambling god. Kang Qianlip cursed in disbelief and thought to himself that he was completely doomed, especially since this involved the Golden Flower Manor's money. Suddenly, He Daebung cut everyone off and announced that the financial relationship between the Golden Flower Manor and young master Wei Yanho had now been settled. He declared that everyone present was a witness to the passionate game. The gamblers roared in agreement, repeating loudly that they were indeed witnesses. Dokbi bowed toward Yanho and said that it had been a good game. Yanho returned the bow. After the money was collected, He Daebung told Yanho that he would deposit the money at the manor for the time being, and Yanho agreed. Jinsoa, still catching his breath, admitted that he did not think he was cut out for gambling. He said that he felt exhausted just watching and asked Yanho if he was all right. Yanho answered that he was only a bit tired. As they turned to leave, he added that Manor Master Ha would handle the money and suggested they go home, saying he wanted to eat good food and sleep. Jinsoa quickly said that he knew a really good place and that he would go get there. His words stopped when he bumped into someone. He immediately apologized. The man he collided with was Guokdo-san, and several lackeys stood around him. Yanho narrowed his eyes as he looked at them. Behind him, He Daebung noted that based on the symbols on their clothing, they appeared to be from the Dark Earth Branch sect. Yanho repeated the name in thought. Guokdo-san, speaking in a cold tone, asked which of them was Wei Yanho. Meanwhile, at the Great Hanlim Institute, Mununji spoke outside the building as she confirmed that the person before her was Yanho's older brother. Wei Sanho bowed to her in thanks and asked where Yanho was. She explained that he was not present and had gone to Hubei with the Swift Dragon escort agency. Sanho thanked her, then told Jang Il they needed to leave. Jang Il protested loudly, asking who said he was coming and throwing himself on the ground. He shouted that he could not go, begging to be killed instead, explaining that he had run all the way there without food or water and that going to Hubei now would kill him. Mununji sighed at the sight and urged them to rest before continuing. Sanho insisted that he could not, but Jang Il screamed again, asking why not. Mununji pressed that the world would speak poorly of them if they rejected guests late at night. She said she would prepare a bath and food and asked them to rest before departing. Jang Il, still on the ground throwing a tantrum, shouted that he would die either way and begged to be killed. Sanho looked at him, then told Mununji that he had no choice and thanked her. Later, in the bathhouse, Jang Il and Sanho were soaking in the hot tub. Jang Il sighed with relief and commented that a beggar of the beggar sect taking a bath would make their leader foam at the mouth. As he stared at Sanho's body, he noticed numerous scars and commented that his body looked impressive. He pointed at one scar and asked whether it came from fighting the tailless phantom demon, saying he had heard Sanho nearly died back then. Sanho looked at the scar on his chest and repeated the name. Jang Il confirmed it and said again that he had heard Sanho almost died from that fight. As Sanho stepped out of the bath, he explained that the scar he received from battling that creature was nothing compared to the one he was pointing at. Jang Il scrambled out after him and asked which demonic martial artist could have inflicted such a massive wound. Sanho paused, closed his eyes, and thought about the words demonic martial artist. A memory flashed in his mind of a young Yanho crying desperately and shouting, "Sanho, wake up!" Sanho then thought to himself that this scar was one his little brother had made at a time when the boy had not yet understood how terrifying a sword could be. Back at the gambling den, after Guak Dosan demanded to know who Wee Yanho was, Yanho pointed at himself and simply responded, "Me." Guak Dosan stared at him for a moment, then turned to Jua Gil behind him and questioned if Yanho was truly the person they sought. Jua Gil confirmed that he was. Guak Dosan then shouted in disbelief that Yanho was way too young. Jua Gil reminded him that he had already mentioned Yanho's youth. Guak Dosan retorted that he had exaggerated in his report because Jua Gil had called him a martial master, only to find out it was just some kid. Guak Dosan scoffed and ordered his men to handle the situation, stating that even a kid needed to pay the price for interfering in their work. Just as the situation was about to escalate, Yanho interjected, saying, "Wait." Suddenly Hei Daebong handed a paper and a pen to Jin Soa. The other gamblers began running away as they sensed trouble stirring up. Yanho looked back at Jin Soa and instructed her to sign the document right there. Jin Soa, confused, grabbed the pen and asked what he was signing. Yanho simply told him to sign it, and that he would explain later. Jin Soa nervously agreed. After Jin Soa signed the paper, Yanho spoke toward Guak Dosan, asking exactly how much the Sacred Hand Manor owed their group. Guak Dosan responded that the debt amounted to 20 gold nyang and 50 silver nyang. In an instant, Hei Daebong's men placed a chest right in front of Guak Dosan. When Guak Dosan opened it, his eyes widened in shock, and he shouted, "What is this?" Yanho explained that the money represented the debt the Sacred Hand Manor had with them. He stated that the manor now owed them nothing, and instructed Guak Dosan to write a guarantee that the debt was paid off, then take his money. Guak Dosan drooled as he grabbed a piece of gold ingot from the chest, asking if Yanho intended to resolve everything with just that amount. Yanho confirmed it, stating that he had added more than what was actually owed. Guak Dosan stammered that it certainly looked that way. On the side, Jua Gil leaned toward Guak Dosan and whispered a reminder that their leader wanted the Sacred Hand Manor itself, not just the money, and warned against allowing them to reconstruct themselves. Guak Dosan expressed frustration, then spoke directly to Yanho, saying that the debt problem was not important right now. He insisted he could not let them get away with interfering in his business. Yanho asked if Guak Dosan wanted to fight. Guak Dosan grinned, responding that this was not a fight, but a punishment. He shouted an order to his men to bring him Yanho's head. The men instantly responded and rushed toward Yanho. As the men all lunged to stab Yanho, his body disappeared into thin air. He spoke coldly while standing on the swords of the attacking men, questioning the term punishment and warning that they would regret this. Without warning, he lunged a kick into one man's face, punched another on the side of his face, and elbowed a third man on the neck. In a flash, Yanho took down every man who had attacked him. Seeing this, Guak Dosan's jaw dropped, and he shouted in disbelief, asking what had just happened. Beside him, Jua Gil shouted at Guak Dosan, reminding him, "I told you he's a martial master." Guak Dosan cursed. Yanho then pointed toward Guak Dosan and calmly told him he wanted to get this over with, so he should just tell the guys hiding in the back to come out too. Guak Dosan smiled nervously and asked how Yanho knew they were there. He clicked his tongue, turned his back and called out to the hidden men, shouting at them to come and help. Another group of men approached Yanho slowly, their swords drawn. Yanho commented that they looked familiar and asked if they had met before. Before he could finish speaking, one of the men stabbed toward Yanho's neck. Yanho bent back just in time to dodge the attack, then immediately backed off, saying, "That scared me." He thought to himself that he had expected this to be a chill fight, but the sudden attack was surprising. He wondered if that was the hidden sword technique. He then recalled his master's words, who had explained that there was a sword art specialized for killing, mostly used by assassins, whose goal was to kill the opponent without being noticed. The master had asked Yanho what he should do in such a situation. Yanho had replied that he did not know. Baek Muhan had stated that people who used that sword art were murderers who had killed countless people, and that Yanho must neither go easy on them nor underestimate them. He told Yanho never to forget this and to kill them all right away if he found them. As the memory faded, Yanho sharpened his eyes. He thought that he guessed he had to give it his all since the old man said so, even though he was too lazy for this. He then spoke to Hei Daebong, asking him to hand him a sword. Hei Daebong immediately rushed toward him with a sword, saying, "Here you go." As Yanho drew the sword, he warned everyone to stay away because it was going to get loud. One of the men in front spoke directly to Yanho, saying that managing to dodge the attack meant he was no ordinary kid. Without warning, all of them suddenly rushed toward Yanho. One of the men shouted that the opponent was a martial master, and ordered them not to underestimate him but to work together. Yanho gripped his sword firmly and closed his eyes. A sudden burst of chi flared up from him. One of the men's eyes widened in disbelief. Yanho recalled his master's words telling him not to let himself be held back by each movement. Yanho muttered to himself that he knew, and that the start was an unbending spirit. As the men continued to rush forward, Yanho remained standing still, repeating his master's words inwardly. You must not let your mind be shaken just because your opponent's sword is approaching you. He then exhaled deeply and continued the mantra. You must wield the sword with a cool head to be able to respond according to any kind of situation. He took a step forward with his left foot, lowered his body, and dodged the first man's attack. Another man followed up with an attack. Yanho continued repeating his master's lesson inwardly. Next is to imbue your sword with your mindset. Yanho put his sword on his back to block the attack. A loud clash of steel echoed through the den, and Yanho added, it may be two blades of the same steel, but if you do not put yourself into the steel, it is not a proper sword. The enemy's sword was cut off cleanly. Yanho continued to block another attack. As he gained a little space, another two men rushed toward him. He continued his mental recitation. A sword with your will can split even the mountains. With a single slash, he cut off the two men instantly. He continued, what can be filled can also be emptied. Another man approached him from the front. Yanho's inner voice instructed, like how land dictates the flow of a river, channel yourself into the sword. He then performed a sword technique. A moment of silence filled the air. Then one of the men screamed in pain as blood gushed out from his body. Yanho's inner voice explained, what I have taught you is not a move. It's a seed that might grow into anything. He then faced the remaining men. As chi began to circle right on his chest, he performed another technique. The remaining men grew nervous as they saw Yanho perform the technique. Yanho slowly raised his sword up, his inner voice stating, a perfect sword is created with your mind. Create your own sword. Then, a sudden burst of chi came out of Yanho. He swung down his sword, and a massive wave of chi started to fall down. As the attack landed on the men, the entire building shook, and the roof completely broke, opening up a massive hole. On the side, Jin Soa's eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open in shock. After a few moments, all the men were completely taken down. Yanho remained standing still farming aura. He looked at the men on the ground and announced that he had cut their chi veins and closed off their ability for martial arts. He declared that they would no longer be able to wield the sword or harm others, regardless of the lives they had led until now. He told them to pay the price for having oppressed others just because they were stronger than them. He thought to himself that these people really felt familiar, but decided he would figure it out one day. He turned his gaze toward Guokdo-san, who was trembling in fear, and approached him. Before he could continue, Guokdo-san shrieked in horror. Yanho then yawned and asked if Guokdo-san had not said he was going to punish someone. Guokdo-san, trembling with horror, spoke the young master's name. Yanho then explained that his master had declared that ignoring those who interfered with him was a personal insult to the master himself, and he stated that he tried to live by those words. Guokdo-san immediately bowed to the ground and countered, saying that people could sometimes make mistakes. He pleaded that if Yanho would forgive him, he would turn his life around and live as a good person. Yanho crossed his arms and replied that while changing for the better was commendable, no one would believe him after everything he had done. Guokdo-san then asked what Yanho intended to do. Yanho responded that killing him was excessive, and he would simply take an eye for an eye instead. Guokdo-san repeated the phrase, an eye for an eye, in confusion. Yanho pointed toward the fallen assassins in the back, and Guokdo-san, startled as he looked at them, asked in horror if Yanho meant that he was going to remove his ability to use martial arts again. Yanho smiled and responded, yep, you got it. He added that he loved it when people immediately grasped his meaning. Guokdo-san then desperately asked if there was truly no other alternative. Yanho simply smiled widely and crossed his fingers to form an X. Seeing this gesture, Guokdo-san inwardly shouted, shit. Yanho immediately attacked Guokdo-san. As Guokdo-san fell to the ground, Yanho turned his head toward Jwagiol, pointed at him, and commanded him to guide him now. Jwagiol asked where they were going, and Yanho plainly stated, their base. That day, the Dark Earth Branch sect, which had been the greatest in Hubei, met its downfall. Later, at the Sacred Hand Manor, Jin Yaran stood on the porch, staring at the sky and wondering where her brother had gone. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Jin Soa appeared, shouting excitedly, Sis! Sis! Do you know what I did? Jin Yaran approached him and asked why he was so excited. Jin Soa excitedly waved his arms sideways as he announced that they had repaid all their debts. Jin Yaran leaned forward and suggested that he must have been dreaming. Her brother exclaimed, no, and began to explain what had just happened. As night fell, the two remained in the courtyard talking. After hearing the story, Jin Yaran spoke with disbelief, asking if it was truly so. Jin Soa confirmed it, asserting, we're free now. It's all thanks to Mr. Wee. Jin Yaran clutched her hand to her chest, saying she was glad and that they owed him. However, her tone abruptly shifted as she narrowed her eyes and lectured her brother. She stated, "However, Soa, it was wrong to try and repay the debt through gambling." Jin Soa was startled. Jin Yaran added that she would let it pass this time since he was not the one gambling, but she forbade him from ever going near the gambling house again. Jin Soa lowered his head and questioned if the method they used to repay the debt was truly that important. Jin Yaran insisted that a person who did not walk the orthodox path was bound to hit a wall. She asked how he could be acceptable with gambling after having witnessed what their father had endured. Jin Soa shouted in return that she might have been dragged off to the escort house otherwise. He challenged her, asking if she could still claim that the method was wrong. Jin Yaran simply replied, "Yes," adding that a physician should walk the orthodox path. Jin Soa lowered his head, clenched his lips, and remained silent before responding that she was too rigid. He claimed he had done his best for her, but all she could see was an opportunity to lecture him. Jin Yaran maintained that her concern was all for his sake. Jin Soa spread his arms and exclaimed, "Look at this place." He argued that if they had done things her way, they would be staying in that place forever, and questioned if that was truly for him. He declared that he had learned a great deal from Mr. Wee, and did not want to live the way she did. He wanted to live his own life. Jin Yaran simply fell silent as she looked at her brother. The next day, in the pine forest, Sanho and Zhang Il of the Great Hanlim Institute met Mun Yuhuan. Mun Yuhuan welcomed them. Sanho and Zhang Il bowed, and Sanho stated he was honored that Mun Yuhuan would receive them despite their unannounced visit. Mun Yuhuan replied that he had heard Sanho was Mr. Wee's older brother, making him an important guest who deserved a welcome. Sanho bowed again and apologized for any rudeness his brother might have shown. Mun Yuhuan dismissed the apology and asked if they were indeed looking for Yanho. He then asked if he could offer some advice. When Sanho accepted, Mun Yuhuan narrowed his eyes and spoke of great potential, stating it was not something that could be restricted. He said that considering Sanho's personality, he was sure he would attempt to mold his brother to his expectations, but warned that this would only ruin him. Mun Yuhuan used an analogy, saying that everyone ends up hurt when one tries to squeeze a horse into a small house. He advised Sanho to let Yanho be free, and then one day, he will become a horse running through the plains. Sanho was mildly shocked by this statement. He bowed again and responded that he thanked Mun Yuhuan for his consideration, and would contemplate his advice. Later, as they left the Great Hanlim Institute and walked through the forest, Zhang Il asked why Sanho looked so displeased when they had been fed and rested. Sanho stopped and asked Zhang Il how he perceived his brother. Zhang Il replied that he had only treated Yanho well because he was Sanho's brother. He added that if he were not, he would not have even considered him human. Zhang Il described Yanho as lazy and evil, like someone from the unorthodox Murim, and more cunning than a politician. He cut himself off, concerned that he might offend Sanho, who was deep in thought. After a few moments, Sanho responded, "So that's what you think." He thought to himself that most normal people could not see Yanho's true talent, concluding that his brother had changed significantly from the past. That evening, at the Sacred Hand Manor, Yanho yawned while lying on the roof. He sat up, stretched his shoulder, and wondered how long he had slept. Jumping off the roof, he complained that the damned sleep training had him feeling beaten up in real life because he had been beaten up in his dream. Without warning, Jin Yaran spoke from the side as she bowed, saying that what he had done for them was of immense importance. Yanho was startled, flinching and shouting, "Shit!" Jin Yaran immediately knelt down and added that she could not possibly repay him for everything. Yanho told her to get up and asked why she was doing this. Jin Yaran remained kneeling and asked if she could request a favor. Yanho stepped back at the sudden request and asked what it was, thinking to himself that he must be cursed by his ancestors. Jin Yaran asked him to please change Soa's mind. She explained that he had to inherit the Sacred Hand Manor, revive the household, and regain their honor, but claimed he was shaken right now. She implored Yanho to change his mind. Yanho narrowed his eyes as he looked at her and responded, "I don't get it. Aren't becoming a great physician and reviving the Sacred Hand Manor two different things?" He asked her which was more important. Jin Yaran asked if she was supposed to choose one. Yanho crossed his arms and stated that since they were two different things, she should. Jin Yaran declared, "The revival of the Sacred Hand Manor." She explained that even if Soa became a great physician, their father's will could not be fulfilled if he did not resurrect the manor. However, she noted that if the Sacred Hand Manor were revived, they would have a chance of producing a great physician in the future. Yanho responded that he understood her meaning and that the revival of the Sacred Hand Manor was the priority. He concluded that for that to happen, there was actually a very simple solution. Elsewhere, at the Hao sect Kaifeng branch, Gui Nangnang gritted her teeth, saying she should have killed that beggar. She was still enraged that he had dared to bring the demon-slaying sword there, and vowed to deal with him next time she saw him. Her thoughts were interrupted when Gongmu rushed toward her, shouting that there was a problem. Gui Nangnang shouted back, asking what the matter was. Gongmu turned his head slightly and tried to explain what was happening. At the back, Wei Zhenghan and Song Ah had visited the Hao sect Kaifeng branch. Wei Zhenghan spoke, asking if she was in charge of the area. Gui Nangnang narrowed her eyes, thinking that anyone was coming there these days. She sighed and said aloud, "Ha, yes, I am." Wei Junghan then introduced himself, saying, "I am Wei Junghan." Hearing this, Gui Nangnang's eyes widened in shock as she instantly recognized the name. She yelled, Wei Junghan? The righteous chivalrous swordsman, Wei Junghan? Wei Junghan shouted back, "Yes, that's me." Then, since you know me, I won't have to explain as much. He started to say they were looking for their son, but before he could finish, his wife, Song-ah, brushed his face aside and commanded him to move. She pointed at her husband and exclaimed, "We're busy enough as is. Why are you flexing?" Wei Junghan's voice softened as he responded that it was just because he was famous. Song-ah shouted, "Is that what's important?" Wei Junghan lowered his head and meekly replied, "Nope." In the front, Gui Nangnang thought to herself about the sight of the so-called righteous chivalrous swordsman. After a few moments, Song-ah cleared her throat and stated that Yan-ho had sent a letter to them from there, asking if Gui Nangnang could explain what had occurred. Gui Nangnang responded by asking whether, by his son, he meant Mr. Wei Yan-ho. Song-ah confirmed that he did. Gui Nangnang added that Wei Yan-ho should have already arrived at the Sacred Hand Manor by now. Song-ah reacted with clear surprise, questioning the mention of the Sacred Hand Manor. Gui Nangnang calmly explained that before that, Wei Yan-ho had been at the Great Hanlim Institute. Song-ah commented that the Sacred Hand Manor was a physician household and asked whether his son had been injured. Gui Nangnang replied that she had not heard of any problems with his health. Jiang-han began thinking deeply, then spoke aloud, stating that something about this situation was strange. Raising his voice, he pointed out that his son was very lazy and not the type to stay in regular contact with anyone, questioning how Gui Nangnang knew so much about him. Startled by the sudden accusation, Gui Nangnang tried to speak but faltered. Internally, she cursed herself for saying too much and realized that he was asking whether she had been keeping an eye on Wei Yan-ho. Jiang-han stepped forward and shouted that she had better answer properly. Gui Nangnang continued to panic inwardly, thinking that this situation could turn very bad. Sometime later, at the Sacred Hand Manor, the reconstruction was completed with remarkable speed. They reused what had once been the Dark Earth Branch Sect's building, and whatever money they lacked was obtained by looting it. After repaying their debts, Wei Yan-ho threatened Jin So-ah. Yan-ho pulled out a piece of paper and showed it to Jin So-ah, who asked in confusion what it was. Yan-ho explained that it was a promissory note stating that Jin So-ah owed him 20 golden yang and pointed out that Jin So-ah's signature was clearly written on it. Jin So-ah realized that this was what Yan-ho had made him sign previously, and admitted that he had thought Yan-ho was simply doing them a favor. Yan-ho responded that nothing in the world was free and explained that he had repaid the debt as an investment. He ordered Jin So-ah to reconstruct the Sacred Hand Manor and return it to its former glory to repay him. He laid out the terms clearly, stating that Jin So-ah would pay 1 golden yang per year, meaning the debt would be cleared in 20 years. Jin So-ah shouted in disbelief at the length of time. Yan-ho smiled widely and told him to sign it if he understood, or else repay the 20 golden yang immediately. Jin So-ah grabbed the pen against his will, thinking bitterly that this was essentially a slave contract. A few moments later, Jin So-ah walked out of the room, sulking and muttering that he had been scammed. As Yan-ho and Daebung watched him leave, Yan-ho remarked that this took care of things. Jin So-ah lingered near the front of the room, eavesdropping as Daebung asked Yan-ho why he had done that. Yan-ho responded with confusion, prompting Daebung to argue that there was no contract more foolish than that and questioned why Yan-ho was being so nice. Daebung pointed out that even with great effort, Jin So-ah would not be able to restore the Sacred Hand Manor to its former glory within 20 years, and that despite its reputation, it was not something Yan-ho truly needed. Yan-ho lifted his cup of tea and calmly agreed that Daebung was right. Daebung pressed further, asking why Yan-ho was helping them by paying all these fees and what he stood to gain. Yan-ho set his cup down firmly and answered with a single word, connections. Daebung repeated the word in confusion. Yan-ho then explained that although So-ah was young, he would one day become a great physician. He believed that once So-ah revived the Sacred Hand Manor and achieved that status, he would save many people in the future. For that reason, Yan-ho stated that he intended to believe in him, watch how he performed, and give him the opportunity to prove himself. As Jin So-ah listened from outside, Daebung admitted that he found it hard to understand but accepted Yan-ho's decision. Jin So-ah thought to himself that he had not realized Yan-ho was being that considerate. Clenching his fist, he berated himself for complaining without knowing the truth. He resolved that the only thing he could do was work hard to repay Yan-ho's trust, telling himself that he needed to get it together. He then ran off with renewed determination. After a short while, Daebung stood up and walked toward the door. Knowing Jin So-ah had been listening, Yan-ho casually asked whether he was gone. Daebung checked the hallway and confirmed that he was. Suddenly, Yan-ho burst into laughter and commented that it was easy to fool a kid. Daebung laughed along and replied that Yan-ho had not really fooled him at all. The two of them laughed loudly together. Time passed, and at the Sacred Hand Manor, the manager Ha Daevung hurriedly prepared for the business opening. On the opening day, one of the workers informed Daebung that there was not enough food. Daebung shouted orders to make more, to bring in everyone they knew if there were not enough people, and to promise handsome rewards. Later, another worker reported that there was not enough space. Daebung ordered them to open unused patient rooms, set up everywhere possible, and take in everyone who came. When the worker warned that they would run out of ingredients, Daebung yelled back to simply buy more. Later, in front of the Sacred Hand Manor, Jin So-ah stood firmly as its master and told himself to get it together. As the opening began, he bowed deeply to the crowd. People murmured among themselves, recognizing him as the eldest son of the Sacred Hand Manor and noting how much he had grown. Some remarked that if he possessed even half of his father's skill, he was qualified to inherit the place, while others speculated that the fake Sacred Hand Manor would probably shut down. A carriage arrived in front, and someone shouted that it was coming in. Jin So-ah looked ahead in confusion as a man stepped out and approached, while the escort guard announced the arrival of the great administrator. Everyone immediately knelt, including Daebung, who nervously greeted him. The great administrator cleared his throat, glanced back at his carriage, then turned to Jin So-ah, who hurriedly knelt. The administrator declared his joy at seeing the Jin family's Sacred Hand Manor reconstructed and confirmed that Jin So-ah was the former master's son. Jin So-ah replied respectfully in the affirmative. The administrator then announced to everyone that he officially recognized the reconstruction of the Sacred Hand Manor and expressed his belief that Jin So-ah would do his best for the people. Jin So-ah stomped the ground, bowed firmly, and pledged his dedication. The crowd erupted into cheers, proclaiming that the Sacred Hand Manor had been revived and celebrating it as the pride of Hubei and beyond. As the administrator returned to his carriage, he extended his hand and encouraged the people to visit the Sacred Hand Manor whenever they were sick, emphasizing that a healthy nation required healthy people. The crowd responded enthusiastically, praising the significance of his visit and affirming that the real Sacred Hand Manor was the best there was. Standing before them, Jin So-ah grew emotional and thought of his father, wondering if he was listening. Tears welled in his eyes as he closed them, clenched his fists, and silently vowed to do well and asked his father to watch over him. Sometime later, inside the moving carriage, the administrator nervously asked whether that had been good enough. Yunho, who was also inside, sat across from him holding a book and calmly replied that it had been perfect. The administrator asked him to keep his promise, and Yunho agreed. Tapping the book, Yunho added that he would be keeping the record of bribes to ensure the administrator upheld his word. The administrator's face turned pale as he groaned. Yunho then said that he would be leaving. As he stepped out of the carriage, he waved lightly and said, "Take care." Inside, the administrator fiddled with the pipe in his mouth and thought that for such records to end up in the hands of a royal inspector meant he would need to behave for a while. The next morning at the Sacred Hand Manor, Jin So-ah stared ahead in shock and uttered in disbelief what he was seeing. A long line of people stretched out before the manor, all trying to get in, shouting at one another to stop pushing and to get in line. Jin So-ah exclaimed that he could not even see where the line ended. Beside him, Daebung's body trembled as he covered his mouth and muttered excitedly that he could smell it, insisting that it smelled like money and that they should drain it from all of them. Jin So-ah narrowed his eyes at Daebung and demanded to know what he was talking about. Later that day, at the Nature's Hand Manor, a man shouted angrily about the lack of patience. A chubby man pointed upward with a trembling body and explained that a new Sacred Hand Manor had opened and everyone had gone there. The man reacted in shock, questioning how there could be a Sacred Hand Manor when its master did not exist. The chubby man nervously replied that the master's son had established it. The man clenched his fist and shouted that the father had left massive debts from gambling and questioned how the son could possibly afford to rebuild it. Grinding his teeth, he lamented that everything had been going so well after dragging that man into gambling. The chubby man asked what they should do now. The man replied that they were responsible and that if things went wrong, all the blame would fall on him. When the chubby man asked what could be done since the manor was already established, the man slammed a knife into the table and declared that if they could not untie the knot, they would simply cut it. He remarked coldly on the misfortune. As the chubby man shrieked in confusion, the man continued with a wide grin, describing how the young master of the Sacred Hand Manor, who had just managed to stand on his own feet, would meet an untimely death at the hands of a robber in the night, calling it a tragic misfortune and instructing that enough money be set aside to donate at the funeral. At the Venerate Heaven Orthodox Marine Alliance headquarters, the leader, Absolute Fist Sama Chaunsa, reacted with disbelief upon hearing that the Green Forest had made contact with the Iron Blood sect. An elder seated before him confirmed the report, explaining that a youth named Peng Do-guk of the Peng clan had verified it after being pursued by the Green Forest's 10 scythes. By sheer luck, Peng had defeated them and escaped. Sama Chansa noted gravely that if the elite 10 scythes were involved, the alliance between the Green Forest and the Iron Blood sect was likely already solidified. He reflected inwardly that the current Jianghu was chaos itself. With no major incidents in the past 2 decades, Every faction had quietly expanded its military and influence, but when something accumulated too much, it inevitably spilled over. Centered around the Orthodox Marim Alliance of the East and the Heavenly Will Alliance of the West, minor skirmishes had escalated into rivers of blood, and trivial disputes had led to the annihilation of entire sects and clans. Aloud, he asked how the Heavenly Will Alliance was faring. The elder replied they appeared inactive, but added a troubling detail. The Iron Blood sect had always maintained close ties with them. If the Green Forest Alliance had been orchestrated under the Heavenly Will's guidance, the situation could be far worse than anticipated. Samachansa cleared his throat and mused how much more blood would be shed if they antagonized the Heavenly Will Alliance directly. Then he returned to the earlier point, asking whether Peng Doguk had truly defeated the 10 Scythes alone. The elder revealed he had help from a boy named Wei Yenho. At the mention of that name, Samachansa tilted his head in recognition. When told Yenho was the second son of Wei Jianghan of Guangdong's Wei clan, who had vanished for 5 years before reappearing recently, Samachansa suddenly shouted with a wide smirk, "Wei Jianghan? The righteous chivalrous swordsman? I see. Of course. Who else would raise a child like that?" He lowered his gaze and murmured that though Yenho had been unseen for half a decade, it seemed his father had been training him to become a dragon. The elder added that Yenho's older brother, Wei Sanho, the demon-slaying sword, was equally formidable. In 10 years, the Wei clan might well become the strongest in the land. Samachansa stood, walked to the side, and declared with genuine delight, "I would be happy about that." Then, raising his voice once more, he proclaimed, "Wei Yenho, he must be a very upright and good child since he was raised by the righteous chivalrous swordsman. A dragon has been born from the Wei clan. They will do great things for the Jianghu." Elsewhere, Yenho was sleeping on the roof of a Sacred Hand manor. He woke abruptly, muttering incoherently, then peered through the window below where Daebung sat. He asked how Soa was doing. Daebung replied that Soa had passed out a while ago. Yenho instructed him to take good care of the boy, adding they couldn't afford to have him collapsing again. Daebung assured him he'd already ordered nourishing herbal food. Yenho then reminded Daebung about their bet and said he owed him. When Daebung looked up in confusion, a group of masked men suddenly stormed the manor grounds. Without hesitation, Daebung tossed Yenho a gold coin. Catching it, Yenho grinned and said, "See? I told you they'd come today." Daebung cleared his throat and admitted he'd expected it to take at least 3 days, but asked if Yenho was ready to handle them. Yenho leapt off the roof, snatched a broom and declared, "Just a broomstick will do. How dare they try to mess with my source of money?" As the attackers lunged simultaneously, Yenho assumed a stance with his broom and roared with a wild grin. Meanwhile, at the Hao sect's Kaifeng branch, Wei Jianghan confronted Gui Nongnang, demanding to know how she knew so much about his son, given Yenho's habitual laziness and aversion to regular contact. Before she could answer, his wife Sangha pinched his shoulder hard, making him scream in pain. "Kwa! Sangha! It hurts! It really hurts!" Sangha scolded him for barging in again, pointing out that Gui Nongnang's intentions were obvious. She was a woman past prime marrying age, clearly interested in Yenho. Confused by their bickering, Gui Nongnang muttered, "Huh?" Sangha immediately turned to her with a warm smile, gently took her hand, and asked where the Sacred Hand Manor in Hubei was located. Gui Nongnang confirmed Yenho was there but warned he rarely stayed long. Just as he'd left the Great Hanlin Institute quickly, she offered to send informants to guide them, ensuring they could catch up to him. From behind, Wei Jianghan observed silently, impressed by her boldness in being friendly despite knowing who he was. Aloud, he stated he would consider this a personal debt to her, not to the Hao sect, and repay her goodwill in time. He then asked who would serve as their guide. Sangha clicked her tongue and chided him for being obtuse. Turning back to Gui Nongnang, she asked her age. When Gui Nongnang answered she was 26, Sangha inquired about her parents. Learning her mother had passed young, Sangha expressed sympathy, then scrutinized her physique and asked if she was sure she could endure the journey to Hubei. Gui Nongnang squinted in confusion, then realized what was happening. Her expression turned serious as she mentally assessed the implications. The righteous chivalrous swordsman, the demon-slaying sword, and now Wei Yenho, all from one clan. At this rate, Guangdong's Wei clan could dominate the Jianghu. A faint smile formed on her lips. She bowed and said aloud, "Don't worry, mother. I'm stronger than I look. I'll go get ready. Please wait." She turned and walked away swiftly. Sangha waved cheerfully after her, chuckling, "Ha ha ho. All right." Wei Jianghan sidled up to his wife and remarked quietly that Gui Nongnang didn't seem romantically interested in Yenho, especially since she'd called her mother. Sangha whirled on him and shouted, "Honey, do you seriously think that Yenho can get married?" Jianghan scratched his head and admitted, "No." Sangha declared that now Yenho was back, they needed to prepare. He was old enough. With a sly smirk, she added that even if the two didn't like each other at first, Frequent meetings would make them grow on one another. Guinangnang was a bit older, but smart and pretty, essential qualities for handling someone like Yenho. She laughed heartily at the thought. Jianghan shrank inwardly, thinking to himself, women are scary, terrifying. Back at the Sacred Hand Manor, Yenho and Soa sat eating in an inn. Soa collapsed onto the table, groaning about his exhaustion. Yenho, still eating enthusiastically, offered him some food, saying it tasted good. Soa retorted that he couldn't eat while dying from fatigue, and wondered aloud if he could truly become a better physician this way. Yenho assured him he would. Prodigies didn't exist in medicine, but seeing many patients would accelerate his growth. Soa dryly called it convincing smooth talk, to which Yenho insisted it was simply true. Soa then lifted his head and asked if something had happened the previous night. He thought he'd heard screams. Yenho, slurping noodles, replied there was nothing to report. Inwardly, he chuckled, recalling how he'd captured all the intruders and handed them to the authorities. Aloud, he casually declared, the Sacred Hand Manor will take over Hubei. Just then, an attendant peeked in and announced that a woman had come to see the manor master. Outside, Yeren, Soa's sister, waited. When they met, Soa stammered, sister. Yeren confronted him sharply, demanding to know what he was doing. Before Soa could explain, they both blurted out the same plea. Quit it and come back right now. Yeren pressed further, arguing that medical practice was meant for healing humanity, not profiteering. She accused him of turning medicine into a merchant business, and ordered him to pack up and leave. Soa fell silent, then raised his voice in defiance. Are physicians not humans? Everyone else earns money to rise in the world and gain fame. Why must physicians live in poverty? Yeren countered that he'd forgotten the teachings of their ancestors. Soa shot back that those ancestors had lived in wealth precisely because they earned money through medicine. Yeren insisted their prosperity came naturally from goodwill, not greed. Frustrated beyond measure, Soa screamed that she was the one who didn't understand, that her rigid path would never resurrect the manor. He declared he wasn't a doll for her to control, and vowed to revive the Sacred Hand Manor his own way before running off. Yeren called after him desperately. Soa! From nearby, Yenho glanced back and remarked, that's not how you should talk to your older sister. Yeren's eyes narrowed. She marched toward him angrily. Yenho blinked in alarm and asked, huh? What? She pointed at him and snapped, this is all your fault. Later that night, deep in a forest, a carriage rolled slowly along a quiet road. From within, a young man ordered his coachman to erase all traces of their passage, just in case. The coachman obeyed, then asked if his young master wasn't sad to abandon everything. The young master admitted he was, but said it was better than becoming obsessed and losing everything. He explained there hadn't been a real problem, but the mysterious boy was the issue. Small problems always snowballed. Even if he acted against the boy, the person who trained him would surely intervene. It was wiser to withdraw quietly. Staying would only cause a ruckus and attract unwanted attention, regardless of victory or defeat. He added that his older brother was already achieving great things, and his younger brother was contributing as well. Wasting time was the greatest failure. Pondering the boy's true identity, he decided to send a letter home, warning his family of a potential interference in their grand enterprise. Back at the old Sacred Hand Manor, Yeren sat alone on the porch, drinking alcohol. She sighed as she poured another cup. Just as she raised it to her lips, a familiar voice spoke from the shadows. It's not good to drink alone. She turned to see Yenho standing there. His face slightly flushed. He added hesitantly, if you're not mad anymore, can I have a drink too? When Yenho approached Yuran, he sat down in front of her with a cup of his own and remarked that drinking alone was poisonous. Yuran retorted that looking at his face was even more so. Yenho squinted and suggested he could lie down instead, so she wouldn't have to see him. She replied that only he would propose such a solution. She then bowed slightly where she sat and apologized, addressing him as Mr. Wee. She admitted she had been angry at him despite all he had done for them, and though she knew she owed him an apology, she hadn't been able to bring herself to give it. Yunho brushed it off, telling her not to worry about it. After a silence, Yuran sighed and said that neither the Sacred Hand Manor nor Soa made anything easy. Yunho confessed he didn't fully understand what she was so worried about. He recalled his master's teaching that if one wanted something, one should achieve it oneself, and suggested the same principle applied to the manor. He added that the person who thirsts must dig the well. Yuran's eyes widened as she asked whether he meant she should resurrect the Sacred Hand Manor herself. When Yunho pointed out that wasn't exactly what she wanted, she countered that Soa was the rightful successor. Yunho responded that Soa wasn't the only one capable of reviving it. Yuran fell quiet again, then softly said she was a woman too. Yunho questioned why it had to be a man, adding, Moreover, since when did that kind of thing matter when it came to saving people? Stunned, Yoran asked hesitantly if she truly could do it. Yunho told her no one else could answer that for her. He explained that Soa becoming a great physician and resurrecting the manor were two separate matters. She kept projecting her wishes onto Soa because she believed only he had the right. If she wanted the manor to become the ideal hall of healing she envisioned, she would have to build it herself. Yoran stared at him in silence until Yunho finally asked, "What?" She relaxed, closed her eyes and said, "You're a strange person." "I hear that often," he replied. "You're really strange," she insisted. Yunho took a sip and remarked that someone who never moved, never tried, and only thought would never accomplish anything. Yoran chuckled and asked if that comment was aimed at himself. He scoffed and said he was satisfied just being as he was. He didn't particularly want to achieve anything, though he admitted he was probably happier than she was because he was already doing what he wanted. Of course, he still had to do things he disliked, because of his master's death wish. Yoran interrupted gently, saying, "He sounds like a really good person. He makes you move." They both fell silent, gazing up at the moon. After a moment, Yunho murmured, "Perhaps." Later that night, outside an inn, Yunho sat down in front of Doc B and asked if he could have a drink too. Doc B, surprised, asked how Yunho had known he was there. Yunho simply said some people just had answers to those kinds of things. As Doc B poured him a cup, he asked whether Yunho had connections with the house sect. Yunho took a sip, grimaced, and exclaimed, "This is the second drink I've had today, but I still don't get why anyone drinks this. It's just bitter." Then he looked directly at Doc B and asked why he had done it, why he had lost on purpose during their match. Doc B feigned ignorance, asking what Yunho meant. Yunho insisted that with Doc B's skill, he could have rolled a 6-6 at the end, but deliberately chose not to. He demanded to know why Doc B had let himself lose. Doc B leaned forward and asked what Yunho thought gambling was about. He explained that gamblers gathered to win, but these days too many brought plans and strategies into it. Narrowing his eyes, he declared, "I've never lost on purpose. That was just the limit of my luck." He smirked and added that thanks to his loss, no one would ruin their entire household gambling at the Golden Flower Manor, at least for now. Though new houses would rise and the cycle repeat, genuine gambling would return in the meantime. Yunho pointed out that Doc B had lost everything: money, fame, followers. Doc B set his cup down and replied that what mattered was the vessel. An empty cup could always be refilled. Losing everything was the same as having lost nothing. Yunho called that an excuse. Doc B laughed heartily and shot back, "Ha ha ha ha! What if it is? If I think that way, then it is that way." Yunho studied him and reflected inwardly that Doc B, the gambling king, lived in a world where winning was everything, yet somehow didn't consider it everything after all. Aloud he said, "It's strange, isn't it?" Doc B asked what was strange. Yunho crossed his arms and explained that lately he'd been surrounded by the kindest people, yet he hadn't learned much from them. He understood their paths intellectually, but his mind hadn't accepted them. Talking to Doc B, however, felt different. Doc B raised his cup and said human relationships were like that, feeling different things in the same situation, and gambling on the path one had chosen. They clinked cups, and Doc B added, "That's life. That's why gambling with you was so fun." The next morning at the Sacred Hand Manor, Daebung sprinted towards So-Ah, waving a piece of paper and shouting, "Manor Master! Manor Master!" So-Ah stood and asked what was wrong. Daebung thrust the note into his hands, stammering that Mr. Wee had left a message and vanished. So-Ah read it aloud. "I'm leaving. I feel like if I don't leave now, I'm gonna stay forever. I'm not really of any help to the Sacred Hand Manor. Manage the Sacred Hand Manor well. Don't be too greedy. So-Ah will become a great physician, and I believe that the manager will do well too. P.S. Don't forget about the money that you owe me. I'll come back for it when the time comes." So-Ah cried out in disbelief, demanding to know where Yunho had gone. He ordered Daebung to send people after him, insisting Yunho couldn't have gone far and was likely still nearby. Inwardly, he fumed that Yunho dared dump all responsibility on them and run away. Elsewhere, Jin Yuran was treating poor patients in a humble clinic. After finishing, she said it was good enough. A bystander thanked her profusely for coming so far. She smiled warmly and left medicine behind, instructing them to apply it when in pain. From the shadows, Yunho watched her and muttered to himself that she really couldn't be stopped. Then he stepped forward and said he wanted to see for himself how effective her methods were. Yuran gasped, Mr. Wee?" Later, near a waterfall, Yunho asked why she kept treating patients without pay. He pointed out how much she must have spent, and questioned whether this harsh path was driven by duty. She shook her head and said it wasn't duty. It was something he himself had said. Her face flushed as she quoted him. "Someone who only thinks can never achieve anything." She explained this was her way of resurrecting the Sacred Hand Manor. Yunho smiled, then handed her a small package. He said it didn't seem important since she kept selling it, but he'd brought it just in case. When she opened it and saw her old belongings, the very items she'd sold, she stammered in shock. Realizing he must have bought them back, she lowered her head, blushing, and promised, "I promise. I won't sell it again." Yunho turned to leave, saying he was departing. Yoran asked where he was going. He explained he couldn't stay in one place too long because of his master's death wish, but assured her they'd meet again if fate allowed. Before he could walk away, she called out, Wait! Blushing deeply, she offered him a blue hair tie, saying it was a small gift but hoping he'd take it. His ponytail always came loose. Yunho tied it into his hair, glanced at her, and simply said, "Thanks." As he walked off, Yoran waved and shouted, "Thank you for everything." Yunho glanced back and thought to himself that she had decided to gamble on this difficult path. Soa walked his own way, Yoran hers, and he would walk his too. After a while, however, he groaned aloud in frustration. "Ugh, I don't want to walk. My legs hurt like shit. I should have borrowed a horse or something." Just then, a man with a horse and wagon appeared nearby. Without hesitation, Yunho collapsed onto the ground and began rolling sideways toward him, pleading weakly, "Please." The man stared down at him in confusion and muttered, "Huh?" Yunho continued, voice strained, "Please, give me a ride." When the man grew confused by Yunho's request, he asked whether Yunho wanted a ride. Yunho confirmed that he did, explaining that he only wished to travel as far as the man was headed. The man found this strange but agreed nonetheless. Immediately after receiving permission, Yunho leapt onto the back of the man's carriage and thanked him aloud. As he lay down, he reflected inwardly that automatic transportation was truly convenient. By the time night fell, the old man roused the sleeping Yunho, calling to him twice before the boy finally sat up. The man then suggested they part ways there. Yunho, rubbing his eyes, admitted he had slept far too long. When the man expressed concern that no town was nearby, Yunho replied that he could simply sleep in a tree or dig a hole. He smiled and thanked the man again for the ride. The old man walked toward his horse and told Yunho to take care. Yunho bowed and repeated his gratitude. As the carriage rolled away, the man muttered to himself that the child was interesting. Then he called out, "Blue Moon!" Instantly, a man appeared behind him and dropped to his knees, saying, "Yes, sir." At that moment, the old man peeled off his face, revealing his true visage beneath, and stated that the child had noticed Blue Moon's presence. Blue Moon was stunned, thinking to himself, "He noticed me." The old man ordered him to look into the boy and find out who he really was. Blue Moon immediately obeyed, affirming, "Yes, sir." Elsewhere, Yunho wandered through the forest until he found a suitable tree. Looking up, he decided he would sleep there for the night. Not long after, a woman ran desperately through the woods, her stamina and internal energy nearly exhausted. She could run no farther and knew she had to hide, but where? Spotting a thick branch overhead, she resolved to climb it. Once at the top, she steadied her breathing, confident she could remain concealed if she stayed calm. Yet something felt wrong, as though someone else were already there. Slowly turning her head, she saw Yunho sleeping just behind her. Shocked, she remained silent as he stirred awake, muttering, What? Ha!" Before he could finish, she clamped her hand over his mouth, signaling him to be quiet. She whispered urgently that she was being chased, and warned that if she were caught, he would be in danger too. She pleaded with him to stay absolutely silent. Below, one of her pursuers shouted that he could find no trace of her, and another commanded the group to keep searching. Both subordinates acknowledged the order and moved off. Yunho and the woman stayed perfectly still. After a tense silence, she released her grip, believing the men had gone. Yunho gasped for air, then narrowed his eyes and said flatly, "Move, you're heavy." Startled, she realized she had been lying on top of him and quickly scrambled aside with a cry. Yunho stretched his arms wide and complained that he had been sleeping so well. She immediately bowed deeply and apologized. Glancing down at the ground, she insisted they had to leave at once. It was too dangerous to stay. When Yunho asked why, she explained that those men would not spare him even if he was uninvolved. She took responsibility for the situation and offered to help him escape. They descended from the tree and began walking along a forest path. The woman introduced herself as Seaman Daeon of the Seaman clan and revealed she was on a mission from the Orthodox Murim Alliance. Yunho simply gave his name in return. Yunho. When he remarked that he had initially thought she was a thief because she was running, Daeon admitted she had no way to prove her identity just then, but assured him he would believe her once he encountered her pursuers. Curious, Yunho asked who they were. She sharply told him to lower his voice. He crossed his arms and insisted he needed to know first. With narrowed eyes, she finally revealed they were from the demonic cult. Yunho responded that the demonic cult was supposed to be gone. She confirmed they were only remnants, to which Yunho grimly replied, "Then this is bad." Frustrated, Daeon snapped, "I already told you that." But Yunho clarified that wasn't what he meant. Raising his voice, he declared, "Come on out now." I know who you are now. From the bushes, a voice echoed. How did you know that we were here? The men emerged, the very same who had been chasing Daeon. Their leader demanded to know if Yeonho belonged to the Orthodox Murim alliance. Yeonho denied any affiliation, stating plainly, I actually don't want to get involved with them. The leader grinned, drew his sword, and said, I'll believe you. You may talk to King Yama. Daeon immediately stepped in front of Yeonho, shouting, Wait! He doesn't know anything. Let him go. If you let him go, I'll tell you everything I know in return. The leader considered this and replied with a wide grin. That's not a bad offer. But Yeonho interjected from behind. Except there's a problem. He explained that he now knew these men were from the demonic cult. Daeon turned to him in alarm and cried, Why would you say that? He answered calmly that he thought she might have forgotten. The cultists exchanged uneasy glances, wondering if the boy was insane. Then, with quiet confidence and a faint smile, Yeonho added, Plus, now that I know that you're from the demonic cult, I don't intend to simply leave. He lifted the long object he had been carrying and continued, Father always told me to fuck up the members of the demonic cult if I ever see them. Daeon whipped her head toward him, exclaiming, What? The demonic cult is no mere bandit group. Who's your father? Wei Jonghan of Guangdong's Wei clan, Yeonho replied. Upon hearing this, the squad leader recoiled in horror, snarling, Wei Jonghan of Guangdong's Wei clan? He gritted his teeth and roared, So you're the damn righteous swordsman's son? Without warning, he lunged forward, swinging his blade and yelling, Blame your father for your death. Yeonho shoved Daeon aside to avoid the strike. Her eyes widened as she stumbled, thinking he was in grave danger. But Yeonho raised his wrapped weapon and blocked the attack with a deafening clang. The cultist's eyes bulged in shock as he leapt backward. Daeon's jaw dropped as the wrappings fell away, revealing a sword. Yeonho declared, I don't really call myself the best son there is, but if my father was so insistent on it, then I should listen to him. He unsheathed his blade fully, pointed it at the enemy, and issued his final warning. Be prepared. My sword is sharper than my father's. From the top of the cliff, the old man and Blue Moon observed the scene below. The old man murmured the name Wei Yeonho in recognition. Blue Moon confirmed that Yeonho appeared to be the second son of the righteous chivalrous swordsman. The old man mused that it was odd there had been no news of such a conspicuous child in the Jianghu. Blue Moon explained that Yeonho had been missing for a long time and was somehow connected to the sex demon. Something must have happened to forge his strength, as reaching such martial prowess at his age would have been extraordinarily difficult. Suddenly, the old man's eyes widened as he sensed the aura radiating from Yeonho below. At the forest floor, Daeyeon stood frozen in shock, thinking to herself, What is going on right now? I thought he was an idiot. In an instant, Yeonho moved. He lunged forward and struck the demonic cult squad leader, who barely managed to block the blow, only for his hands to be flung aside by the sheer force. Yeonho immediately followed with a crushing elbow to the man's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Another cultist leapt at Yeonho, but his strike missed completely. Startled, the man wondered where Yeonho had gone, only to turn and find him already mid-kick. The blow landed squarely, felling the attacker. Two more cultists charged simultaneously, thrusting spear and sword, but Yeonho spun between them, evading both strikes and delivering a single sweeping kick that knocked them down together. With all four enemies on the ground, Yeonho swung his sword in a fluid arc, severing the tendons in their wrists and ankles. The squad leader groaned as he tried to raise his hand. Then suddenly, demonic chi erupted from his palm. His veins bulged as power surged through him, and he roared, Get up! The others rose as well, fueled by the same dark energy, struggling to their feet despite their wounds. Yeonho scoffed, smirking as he said, Heh, you're getting up even though I cut into your tendon? The squad leader sneered that Yeonho's father clearly hadn't told him everything about the demonic cult. Yeonho stretched his right shoulder and replied calmly, It's fine. Then I'll just cut off your leg instead. Attack him! The leader bellowed. All four lunged at once. As they closed in, a surge of chi enveloped Yeonho's body. He recalled his father's words. If you show unnecessary mercy, you will only regret it later. One must be cold in the Jianghu. Do not think about sparing your opponent in real-life battles. The first cultist swung. Yeonho's sword flashed downward, severing both arms in one stroke. He reversed the motion upward, slicing off another pair of limbs. The remaining two unleashed a joint strike infused with powerful demonic chi, their leader screaming, Die! Yeonho watched the attack descend and remarked dryly, Not even a turtle would get hit by this. He glanced briefly at Daeyeon behind him and added with resignation, Oh well. He raised his sword and decided not to block, but to deflect. Leaping high, he caught the incoming force on his blade and declared, Do not go against the flow. Below, the two attackers stared in disbelief. Yeonho began to spin, channeling the redirected energy as he intoned, With the touch of the wave, the calamity of the sword shall return to your hand. He hurled the combined force back at them. The resulting explosion echoed deafeningly through the forest. From the cliff above, the old man watched with a faint smirk. As dust settled below, the squad leader coughed weakly, wondering if he was the sole survivor. He reached toward his mouth with his tongue, a telltale sign. Yanho noticed instantly, turned to Daeyeon and shouted, "Do I capture him alive? Answer quickly." Daeyeon stammered, I'd be nice if you could." Just as the cultist pulled out a false tooth filled with poison, Yanho pursed his lips and snapped, "How dare you try to kill yourself!" In a blur, he struck the man's neck with a precise chop, forcing him to vomit up the capsule. "Yep, not allowed," Yanho added cheerfully. He picked up the false tooth, examined it, and muttered, "These guys sure are something else," pulling out a tooth and replacing it with a poison pill. Father's stupid little stories are finally helping. Daeyeon stood silently, mildly stunned, when Yanho turned and asked, "What? You told me to capture him alive." She quickly nodded. Yeah." Internally, she realized with awe, he's a martial master. Elsewhere, at the Sacred Hand Manor, Sanho and Jang Il arrived. Upon hearing that Yanho had left, Jang Il exclaimed in surprise, "He left?" Daebung, standing before them, replied uncertainly, then inwardly assessed them. "He's a beggar from the beggar sect, and the guy next to him doesn't look rich either." Jang Il chuckled nervously at Sanho and repeated, "Ha ha ha ha, is that so?" Daebung asked who they were, noting they didn't seem local. Jang Il introduced himself as the Kaifeng branch leader of the beggar sect. When pressed for their purpose, he glanced at Sanho, who stepped forward, greeted Daebung respectfully, and announced, "I'm Yanho's older brother, Wee Sanho. What greater reason can there be other than to search for family?" Daebung staggered back in shock and cried out, "But brother? You're his brother?" Sanho confirmed it calmly. Without another word, Daebung turned and ran inside, calling over his shoulder, "Wait a moment, please. I will bring the manor master." As Sanho and Jang Il watched him go, Jang Il leaned in and whispered, "Why the manor master? Did your brother stir some shit?" Just then, a carriage approached. Jang Il frowned, recognizing it immediately. "The Hao sect?" he muttered. "The Kaifeng branch too." Sanho asked if he could really tell just from the carriage. Jang Il pointed and clarified that the coach itself belonged to the Hao sect. Sanho wondered aloud if they had been chased. Jang Il grimaced and said he assumed so. That woman was like a viper. As the carriage halted, a man stepped out from the rear. It was Wee Jung-han. Sanho's eyes widened in utter shock. "Father?" he cried. Wee Jung-han helped his wife down from the carriage. Both parents froze upon seeing Sanho, and in unison, they called out their son's name. "Sanho?"